14-1. Sightseeing base. Satu's here. When I hear about personal airplane, I imagine it to be a special high-performance craft, but in actuality, I think that person in question would have customized it so much that it'd be a hard to use by other people airframe. Mass-produced airplanes are the best after all. It's the CAAAAAAA. C. Nanodesu. With Arisa in swimsuits leading, Tama and Poka who are also in swimsuits run on the sandy beach toward the sea. I see them while relaxing on a beach chair. Poka Tama, boost on. Roger. Aye sir Nanodesu. Poki and Tama run on the sea surface while lifting Arisa from both sides. Apparently, they've mastered the technique Liza used to walk on the water surface back then. Oh ha 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 ha. Nya ha ha. This is fun Nodesu. I reach my hand to the side table while looking at those energetic children. I put the straw of the cooled tropical drink in my mouth and lightly suck it, the flavor of summer spreads in my mouth. Poki, balance. Ah, Nanodesu. Yeah. Over at the sea, Poka couldn't maintain her water surface float, Tama and Arisa whose legs were entangled with Poka's tumbled together, and lastly the three made a huge water splash. Are you alright? Ooh I thought I'm gonna die. Hua. It's Master Nanodesu. Being called back by unit arrangement, the three are sitting under the beach parasol in their own style each. Tama is wearing pink-colored separate swimsuits, Poka's swimsuit has the same model as Tama's but they're yellow. Tama's is of the skirt type, Poka's is of the short pant type. Arisa is wearing an old-school swimsuit model. Of course, there's a tag written with Arisa's sewn on the chest area. She's devoted to the cliché like always. In addition, their swimsuits are made from the newly developed expensive synthetic fiber. Using the information I got from Lost Knowledge Skill, I made it from crude oil found in the underground labyrinth. It seems like it'd become the target of the gods' punishment, so I don't intend to popularize it. Satu, look! Mia appeared wearing white and light blue striped bikini, and twirled once. Her hair which is usually in twin-tail style is bundled like Xena-san's, it feels fresh. Yup, you look cute. Yay! When I honestly praised her, Mia clung to my neck. I put the glass on the side table. Because Tama too. Poka wants to stick together too. Wait, that's unfair. The children jumped at me mimicking Mia. I stopped their momentum with magic hand, catching the three gently. It goes without saying that I put Arisa in a position where she can't sexually harass me. Everyone, you're troubling master you know. The one who told everyone to be prudent was Lulu who's wearing a monokini with a cardigan on the top. Her back and shoulder line can't be seen due to the cardigan, but her belly button and cleavage are peeking from the gap, the immoral feeling is overflowing. Yup, I'm glad that I stopped Arisa from making Lulu wear the maid school swimsuit. Master, completed the transportation of the swim ring and the beach ball, so I report. From behind Lulu, Nana appeared while carrying a large quantity of play equipment. Unfortunately, due to the plot of the impregnable fortress pair, Nana is not wearing bikini but a one-piece type swimsuit. Although, as the consequence of her plain swimsuit, Nana's breasts look like it'll burst open from the inside, asserting themselves. I think they should assert themselves that boldly from now on. In addition, Nana's slaves, Shiro and Crow aren't here since they've gone to school. The plan is for them to commute to the school from Pendragon Mansion during our sightseeing tour. In the future, I want to establish schools in the Labyrinth City or Muno City, and have those girls be the teachers. Ah, it's Liza Nanodesu. Poka who's checking the water spray at the sea shouts out while tilting her body. Before long, Liza who's wearing a traditional sleeved swimsuit comes from the sea while carrying a yellow object. The stripe pattern of orange and white hurt the eyes. Master, I have completed the test run of the banana boat. Was there any problem with the operation? Yes, despite its high speed, the retention force of the seat appears to be low. In case of a battle, I'm afraid that there's a high possibility the passengers get thrown the sea. Liza. That's an equipment for playing. Then would you like to examine it once again to improve its performance? As you wish. While giving another drink to Liza, who looked satisfied, I gave her a new instruction. It looks like she likes the banana boat, she should play it again. Master, hoping to participate in the valuation of the battle boat. Tama too. Poke wants to participate too. Notisu. Nana, Tama, and Poke looked at me with sparkling eyes, so I took out the second banana boat from my storage and gave it to Nana. You're not going, Arisa? Playing with those four sounds thrilling in a different meaning, so I'll go at it later. Lulu quietly refused while smiling, so I only asked Arisa, and got such answer. Situ. The maidens have arrived. When I turn around, Hikaru, who had come out of the Arabian night-like palace, shouted out loud to me. Hikaru is wearing bikini with pareo. The bikini chest part is strictly guarded by something called tiered frills. Oh, it's Mito-tan. Hiding her desolate chest like that is a good decision, isn't it? Arisa pompously criticized Mito over my shoulders. Since she stealthily stroked my chest, I told her, sexual harassment is forbidden, and make her leave my shoulder. Arisa, come here. I have something to talk to you about. No Neen, it was the evil concealed in this left arm. Led by hands, Lulu pulled Arisa away from the beach. Recently, Lulu is strict with Arisa's sexual harassment, so she's probably going to remonstrate her. I return my line of sight toward Mito, and greet Mito and the other four girls who came with her. I had invited Sira, Zina-san, and Lady Karina to the secret hideout before, but it's the first time for the last one. The fourth person is not Ace-san, but Princess Shiz-Tina, who's traveling together with us in the sightseeing tour. Unlike Zina-san and the three other girls, I can't trust her unconditionally, so I've made her to rigidly keep my secret with contract skill. Actually, I wanted the princess to go indignant when I talked about contract skill, but for some reason she gleefully accepted it. Of course, I haven't disclosed as much information as with the other girls. I've talked about the fact that I'm a hero and the owner of a Kaguya firm, so even though she's accompanying the tour, my movement shouldn't get annoyingly restricted. In addition, about this contract skill, the maximum punishment in case of violation seems to differ in accordance to the skill level. In the case of maximum level like mine, it seems that she could end up in dying state. I tried it with a death penalty crime slave, so there's no mistake about it. Of course, I can adjust the punishment level, so I didn't set it at such a terrible setup. While I was recalling such circumstance, a lone girl stepped out among the embarrassed group. Sato-san, does it look good on me? The one who honestly asked was Sira with a slightly reddened face. The white bikini with stringless shoulder is truly dazzling. Her white legs that are usually hidden under the Maiko outfit are wonderful. Even though they're hidden by a long pareo, they still give off neat and clean charm. Yes, they look really good on you. As I praise her, her face reddens more, and let alone her ears, her shoulders even redden. It's a bit embarrassing, but I'm happy to hear Sato-san saying that. If she showed such a bashful smile when it was just the two of us, I'm afraid that I'd inadvertently push her down. Zina-san standing beside her was looking like she wanted to say something, so I praise her. It really suits Zina-san too. Thank you. Seeing her fidgeting, trying to hide her body with her arms almost makes me feel strange. Her swimsuit is the sharp-looking one normally used for swimming race. It looks like a high-leg leotard, so it looks really good on Zina-san and her beautiful legs. Maybe it's my imagination, but I feel glancing eyes since a while ago. Apparently, these secluded young women have no resistance against males in their swimwear. The reason why these girls look embarrassed is not because of their swimsuits, but the problem seems to be with mine. It's shameful desuwa. Lady Karina, who objected, is not wearing a swimsuit but a normal dress. It's a natural thing to say with the ethic of Shiga Kingdom. However, due to the thin fabric, Lady Karina's splendid silhouette is transparent from the bright sunlight. Since it looks more erotic than swimsuits, I think she lacks persuasive power. Yes, I only recommended it because they're convenient attires for playing by the sea. I won't force you to wear them, please don't worry. I told so to Lady Karina, who shouted more due to her shame than resentment. Rather, I was surprised that Sira and Xena-san appeared wearing swimsuits. Era? Exposing your body to your future husband is not a shameful thing to do, you know. Admonishing Lady Karina is Princess Tina, who's wearing a silk-made long gown. Her statement is slightly troubling, but following after deaf protagonist's step, I wonderfully ignore it. Future husband. Lady Karina, whose face is as red as a lobster, seems to have reached the climax of her embarrassment by muttering that much. She runs off to the palace while leaving dust of cloud. Of course I use my magic to put back the blown sand so it won't scatter away. Swish, hearing that sounds, I turn my line of sight back to the princess. The princess untie her sash sexily, her transparent silk gown drops down to the sand. What appear behind it are tube-top separate swimsuits. When a princess wears it, it gives off the immoral feeling of corset. I say some words of praise toward the princess, who's taking a pose while emanating the praise me aura, and then offer her the beach chair beside me. When I rang the bell on the side table, little figures jumped out of the palace. Have you called, Master? How may I help you? Please order anything you want. The little girls who look like school students are looking at me while waiting for the order. Please get enough drinks and assorted fruits for the people here. Yes. Understood. Please wait for a bit. The little girls who are wearing Arabian Night-style servant clothes go back to the palace as fast as the wind. Those girls are the brownies I've hired to take care of the palace. They look like little girls, but every one of them is a fully adult woman. They're of the same race as the manager of the Labyrinth City's Ivy Mansion, Lariril. Their performances are a bit below Lariril, but since there are a lot of them, I've left them to take care of not only the palace, but this whole secret hideout. The facilitator of these brownies is Lariral's aunt, Laurel. She looks like a little girl outwardly, but it seems she's more than 100-year-old. And then, the last guest appears together with the addition of the tropical drinks. Sato-san. I've finished setting up the barrier. Yuika in a white kimono walks on the white sandy beach. The white skin that looks like snow peeking from the kimono sleeves and the nape is dazzling. In addition, her short horn, peculiar of a goblin, is hidden behind a bandana. Thank you. I'm sorry for leaving it all to you. I offered her a chair while apologizing. I asked her to set up the barrier since I heard it'd take several days to do it and there wasn't anyone around me that could do it, but it completed faster than planned. Leaving the job to other people while I'm having something like a vacation surrounded by beauties, I feel slightly awkward. Although, Yuika herself doesn't seem to mind such a thing. This wand is amazing. The range expansion performance is higher than a holy wand. That's because it's a specialized wand. I stop Yuika, who's submitting the wand to me, with my hand. If it's alright with you, please take it. I've adjusted it for Yuika-san, so I'd be glad if you use it. Why yes. I'll be using it regularly. Yuika smiles while holding the emerald green wand, looking so happy. I asked her to create the anti-god barrier for 3 areas of the secret hideout. Every area is a subspace created with my forbidden spell Another World. One of them is this southern island where everyone is right now as the base. At first I planned to use the island itself as the secret hideout, but dangerous creatures of the sea never decreased no matter how many times we eliminated them, so I copied that island into a subspace. Thus, even a defenseless princess can enjoy this beach worry-free. In addition, this subspace only contains the island that's as large as the Awahima Island and sea that's 5 times the island's size. The second area is a farm area with Oiagok Dukedom's terrain as the base. This one has virgin forest besides the center part where the portal is, so it needs to be developed from now on. The size is as big as the original dukedom. It also has the sea, so cultivating marine products seems possible. And the third one is the desert area for training and experimenting. It uses the desert to the west of the labyrinth city Selbera as the base, so I can test magic as much as I want. There's only a few magic among the forbidden spells that I can't use there. Having such circumstance, we don't have to worry about the god's punishment even though we're wearing swimsuits made from synthetic fiber of modern age. I can't thank you Yuika enough. After introducing Yuika to everyone, Hikaru asked her doubtfully. I probably mistakes you with someone else, but are you maybe the queen of Onikan Fallness? Apparently, Hikaru seems to know an old personality of Yuika who has multiple personalities. Looks like that remark became the impetus. Yuika's oldest personality, Yuika 3 appeared. If I'm not mistaken, Fallness is the Chiyuni name of Yuika 3. What's this, aren't you Yamato? Have you come out of the barrier already? Didn't you say, I'll sleep until my destined person wakes me up with a kiss? The destined person. Looks like the barrier that protected Hikaru's cold sleep was Yuika's handiwork. Leaving that aside, Hikaru. Don't say that troublesome remark while pointing your finger at me. See, everyone is looking at me like I'm a cheating man. I felt like it'd be dangerous if I left it alone, so I told Yuika, she's a childhood friend and a co-worker of mine, and ended the strange conversation. Famu, if this keeps up, the current Yuika would be at a disadvantage Noja. Glancing at Lulu and Sira, Yuika 3 asked, Satu, give me swimsuits, so I gave several that looked like it'd fit Yuika. Yuika 3 used her barrier skill to make a substitute locker room and changed her clothes. How do I look, Satu? It really suits you well. Alright. Her chest covered in a halter neck top looked clearly more filled up than her real body I saw back then, but I don't have any intention of pointing that out. It's done naturally, so the other girls don't notice it. Why am I in this outfit? Don't tell me it's the first generation Sama's doing. It seems her personality has returned, she's trying to hide her body with her arms in panic. I don't blame her for panicking considering the degree of exposure suddenly rose. I put on the parka that I wore to Yuika. I felt that the pressure from behind rose at that moment, but it must have been my imagination. Including Yuika who had calmed down, everyone enjoyed the swimming and the sensation of the sea waves. For some reason the sea has waves even though this is in the subspace. It must be like the image of the sun in the sky, it must be a part of the magic that composes the subspace. In addition, according to the head maid Laurel, Lady Karina came several times until the palace's entrance while wearing swimsuits, but it seemed she couldn't make her decision, and now she's curled up in her own room in the palace. I plan to be in the beach in front of the palace for the time being, so I expect her to show off her swimsuit sooner or later. When you're playing on the beach, you'd crave not only the shaved ice and soft cream but also the garnish-less curry, the stretching ramen, the violent roasted squid with burning soy sauce smell, the immoral yakisoba, and the sacrilegious roasted corn. Arisa declared so while eating the shaved ice with strawberry syrup. There were some weird ornaments in the end, but since it's Arisa, there's no deep meaning to it. Poki, Tama and Mia ate too fast, they're holding their foreheads in agony. Since Lulu has warned it beforehand, the other girls are enjoying the coldness slowly. I didn't prepare them since they don't match the vacation in the southern island. Why don't we play in beach house set next time? Then, let's do watermelon breaking. That sounds really fun. Some tactless beeping interrupted such fun time. The communication linked on the menu is coming from the trial unmanned airship. I tap on the caller's mark and connect the call. Master. The target point, Labyrinth City Selbera, has been captured in the visual. We will arrive in 30 minutes. Requesting your return to the captain's seat. Okay. I shortly replied to the Scarecrow 10, the cruise golem that's steering the airship. The Scarecrow's voice is like the old voice synthesizer software, the intonation is awkward. I compiled the source of the scarecrow's voice by asking one of Ikagoya firm's slave maids. I thought of using Lulu's or Jafaliza's voice, but they were too busy. It was not possible. It seems the airship is going to arrive at Selbera soon. Please change your clothes and wait at the entrance. I tell so to everyone and then go back to the captain's seat with unit arrangement ahead of them. Give me the steering report. Cruise test all green. Recorded maximum speed is 300 km per hour. It could reach higher speed, but taking account of the remaining magic power, I ended the test there. Continuing on. While listening to the scarecrow which I had left to take care of the bridge, I clean the ocean water with purification magic. This personal airship is installed with the new type of aerodynamic engine that Professor Hahud has developed. It's equipped with the function to alter the aerodynamic engine's buoyancy into thrusting force during the cruise. Its only flaw is that the mileage is bad, so it can't be installed in an airships that use the general-purpose magic furnace. In addition, it can go even faster if it uses the booster, but since it needs magic power supply from me, I didn't use it during the automatic test. I change to my usual noble clothes with quick dress, and look outside through the window that's made of a thin piece of glass-like object. It seems there were some bird strikes, but the window doesn't seem to have any scratch. Yes, Master. I recommend deploying the defensive curtain screen shield during the flight. Okay. I approve it. I approved the scarecrow's suggestion. This window is made of synthetic diamond, so it'd be fine even against normal bird strikes, but it's probably going to get damaged if it runs into beetle-type monsters. Diamond is weak against heat though, so it might be a good idea to shave the whale's crystalline lens and turn it into the canopy. In addition, this window was made using the original magic charcoal to diamond that I remodeled from the advanced magic flesh to stone. Creating diamonds from charcoals without high temperature pressure, truly magic. There's also sand to glass magic subtype. There were glass windows in the house created by Create House back then. I made the magic from that code library. Making use of this code, I also made transparent Koran drum from aluminium oxide from bauxite. Securing the bauxite was annoying, but since it's possible to mine it in the island where the Palace Island is modeled after, it should be easy from now on. I should be able to make sapphire and ruby if I can add color to it. The composition of emerald is complex, so I haven't started on that one. Master, entering the landing sequence. Please give me the instruction as soon as possible if you wish to change the landing site. There's no change. Confirm the topography of the landing site. Aye, sir. While confirming the ground's undulation, the airship lowers its altitude. It's quite an excellent automatic navigation program. Its experience level doesn't seem like it has crashed 7 times near the royal capital. There wasn't any dangerous scene for the past 10 days after all. Master, there are people in the landing site. It seems a lot of people have gathered to meet us before the Labyrinth City's Pendragon Mansion. I order it to land on the farm near the mansion. I peek at the ground using clairvoyance and clair hearing. Oh wah, it's an airship. It's a small airship. I wonder if Master is riding in that. It's landing here instead of the usual place for the airships, so that must be true, right? Then, Arisa-chan is in there. Nana Shama too. She'll call us young organisms. She will surely hug young organisms. I'll ask Poka-san and Tama-san for the souvenirs from the royal capital. I'll get knocked down silly by Liza-san after a long while. Ah, I can finally listen to Miyasama's music. I'm glad that they're all welcoming. There was one strange thing mixed among them though. There were many young master for me too, but I'll be intruding them in the night anyway, so there's no need to pick it up. I went back to the secret hideout's palace to pick everyone up. Initially I planned to link the gate to 5 places: Palace Island, Workshop Satellite, Ikagoya Absolute Secret Control Room, Labyrinth Villa, and Personal Airship, but since I haven't completed making the golem that would controls them, I'm working as the temporary transporter. The reason why Baruinan Forest isn't included among them is to prevent the pixies from intruding in. And then, the airship lands in the meadow. The plan is for the Pendragon team and Lady Karina to get off at the Labyrinth City. After finishing our business in the Labyrinth City, I, Sira, the princess, and Xena-san are going to depart for the journey. Of course that's the official story. In actuality, we can come and go freely using the gate, so everyone is going to raise their level during the journey, and once we arrive at the touring spots, everyone is going to enjoy the sightseeing together. The Labyrinth group will be in 2 different places, but this world has no real-time information network like in the modern Japan, so even if the rumor spreads, using the airship to transport them during their labyrinth exploration should work as an excuse. In addition, Hikaru, or rather, Duchess Mito is staying in the royal capital. Her setting is that she's a frail woman living in the Duke Mitsukuni mansion in the royal capital, so there will be almost no problem even if she's absent. Since the king and the prime minister know Mito's true identity, they should understand it all as expected of ancestor King Sama. Welcome back, Viscount Sama. While greeting Ms. Mitruna and little girl maids, I salute to my acquaintances flooding the mansion. I'd take the whole day if I were to greet everyone, so I greet them adequately, and then go to where the authorities of the Labyrinth City are gathering while only bringing Sira and the princess. Since we're only going to stay for 2 days in the Labyrinth City, let's do this quick. 14:2. At the Labyrinth City. Satu's here. When I saw the unusually realistic animal toys sold with food on a convenience store, I remember secretly wanting to collect them all. It's the same thing with gacha in recent the social games. Your Royal Highness Shiz Tina, it is truly an honor to be graced with your presence. Marquis Ashinan said such words to us who visited the Viceroy mansion. The people present here aren't only the Marquis couple, the nobles of the Labyrinth City with peerage are also lined up in the entrance. Usually it's the maids and the butlers who would meet the guest, but as expected of a princess, moreover, since she's the little sister of next king from the same mother, the treatment is different. After Princess Shiz Tina greeted them like a royalty would, Sira and I also greeted them and then we were guided to the usual salon. The salon that usually felt too large now feels a bit cramped due to the amount of guests. Coming here bringing a lot of sweets as the souvenir is good decision. Sir Pendragon, this is a present to celebrate for you climbing the peerage rank and your inauguration to be the Tourist Ministry Vice Minister. This is not just from me, but all 17 noble houses in the Labyrinth City. Marquis Ashinan is giving me a small box that has careful craftsmanship. Following after him, the other nobles also congratulated me. May I open it? Tomu. Opening a present like this immediately after receiving it is the proper manner in Shiga Kingdom, but I inadvertently asked due to my Japanese nature. "Kay, are you serious?" My surprise surpassed the poker face skill as I stared the content of that small box. It was worth it getting that by exerting all means, seeing you be that surprised. Thank you very much. I take out the chant orb from the small box and smile at the Marquis and the others. According to the AR beside the orb, it seems to be something from Saga Empire's blood-sucking labyrinth. There's a light magic orb beside it. The chant orb must be an extra. They should be quite rare, but getting abundant of drops right when you don't need them happens in games in another world. It was quite unusual for me to show a worldly desire, so it seems they asked the merchants to look for them as a surprise present. I'm very grateful. It's not like the thought, just what was all of my hardships for, didn't flash on my mind, but grumbling after they have gone through a lot of trouble for my sake would make me get hit with a divine retribution. I feel bad for only receiving things, so I signal the Marquis house butler and make him take out the souvenir I've passed on to him earlier. These are the tiara and the emerald I saw back then. So you remember? Yes, they're articles befitting of Marchioness after all. I'm indebted to the Marchioness for helping me making the personal connections in the royal capital, so I got her the tiara and the egg-sized emerald that she wanted. I've sucked up a lot of money from the royal capital's nobles, so buying these were no problem at all. My! What a beautiful glass work! Satu-sama, is this handicraft the work of a royal capital's workshop? Behold! This small handicraft looks as if it's alive. In addition to that, I presented other things like Ancestor King glass statue and small-sized animal glass statues for the servants. The former was well received as planned, but it seems the Marchioness and the noble wives like the latter too. These were easily made with my original magic glass art, a spell created from mud art and sand to glass. At first I made this magic since I wanted a bowl for the shaved ice, but it looks like I can use this for many other things. Marquis, I've left the new work to the butler, please enjoy it. By new work you mean a work of art? Yes. It'd cause discord if I only gave the present to the Marchioness, so I haven't forgotten the Marquis's share too. His present is not my own work, but a nude statue of man I got from the duchy capital using unit arrangement. The Marquis once said, my friend obtained the new work in the duchy capital. I gave an Ikagoya firm-made set of vitality medicine, gloss skin medicine, hair growth formula to each head of the noble houses. It seems they're hard to get in the labyrinth city, so they were exaggeratedly pleased. After we had finished exchanging souvenirs, it was the pleasant chat time like usual. The one that was different was that they wanted me to talk about the gist of the Sakuramachi demon attack on the royal capital, and Hiro Nanashi and the Golden Knights. It has already been half a month since the incident, so the details should have circulated in the labyrinth city too, but they probably want to hear the raw story from people who were there. The royal capital reconstruction is going well, isn't it? Yes, it is the result of Hiro Nanashi's effort. The princess replied to the Marchioness with a clear smile. Please stop glancing at me when you were saying Hiro Nanashi. After that serious talk was over, this time it moved to love story. I want to hear the beginning of love of the princess and Satudano. We met by accident. One of the countesses from the Marchioness's circle asked about the topic. The princess then talked about how she met me with Arisa and Mia as the intermediary, and how I saved her when a monster attacked like it was some sort of heroic story. Of course she had shrewdly cut the matter about Hisui and my senseless action. I want to hear about the start of romance of Oracle Miko Sirasama. You're an entourage of the vice minister, but in actuality, you're the candidate for the second wife, right? The Viscountess asked about Sira's real objectives. Yes, you may take it as so. I have acquired the permission from grandfather and father after all. After saying so, Sira turned toward me while smiling. It's the first I've heard of that though. Sira-sama, I think it's better if you talk about that once it's official. Yes, that's right. I warned Sira since it'd be troublesome if some strange rumor circulated. She obediently assented, and closed the uncertain talk. Whenever Sira fixes her sitting, she gets closer to me. I wonder if it's just my imagination. I feel like she's burying the outer moat bit by bit. Still, I'm glad that I've left Lady Karina in the mansion. I have a feeling that it'd have been more troublesome if she were here. After finishing the tea party, we went to the Labyrinth Army garrison. Young master! Welcome back! Those greetings came from some unfamiliar townspeople and explorers when we passed through the food stall for explorers and the street in front of the Explorer Guild. For now, I wave my hands through the window. You're quite popular. The princess looked lightly surprised to my popularity. They probably remember my face from the Floor Master subjugation parade. Sato-san, you don't have to be so modest. Sato-san's achievement is famous even in the royal capital. You're exaggerating. Replying Sira with a wry smile, I turn around to see some little cheering outside the window. Viscount Sama. Young master. Sato Uni-ichan. Outside the carriage window, I saw little girls and children running after the carriage. Are they children of the orphanage? I stealthily supported a child who tripped her feet with magic hand. The traffic decreased before long, and the carriage arrived at the destination. Having arrived at the Labyrinth Army garrison, we greeted General Elter and visited the soldiers. I only brought some famed liquor and smoked sakura salmon of the royal capital as the general and the soldiers' souvenir. There's nothing special to mention. There were these conversations at most. You should have been offered a seat of the Shiga 8 Swords, why did you decline? That is too much of a burden for me. Being one of the Shiga 8 Swords requires one's individual strength after all. General Elter nodded to my answer while brushing his beard. In the Labyrinth City, it looks like I'm known more as the proprietor who has established explorer training in an orphanage, and also a politician who aligned himself with the Martianist faction rather than an explorer after all. So, as you're going to go around the world as the Vice Minister of the Tourism Ministry, what are your retainers going to do? Liza and the others are going to continue to explore the labyrinth. I see. Perhaps, he's going to invite Liza and the others to the labyrinth army? Or so I thought, but General Elter said some unexpected things next. If you're going to establish a private night order in the Labyrinth City, you can consult me. I won't make something like private night order. It's not like I'll participate in a war anyway, I don't need a private night order, right? Or rather, if I did make one, that could be an excuse to start a war. So I thought, but since he said it out of kindness, I replied like a Japanese who could read the mood. I haven't thought about it for the time being, but I'll be pleased if I can consult with you when that time comes. Tomu, you can freely come here. General Elter nodded like he was satisfied with my reply. If I do need to consult with him, I'll bring not a bottle of the Dragon Spring liquor, but a whole barrel. Young master. Let's have a feast. When I went to the Western Explorer Guild to visit the guild master, the drunk staff members and explorers greeted me unanimously. Looks like they've opened the liquor barrel I sent to the guild master and the staff members, and have started a drinking bout already. The sun is still high, they put the dwarves to shame. Oh you! Satu, this is some good liquor. It'll disappear if you don't come soon. The guild master shouted out with a smile from center of the drinking bout. I'd like to participate if I was alone, but since I'm with the princess and Sira, that'd be bad. Satu-sama, let me take part together with you. Eh? Why, your highness? It seems the princess is a regular drinker, she pulls my hands and walks toward the guild master. Oh? Are you already kept on a short leash? First time I meet ya, I guess, your highness princess. No, I once took a lecture by the fire magician during a ball in the royal capital. Ah! That little princess, hey! I thought you were a strange princess, but you sure have good eyes for men. Yes. Looks like the guild master is acquainted with the princess. The princess drank the liquor that the guild master poured. She's quite a good drinker. The movement of the throat swallowing the liquor looks captivating. While I was being captivated by the princess, Sira, who was sitting beside me, pinched my lap. Sira drank the liquor cup given by staff member A with a prickly expression. Satu-san. Satu-san is. Having drunk the liquor, Sira vigorously said as much, and then she suddenly leaned on my shoulder as if her battery was cut. Apparently, Sira, who's been raised in the temple, is weak to liquor. On the other hand, the princess is drinking equally with the guild master. That was some good drink. I drank a lot in the evening parties to excuse myself out, so I became strong at it before I knew it. I see, it's very like the princess. Satu is a bottomless pit too, you two will be a good couple. Thank you. Without minding the guild master who called her with you, Antat, the princess's red cheeks from the liquor reddened even more and she thanked her. Looking at her, the men said out loud, Raijuyu explode. With deep resentment. The one spreading Raijuyu word must be Arisa. During the drinking bout, I talk with the elf Ms. Sebekia and the guild manager about their works. The subject is about the guild administration as asked by Earl Siriu. The compensation. Ms. Sebekia asked shortly like an elf would. Please look at this. Oh? They'll give the priority for the commerce of the wyvern material and steady supply of the dragon white stones. Hey! I hand over the documents from Earl Siriu to the manager. Ms. Selbera showed the shadow of a veteran suitable for her age on her young girl-like visage. The dragon white stone, which is the material for making the all-purpose antidote, and the light yet highly defensive wyvern material are something that advanced explorers desire regardless of expense. The all-purpose antidote especially, nobles who have a lot of enemies constantly seek for it, so the demand for it is unending. At first there were also some medicinal herbs needed for stamina recovery medicine, but now that they can produce barrier magic medicine locally, the demand had abated. I cancelled the plan. Looks like Earl Sirihu has quite an excellent advisor. Some benefactors and acquaintances of mine are in the earldom after all. I eluded Ms. Sebekia's teasing without a fuss. Very well. I'll have the guild master sign it later. I was finally able to get her consent. Can we use temporary employees from the Explorer School to teach the management course? Yes, I'll bring them tomorrow to visit here. Understood. Aside from that, Sato. Finishing the work talk, Ms. Sebekia, who loosened her firm expression, changing back to party mode, talked to me. Our High Elf Sama frequently inquired about you. Do you have any idea? No, I don't. If they have some business with me, they can always call me through Ace-san, and the elf forest that was in danger of the space kaiju was of a different clan from Ms. Sebekia's, so I really don't have the slightest idea. Just in case, Sato is a human, right? Yes, of course. Even though I immediately replied to the puzzling question, I was puzzled myself in my mind. There were many cases where that confidence was lost recently, but my race is still written as human on the status screen. Ms. Sebekia nodded to my answer like she was satisfied, and drank the fairy wine on her hand. There's going to be a banquet in the Viceroy mansion tonight, so I excused ourselves from the drinking bout before the princess got downed. It seemed the princess was envious of Sira, who was carried by me with a princess carry. She leaned her head on my shoulder while behaving like a spoiled child during the short time the carriage was returning, and let out a happy sigh. There were still some times before the dinner, so I went alone to the mansion where people from Earl Sirihu were staying in the Labyrinth City. It seemed the Earl had told them about me. They easily received me. Training for management. Yes, the guild master has kindly agreed to it. Of course, the advisor, Ms. Sebekia, and the manager have pleasantly replied too. The civil official opened her eyes wide when she heard about the management thing. There were also some people who said, just how, or did he use the Marchioness's connections, in low voices. I plan to introduce the civil officials to Ms. Sebekia tomorrow morning. And for the on-site unit, the Mithril Explorer Party, Blue Flame Axe is going to teach them. Me Mithril. The captain of the on-site unit, Night Hens, stood up and kicked the chair down due to his surprise. The soldiers also began to rustle. The Blue Flame Axe that I mentioned is one of the parties that subjugated the floor master together with Gerald and his party. I tried negotiating with all prominent parties during my stay in the royal capital, but the Blue Flame Axe was the only one who willingly consented. Their reward is an introduction to a Kaguya firm. Using the letter of introduction I got from the first Prince Soltric back then, it seemed the members of Blue Flame Axe party ordered magic weapons and wands they wanted. I only intermediated them and loaned them money for their fund shortage. On top of securing personnels, I got them to experiment comment on the new weapons. There's no loss for me. Yes, let's have a formal introduction tomorrow morning. After telling so, I explain the route for the exploration with a map and the program to the Night Hens. Recovery potion made from Beria has been popularized, so there should be no problem even if we choose a slightly dangerous route. They have strong entourages too. Viscount Sama, we're lacking one magic soldier in this plan. Captain Rhiro, who's checking the documents beside Night Hens, asked about Xena-san, who wasn't included in the program. If I'm not mistaken, he's the direct superior of Xena-san. She's transferred over to the Tourism Ministry to act as a guard and also a secretary. Earl Sirihu and Marentale-san have consented to this, so please don't worry about it. Even though I told him so, Captain Rhiro's face still looked gloomy. Right then, Xena-san appeared along with the members of Xena Squad. The girls had horse transports, so they went back through the land route. Looks like they got to the labyrinth city at a good timing. Xena Squad's vice head, Iona, and 3 members, have returned to the labyrinth city. Ms. Iona reported not to Night Hens but Captain Hiro. I wonder if it's because he's their direct superior. After thanking them, Captain Hiro confirmed Xena-san, who's in military uniform, about the thing earlier. Why yes. There is no mistake. I was in the place when Earl-sama approved it. I see. Captain Hiro is finally convinced after Xena-san assured it. Some noisy voices sounded behind him. Is Xena-san alright alone? Do you want to go too? You did it, Xenaki. Now the mistress seat is certain for you. Every member of Xena Squad called out to Xena-san. Amazing, Viscount-sama is as great as Viscount Belton, isn't he? Responding to Lilio, a soldier girl called Gayana made a fuss. It's marrying to a rich man. Awesome. Treat me something next time, okay? The other female soldiers also cheered on Xena-san. On the other hand, gloomy mood of grudge and depression came flowing from the male soldiers. So there were really a lot of hidden fans of the plain cute Xena-san after all. 4 of us including Lady Karina went to the banquet and relished on the elegant dishes made by the Viceroy Mansion's chef. When I left my seat during the chat for the Nature's Call, the Marchioness informant contacted me, wearing maid clothes. So it seems you're engaged with the princess. I'm jealous. Leaving that aside, do you have any new information? I stopped the informant's lip service and urged her to cut to the chase. Some bad rumor would float around if I looked too close to a maid in the Viceroy Mansion after all. Have you heard that 3 kingdoms neighboring Holy Kingdom Parian united and attacked it 2 days ago? No, first time I've heard of it. As usual, she got information from the Western countries fast. It was a large army totaling at 60,000 troops. Past tense hey. According to the information that just came in, that large army was trampled down by the 10,000 strong Holy Kingdom Parian so-called Army of God, and they were repelled back to their own kingdoms. Good grief, please stop using such dangerous words like Army of God. I'm afraid that it'd really end up setting up a flag for a fight against the God's apostles. However, there's something I want to know first. By the way, do you know the reason why the 3 kingdoms united? It's an absurd story. The informant is hesitating to answer my question. After hesitating with suggestive behaviors, she opens her mouth. They claim that the Pope of Holy Kingdom Parian, Zazarus, is a demon lord. Apparently, my sightseeing tour won't start for a while. 14-3. At the Labyrinth City, 2. Satu's here. Incidents and plots are interlinked, so said the protagonist with unparalleled intelligence from a story. Just reading it is good and all, but when I'm actually getting rolled up in one, I'll go and strike the chains chalk. A new demon lord, hey. I write the information I heard earlier. The Pope of Holy Kingdom Parian, Zazarus, is a demon lord, into the memo pad. Viscount-sama, may I continue the talk? The female informant timidly interrupted when I was thinking while staring at the memo. It's quite rare for this my pace person to confirm me first. Continue. Yes, the matter on the western part of the continent has ended with the talk earlier, but I have 2 more information. Hey? Wasn't this person only in charge with the information from the western part of the continent? Thinking so, I urge her to continue. First, there's an eyewitness who saw demon in the labyrinth of a small kingdom located in the buffer zone of the Saga Empire, Youk Kingdom. The Explorer Guild of that kingdom seems to have squashed the spread of the information, so the story hasn't reached the king and its neighboring countries. Oi! Why do you know information that the king of this kingdom doesn't know? It seems she has guessed my thought. The female informant grins and laughs, then she continues the talk. That is because Retail-sama is good at using money. I see, someone that Marchioness Retail Ashinan has sent or bought on the site probably saw the demon in person. As Viscount-sama might have known, there's a high chance that a demon lord is the floor master in a labyrinth where demons are infesting. I earnestly implore Viscount Sama not to approach Youk Kingdom. I feel that there was some subtle accent on her words. It seems like she's somehow guessed that Nanashi and me are related. Yes, of course. Viscount Sama really doesn't show it on his face. It's all thanks to Poker Face Sensei. And, the other one. This time it's a rumor from the buffer zone between the Wese Elkin Empire on the eastern part of the continent and Shiga Kingdom. Famu, this time it's the eastern part. Hey. The Marchioness's eyes and ears are too wide. Her lineage nobility isn't just for show. Have the weasels started doing something again? No, they haven't done anything on the scale like when they started using mount-type golems to go to war 10 years ago. An unexpected information came out. I wonder if it's like golem tanks or golem horses. Don't tell me it's a manned mecha robot? I must go see it at least once. I write the plan with red text on the sightseeing tour plan. Do you know that the Wese Elkin Empire destroyed the kingdom of the Tigerkin and Lizardkin, and enlarged their territory? Yes, I know. The survivors of those ruined kingdoms have not only settled in the small kingdoms at the buffer zone, but they've also started to occupy the kingdom's towns and cities. Did they take over the buildings lent to them or did they invade them? I wonder which one is it. I was going to go there first as the sightseeing destination after I've stopped by at the duchy capital, but I'll think it over if going there means seeing heaps of bodies. So far this isn't something unusual even accepting the Demon Lord season, but invaders in one of those towns massacred the priests who refused to heal them. To massacre priests in a world where gods exist, reckless people do exist. This also happen often in an occupied territory, but the next day, the great majority of those invaders were turned into salt pillars. Salt pillars, hey! That's a divine punishment that appeared in the scriptures in my former world. A handsome man in white clothing appeared before the townspeople who were fearfully looking at those salt pillars and said, "This is a divine punishment." The townspeople asked who that man was, and the female informant pauses there and sees my reaction. When I sent her a glance to urge her to continue, the female informant shrugged her shoulders uninterestingly and continued the story. He introduced himself as an apostle of God Zakuan. God's apostle, hey! I've heard the name so many times before, but the real God's apostle or perhaps an impostor of the God's apostle has finally appeared. But well, in all likelihood, he's probably an impostor though. The female informant let out a sigh and shook her head. Do you have any basis for that? Yes, it'd be a different story if it was of the other gods, but someone who calls themselves as the apostle of the god Zakuan is definitely an impostor. The female informant stopped talking as if that was already adequate as an explanation. I'm sorry, but I'm not too informed in religious talk. Would you tell me the reason? It's not about religion, but the situation of the gods. 30 years ago, God Zakuan made the dragon god angry and was killed. In fact, the priests of Zakuan temple can't use holy magic, so god Zakuan shouldn't be revived yet. I see, so the source of holy magic is the god themselves, hey. By the way, they knew about made the dragon god angry part by asking the oracle Miko from other temples to ask the gods about it. It seems the gods here can easily revive themselves if they die. I finally understand how Aze-san could easily say, "There is no problem if you just kill the dragon god," when I confessed about it to her. Taking her longevity into consideration, it's probably like, the god is sleeping after catching a bit of cold. If that guy is an impostor, how did he turn the invaders into salt pillars? There's no such spell in my repertoire at least. There might be a forbidden spell for it, but as long as he's the same level as Shiga 33 wands, there are many other ways to easily make it happen. I urge the female informant who declared so to continue. It's possible to make salt pillars that look exactly like real people with earth magic to control salt. Then they just need to bury the invaders deep underground and the divine punishment is complete. Her reasoning is slightly forced, but it's certainly possible. I'm slightly bothered with the man that call himself God's apostle, but he's only avenging the killed priests anyway, so leaving him alone should pose no problem. I don't know whether the female informant's guess is correct or not, but even if he's the real thing, as long as he doesn't try to hinder my sightseeing tour or do the civilization suppression, I don't intend to have anything to do with him. If he get rid of demons and demon lords on his own, then that just means the decrease of the world's damage and my work. Leaving aside the fake apostle, I probably should investigate the demon in the Yoku Kingdom's labyrinth and the suspicion of the Pope being a demon lord. Once my businesses at the Labyrinth City is over, I should go check them out while also making moving points. Once the Marchioness's banquet is over, I stealthily visit the house of an older acquaintance of mine whom I've made an appointment with. Now then, what kind of business for you to visit so late in the night? You had asked for the presence of my wife beforehand so I could roughly guess it, but I'd like to clearly hear it from your mouth. Irritated with my late-night visitation, Baronet Daihokalai said so. His wife being beside him is as I've requested, but I don't know why Ms. Marion who's in dress is sitting between the couple. Well, it's a family problem anyway, there's no need to send her away. Then, I'll get to the point. When I said so, Marion gulped. It's slightly immodest, but it's not an etiquette breach enough for me to point it out. I take out a wood box from the magic bag beside me and present it to the Baronet Daihokalai. Please accept this. Don't forget to appraise it before using it. This is? Is this an engagement gift? Huh? Baronet Daihokalai asked while opening the wooden box. Strange. I should have written them a letter about the panacea beforehand. Perhaps the lowly maid whom I asked to deliver the letter had failed? No, doubting people is not a good thing to do. Dear. This is. The baronet's wife pointed her finger at the panacea bottle inside the wooden box with a feeble voice. To be exact, she's pointing at the bottle's label written in Shiga language as panacea. It's the medicine to recover the baronet's eldest son's goblin sickness. Panacea. How did you get such a valuable thing? I got it from a regular merchant. Actually, I made it myself. I asked the well-informed first-generation Yuuka to teach me the recipe, but it was a simple recipe where you just need to dilute elixir with low-grade magic potion for 100-fold. Normally it's impossible to get your hand on the elixir, so it only appears as a rare drop in labyrinths. Sir Pendragon. Would you be willing to give up this panacea? As expected, it'd be too brutal of me if I'm here only to show it off. Yes, of course. Please use it to treat your son. Thank you, Sir Pendragon. I will compensate this even if it takes me dozens of years. Baronet Daihokalai hugs me over the desk with his bony arms. I'm glad that they're pleased. However, dozens of years is too much. Leaving that aside, I don't intend to ask for money for an item I've prepared on my own accord. No, you don't need to pay for it. Then, it really is an engagement gift. Then, my daughter. No, my fiancée is enough with just Her Highness Princess. It was a bit rude, but I quickly interrupted Baronet Daihokalai. Using the princess as an excuse is too almighty. Using it too much would really force me to marry her though, so I have to be prudent with it. Is that so? Sir Pendragon has been intimate with my daughter, so I misunderstood. The mood feels like a funeral a bit. Does he really want her daughter to marry a viscount that much? It looks like Marion wants to be an explorer, so I think he shouldn't carelessly offer her for a marriage, but she looks dejected like her parent. Perhaps her maiden pride was hurt because of the rejection. As an apology, I'll give her the leather armor Mark I, which is of the same type as Xena-san's. That armor is fashionable, and an equipment specialized in defense despite looking like a normal leather armor, so she shouldn't worry about getting injury that would prevent her getting married. In addition, Baronet Daihokalai insisted to compensate the panacea no matter what, so I decided to borrow his personal connection for a bit. It's about the connection with the Labyrinth City's merchants, not the nobles. Among them, I'd ask him to introduce me to the retired old merchants who liked children, I'm thinking of regularly holding an event for them to play and teach the children the way to make building blocks and knitting baskets or the likes in the food distribution square. Once the children become a bit skillful, they probably won't have to wait for the food distribution with hungry stomachs anymore, and they get the alternative of going into dangerous labyrinth. The next morning, an invitation for celebrating Baronet Daihokalai's son recovery came. Unfortunately, it'll be in 5 days. I won't be present in the labyrinth city, so I won't be able to participate. Leaving that aside, it seems there are a lot of nobles' children who are suffering from the goblin sickness. I'll have Ikagoya firm to sell the medicine for a large sum of money. There's no need to hesitate with people who aren't acquaintances and have a lot of money. After writing a celebratory letter to Baronet Daihokalai, I went to greet the promised partners yesterday while bringing along Siriu Earldom civil official and military personnels. I had made the necessary arrangement beforehand, so the contract was completed without problem. I gave equipment that are of the same class as Marion's to the 3 people of Xena squad. Xena-san should now rest easy with this. When I got back to the mansion, several maids and orphanage children were looking up at the airship without getting tired. Do you want to get in it? Viscount-sama. I want to. Get in. I'm going to depart this afternoon, so people rushed to that suggestion. It's a ship. Will it fall? It's okay. Line up. Line up properly, Notisu. Young organisms, follow after me, so I command. Tama and Poke made the children to line up, and then Nana led them to the airship. The airship has force web to prevent people from falling, so there is no problem even if the children hang out on the top deck. There were a lot of them, so once the airship went around the labyrinth city once in a sightseeing flight, I instructed Nana to change them with the next children, and then I went back to the mansion. Master, the children on the list have gathered in the living room. Ah, thanks. Have you explained it to them? But of course. Bringing along Arisa, who replied reliably, I walked toward the living room. The children inside the living room are rapt in tensions not unlike job hunting students. You may relax. I think you've heard from Arisa already. I'm thinking of having you study in the childhood school of the Royal Academy if you wish to. Of course, Pendragon House will provide the tuition and living expenses during your stay. After completing the childhood school, I'm going to ask the ones who continue to the upper school and have good result to assist and become the model for the future children. In this place, there are 3 children who have succeeded to learn magic under Arisa and Mia's guidance, and 9 children who have learned to read and do basic arithmetic from among the orphanage children and the maids. As a reward for accomplishing that much in just several months, I suggested them to go study in the royal capital. Viscount-sama. I want to be a magician like Arisa and Mia-sama. Which is the shortcut, going to the royal capital school or working hard in the labyrinth with Pendera brothers? The boy who used magic to turn up skirts asked without being affected by the tension in the place. If you want to polish your skill in magic in a short amount of time, the shortcut is by going into the labyrinth. However, if you want to be a magician that's on the same level as Arisa and Mia, I think it's better if you properly study the basic in the Royal Academy before going into the labyrinth. If he wants to be a magician that can only use attack magic like in a game, then he should just raise his level in the labyrinth, but if he wants to use magic that are usable outside battles, it's better for him to study magic structure and the way to read spells. Okay. I'll go to the Royal Academy. I will go too. Me too. Once the boy who turned up skirts powerfully declared, the other children also expressed their will one after another. They will be going to the royal capital by riding a stagecoach in half a month. The enrollment for the childhood school was during the new year, but it's possible to accept new students as first years if they show results above a certain level. Moreover, I think the elf-loving headmaster will somehow help if they bring a recommendation letter written by Mia. After sending the children home, I call Ms. Mitruna and 3 senior maids among the lowly maids. Master, have you called for me? It'll be a bit long, so please have a seat. I offer a seat to Ms. Mitruna. I succeeded getting Ms. Mitruna, who firmly refused to take a seat after saying, "My neck will hurt if I continue to talk like this." I tell them that I want to dispatch several maids to the royal capital's mansion to learn more sophisticated maid technique. Of course, I don't want you to misunderstand that I have a problem with Mitaruna's teaching. Training children who didn't know anything to become maids in short amount of time is quite an accomplishment. I followed up like so since Ms. Mitaruna's face stiffened. In fact, it should have been impossible to raise them to this level with just the lowly maid's motivation. However, I've unexpectedly become an upper noble, so I'd like my employees to polish their techniques even more. I understand what Master is saying. I think these three should be able to endure the training in the royal capital. Head maid. The lowly maids are looking at Ms. Mitruna with teary eyes. Mitruna, you won't go to the royal capital. Yes, if Master permits, I'd like to take the role of raising the children that will be sent to the royal capital here. I see, not improving her own skill, but becoming their educator. Hey! She's quite the rare talent. I'll increase her salary for her training role. I'm counting on you, Mitruna. Yes, I will be doing my utmost to meet Master's expectation. Moderately okay. Thus, after having completed the businesses in the Labyrinth City, we departed to the duchy capital where the cooking contest is going to be held. Under the pretext of cheering for Lulu, the Labyrinth City group are also going to the duchy capital, and will be returning to the Labyrinth City through the land route once the cooking contest is over. In actuality, they're going to go in and out of the labyrinth through the island palace as the base, and then I will send them to the vicinity of the Labyrinth City after enough time has passed for the land travel to happen. Master won't participate in the cooking contest. I've been chosen as a special judge, you see. Apparently, its name is Pendragon Cup. Even Miracle Chef Cup would have been better than that. Then there's no need to hold back. I'll think of a dish that will tightly grab Master's heart. Wait, Arisa. Don't pull me that hard. Tasting. Poke will help with tasting too, Notisu. Following after Arisa and Lulu, Tama and Poke also went to Lulu's exclusive kitchen. Master, everyone has completed their preparation. Master, I want scarlet armor too, so I entreat. Liza and Nana appeared from the living room having done arming themselves. After the two, Sira, Zina-san, Lady Karina, and the princess, beauties wrapped in Hihiro-kan made scarlet armor showed up. This armor has auto-fitting functionality, so I didn't do any attractive size measurement. Sato-san, thank you for waiting. Is it alright for me to wear this splendid armor? The pressure on my chest is suffocating, Disuwa. It's like the knight that appears in Tales. After praising the four ladies, they look really good on you. I send them to the planned rearing site. It's the power leveling place where I raised Ikagoya firm's executives levels to 30. I've connected this to the permanent gate, so let them rest in the palace when they fall from the level up intoxication. Understood? Yes, Master. After giving instructions to Liza and Nana, I plug my ears from hearing the scream behind, and start the preparation to go out. Right now, Mia should be enjoying herself playing with the world's largest pipe organ in the concert hall next to the palace. Giving the children musical instruments to nurture their aesthetic sensitivity might be a good idea. I choose Equip, Kuro Magic on the magic column and transform to Kuro. Using this original magic, it doesn't only equip the clothing and mask, but also automatically set every kind of information like my name, occupation, and others in the exchange column. It's quite a handy magic for a careless person like me. Now that I've finished the change, let's check the two demon lords' places. 14-4. Youk Kingdom. Satu's here. Exterminating pest in my grandfather's countryside was already hard enough, but in another world the pest can even rout an army, so normal people can't do anything about them. It's like challenging bears or dinosaurs with farming tools after all. At first I was hesitating to choose which of the suspicions I would go first, but after contemplating the ease of movement, I decided on it. In Kuro figure, I went to a branch office of Ikagoya firm at the handy relay point in Kahanu Earldom. This place is a temporary building and no one from the executives is here. Oh wait, that white hair, are you Kuro-sama? Oh please don't surprise me like that. Don't mind it. The branch manager girl who just came into the room where I moved into with unit arrangement got surprised. She's a slave that the manager bought, but the manager highly valued her business and negotiation talent and entrusted her to be the branch manager. It seems she's been promised to be freed of her slave status if she can make this branch office prosper. There are some people who don't want to be freed like Tefaliza, but most of them want to be released by working. There's some wide difference in their desire. What business do you have today? Or maybe, have the report that I sent yesterday arrived already? Report? No, I haven't seen it. Is it important? No, it's just that one of the liquor brewing winery is on the verge of collapse. What, that kind of thing? Hui? No, wait. Is that the content of the report? Yes, it's of the liquor brand that the manager regularly stocks, so I'd like to ask whether we should intervene or not. Is it the blood of Lesseru? So Kuro-sama is aware of it. What kind of secret that cheap wine? I lightly threatened the probing branch manager girl. Curiosity killed the cat. This blood of Lesseru is a wine that the true ancestor vampire band who lives in the lower layer of the labyrinth likes. Investigating the demon lord is important, but I shouldn't neglect this either. He's a friend after all, and I'm indebted to him for many things. So, is it collapsing because of financial reason? If that's the case, then Ikagoya firm can just buy them. No, the villages where the wine is brewed seem to be in danger of annihilation because of monster outbreak. The territorial army of Earl Lesseru only exterminate monsters in the highways and the mines, so most rural areas far from the cities are doing terrible. I checked the map while listening to the branch manager girl. There's a few monsters along the roads and around the cities where the kingdom army was said to be sweeping, but the rural areas where monsters are wandering about have become danger zones. The monsters are all level 20 small fries, but expecting the villagers to exterminate them is impossible. The village's name? They're Hosbed Village and Subud Village. Checking on the map, ant-type monsters have made a nest on the mountain near Hosbed Village, while caterpillar-type monsters seem to have spread around the vicinity of Subud Village. Then I'll go exterminate them. Kuro-sama. After telling the branch manager girl, I moved to the mountain near Hosbed Village with teleport magic. With this teleport magic I can teleport to anywhere on the map that has been explored. It's extremely handy. Of course, teleport gate is the same too, but that one uses too much magic power. I think unit arrangement that can only be used in an area that I rule and places that I can see has its use case. Damn you ant bastards! Our vineyard that we've put so much. Tagwosa. Stop. You'll only die in vain fighting them with a hoe. I could hear such conversations from the wind blowing from the village. According to the radar, it seems that the vineyard located on the mountain foot is being attacked by ant monsters. I take out level 30 class magic orbs from storage and throw them on the ground. Create stone wolf. 10 bear-sized wolf stone statues are created from the center of the magic cores on the ground. These stone wolves are a type of golem. Eliminate the monsters attacking the village. After I gave them an order, the stone wolves ran at full speed toward the vineyard. Eliminating the monsters with remote arrows would have better cost/performance ratio, but thinking about the future, I decided to use the stone wolves. The battle had already ended when I arrived at mountain foot by walking leisurely. The ant monsters were only around level 10, they were no match against the stone wolves. The stone wolves, that have assembled silently, put the magic cores they've collected from the ants near my feet. There are 30 of them in total. Even though they were small fries, this is too many near a human habitat. Wouldn't the village get destroyed if I wasn't here? Are you the master of those stone wolves? That's right. The name's Kuro. I gave the stone wolves the order to raid the ant nest while replying the villagers. I do it just by designating the place on the map, it's truly easy. Magician-sama, where have those stone wolves gone to? The village mayor, who has good attires that appeared from behind the men, asked me politely. I let the stone wolves to go destroy the ant nest. I can't hand over these magic cores, but I won't take the materials from those monster bodies, distribute them to the villagers to use. I point at the ant bodies that the stone wolves have destroyed and leave them to the villagers. Protective gears made from ant shells have good defense despite being as light as leather armor, so they should be able to sell it at a good price to the armed dealers since the neighboring territory is having a civil war. I use the magic cores that I've just got for the create stone wolf like earlier, creating 30 medium dog-sized stone wolves. They're inferior compared to the stone wolves from earlier, but they should be stronger than your average soldiers. It should be enough for the village defense. I order the stone wolves to protect the vineyard, and to patrol the vicinity and destroy any monster. Just in case, I grant the village mayor a restricted right to command them. I'm giving you these stone wolves to protect the vineyard. Make use of them to exterminate monsters. Such expensive magic servants, is it? Expensive? Considering the magic core price, all of them aren't even 1 gold coin worth, you know? Don't mind it. My acquaintance habitually drinks the liquor made from this village's grapes. I did this for that person. It wasn't an order from Earl Lesseru. I have nothing to do with Earl Lesseru, but he's not small-minded enough to complain about a village being saved from a threat. No, that restless youngster might loathe it if the populace show gratitude to someone besides him. However, if Earl Lesseru complains, tell him to direct that to the house of Duke Mitsukuni. D. Duke House. If I'm not mistaken, it's greater than Earl-sama. Ignoring the surprised village mayor, I carve the stone wolves with the crest of Duke Mitsukuni House using magic. The crest of Duke Mitsukuni House is 2 intersecting tennis racket. Mito probably picked rackets from the Tenny X Hero manga from where the name Yamato came from. Stone wolf leaders have accomplished the order. Shifting to standby mode. Log listed that the stone wolves have completed their mission. This is quite convenient. Well then, goodbye. I expressly used fly magic by chanting, went to the ant nest through the sky where the stone wolves were waiting, and collected the bodies and the magic cores. When I was entering the cave, I invoked astro suit magic that I once used in the void sky, avoiding the stench. This magic has very good usability. Using the magic cores I got here, I saved the second village and got a lot more magic cores. Of course, I also left the deployed stone wolves to protect the second village like the first, so the vineyards should be peaceful from now on. I slightly digressed, but since there's still some time before noon, I head toward Youk Kingdom through the air lane. I inadvertently got near the battlefield when I was passing through Basthal Dukedom along the way and got chased by the Wyvern Riders. I immediately lost them once I changed from fly to flash drive, but I'll have to be careful in choosing my flight course next time. Just in case, I searched Basthal Dukedom, but there wasn't any demon nor unique skill user there. There were unusually many tamers and beast riders, but I couldn't find a particularly suspicious point, so it's probably a territory that offer those kinds of jobs. There was a huge lake, 5 times the size of Lake Biwa near the duchy capital. I'd like to go visit there with everyone once the war is over. And then, I finally arrived at the group of small kingdoms after crossing the border mountain range. I made a slight error, as I didn't arrive at Youk Kingdom but at a town of a mountain kingdom called Zeriok Kingdom. According to the Tourism Ministry's document, it seems to be an idyllic kingdom that specializes in wool products. Famu, the specialty products here are the lamb steak and the sheep milk liquor hui. According to the Prime Minister's gourmet guidance, the lamb steak is superb, and once you get used to the quirky sheep milk liquor, you just can't stop. I was slightly tempted to pick them up, but let's enjoy that for later. For the revisit purpose, I built a house in a desolate place deep in the mountain using Create Safe House magic. It's an original magic created by remodeling the Create House magic from before. The inside is a normal house, but it looks like a dilapidated house covered in ivy on the outside. Moreover, it's hidden into the surrounding once you get slightly away from it, so unless you have something like my map, or are very lucky, finding this retreat should be difficult. Leaving behind the tempting memories of Zeriok Kingdom, I head toward the neighboring kingdom. For some reason, there are areas that are ruled by monsters in the border, or rather the gap between kingdoms. Apparently, when a strong monster above certain level continues to rule the source, the area becomes its dominion. It's like a grand strategy simulation game. Passing through such monster domains, I enter the next kingdom. According to the Tourism Ministry map, this is the Guruoke Kingdom, where a lot of woodworks and coals exist. It seems that the furnitures made by master craftsmen of this kingdom are famous even in Shiga Kingdom and Saga Empire. Furnitures touring the workshops of European-style antique furnitures sounds fun. According to the document, this Guruoke Kingdom has symbiotic relationship with the neighboring Deer Folkkin and Squirrel Folkkin. Deer Folkkin offer military force to Guruoke Kingdom, and get food supply as the compensation. Looking at the map, it seems there's a lot of Squirrel Folkkin working away from home as furniture craftsmen. There are monster-ruled domains between Guruoke Kingdom and my destination Yououk Kingdom too. This one seems to be a wyvern domain. The wyverns that circle the sky near the mountaintop found me and raised vigilant cries. A wyvern as big as a lesser dragon takes along several wyverns with it to ride the updraft air current heading toward me. It's full of impact, looks like one scene in a movie. Wyverns are bad news, aren't they? I quickly exterminate them with laser magic while leaving only a pair of young wyverns. The reason why I didn't eliminate them all is because the monster domains might be helping in restraining war. I was interested with the white peak near the wyvern nest, so I went to see it while also collecting the bodies in the air. All of these white things are dragon white stone. Apparently, dragon white stones are something created from wyverns' dungs that have undergone change. It's interesting that the material that comes from wyverns that carry deadly poison is also an ingredient of the all-purpose antidote. I use earth magic to roughly cut the dragon white stone and collect them into storage. With this many, it could last 1,000 years for the Labyrinth City use. After finally arriving at Yououk Kingdom, I use all map exploration. Since this Yououk Kingdom has absorbed Orisa's homeland, it's larger than small kingdoms I've been to so far. There are 2 cities and 7 towns. There's hardly any demi-human even as slaves. It seems to be a kingdom that's mainly of humans. Just like the maps I've been through so far, let alone Demon Lord, there's not even any demon nor anyone with unique skill. Of course, there's no one with possessed condition nor Demon Lord sympathizer either. The eyewitness said that he saw the demon in the labyrinth. After all, judging it as a false report is too early. I built a retreat in a mountain for emergency use. I've already built some in the neighboring kingdoms and the wyvern domain, but just in case. While under optical camouflage skill, I head toward the ruin of Kyobuku Kingdom's royal castle where the Yououk Kingdom's labyrinth is. This is terrible. The main part of the royal castle has disappeared, and 3 towers next to the castle wall have collapsed. The only tower remaining is destroyed on its base too, and there's no one inside. According to Orisa, it was a greater demon's attack, so the damage might be little considering. Lesser City was virtually destroyed by a mid-demon after all. Now then, there are a few presences of human in this ruined castle site. According to the map info, those people have adventurer occupation. To be exact, they seem to be adventurers that belong to Yououk Kingdom Labyrinth Bureau Adventurer Guild. It seems they're managing people who go in and out of the royal castle, or rather the labyrinth, through the Adventurer Guild building located in one section of the castle site. Observing them, I see that the staff members are checking the adventurer's badge in the labyrinth entrance. I can enter the labyrinth if I just use optical camouflage and magic essence camouflage. But since it seems that the adventurer's badge is issued on the same day just like at the Labyrinth City Selbra, I decide to go through the normal route. I land in a shade near the ruined castle and release optical camouflage skill. Hey, Uni-san over there, won't you play with Cuckoo? A little girl of middle school age tried to pick me up when I went out of the shade. The power of foreigner celebrities' face is amazing. Handsome men go explode. It's at the level where you want to say that. Just like what Arisa has said, the language of this kingdom feels like Shiga Kingdom's dialect. How about it? Just one small silver coin, you see. Apparently, she's not picking me up, but selling herself. I don't have this kingdom's currency, but Saga Empire's and Shiga Kingdom's one should be usable. It's not like I can't pay, but the girl is a bit too young to sell herself. Sorry, but I have no interest in little girl. When I was about to leave after telling her so, two bad-looking boys appeared from the opposite street. Ooh! Ya want to go for free after putting your hands on our cuckoo? Heh, I'll let ya off with your life if you leave all your money, all right. They came out a bit too fast, but it seems these guys are playing the badger game. In other words, I can go if I beat you guys up. Humph! Ya think ya can win against this Jido Bado brothers? Since the two boys affirmed my question, I lightly kicked them away. They sunk into a deserted house's wall, but since the little girl called Kuko went to them, leaving them should be fine. Registration, is it? Then please put your hand on this judgment board and say your name. When I asked the beautiful Adventurer Guild receptionist, I was made to touch a Yamato stone they call judgment board. I thought of using Kuro's level, but it seemed like level 50 would make them be on guard, so I lowered the level to 20 before touching the Yamato stone. I'd look unnatural if I was empty-handed like usual, so I'm currently equipped with an iron short sword on my waist. Is this all right? My level 20, you're amazing. Moreover, not only you have one-hand sword skill, you also have magic skill. The receptionist said that in a loud voice. At the same time my levels and skills appeared on the Yamato stone. What about your duty of confidentiality? Oi! Ah, I'm sorry. Oh me! Judging from the receptionist, who doesn't look like she's sorry, rather than being careless, it seems that she did it deliberately to inform the spies of Youk Kingdom in this place. Even after taking the adventurer badge and leaving the guild, those spies didn't make any movement, so it seems that I'm off the hook from their vigilance. I show the adventurer badge written with F at the labyrinth's entrance. It seems that the adventurer's badge uses AF alphabet due to the influence of the first-generation Saga Empire's Hiro. Apparently it's the tradition to use the alphabet rank that he used in the first adventurer guild of Saga Empire he built. Humph, F rank hui. Stop at the goblin in the first floor. Goblin mages and goblin riders appear from the 5th floor. Don't approach them ever, you'll die, you know. Thank you for the advice. The gatekeeper with arrogant tone offered a kind advice. After thanking the gatekeeper, I set foot into the labyrinth. Dark. It seems that the floor isn't emitting dim light here, unlike the labyrinths in Selbera and Siriuhu cities. It feels like the ruined labyrinth in the duchy capital instead. The labyrinth's name is Goblin Labyrinth, ruin after all. According to Arisa, it seems to be a labyrinth that once lost its dungeon core and got revived. There are probably many functions that haven't been restored yet. After walking for a bit, I obtained the labyrinth's information with all map exploration. It seems there are around 51 floors. Each floor is about 3 times as big as the narrow Siriuhu city's demon labyrinth S. Found it. There's a demon lord in the lowest floor as the dungeon master. Now then, let's get it done quick. The lunch that Lulu especially made would get cold if I don't clean this up quick after all. 14-5. Youk Kingdom, 2. Satu's here. Meeting relatives during homecoming after a long while is fun. However, according to my childhood friend, it was the penance time for marriage bashing, she grumbled. I investigate the detailed information of the demon lord that I found in the Goblin Labyrinth under Youk Kingdom's royal castle. Besides the demon lord title, the demon lord has some other strange titles, such as gambling addict, debt king, good-for-nothing father. His race is Great Onikin, ogre, level 55 and only one unique skill, all or nothing. I've heard that having only one unique skill rarely turns one into a demon lord, so he probably had two initially, one which was given to Shinboy, Master Wizard. Liza alone might be able to defeat him right now. In addition, I don't see any greater demon and there's only one mid-demon on standby near the Demon Lord. There are lesser demons situated in labyrinth management rooms located in floor 10 to 30, with each room having one demon. It's like a masterpiece dungeon game from years ago. This labyrinth is mostly occupied by demi-goblins and rat-type monsters. There are also demi-ogres, first time I've seen the type, prowling in the deeper floors. Looking at it from an explorer's point of view, this is an extremely unprofitable labyrinth. You can only get money from magic cores and hides from the rat-type monsters. Perhaps it's because of that the adventurers in this labyrinth generally have low levels. Most are less than level 30, and the only ones higher than that is the party that have gotten to floor 48. It seems that other parties besides that one are only on par with up to level 20 enemies in floor 29. The reason is probably the level 40 demi-ogre rift mid-boss in floor 30. There he is. Are we really going to kill him? Of course. He almost killed us, you know. I heard familiar voices of boys and girl from behind. Apparently, they've resentfully chased after me. It's probably the effect of the girl's pursuit skill. They could just have become guards. A strong-sounding monster, demi-goblin berserker, is approaching from the front, but it's only one monster and its level isn't that different from their levels. They should be able to do something about it if they're really adventurers. I teleport to floor 48 where the farthest adventurer party is before both sides could get to me. I want to recommend them to evacuate since there's a possibility they get swallowed up in my battle with the Demon Lord. The party's leader is a level 53 magic warrior with Hiro's attendant as the title. I didn't know that there was such an old woman among Hayato's companions who are all young beauties. Her companions are 1 level 36 holy knight, 6 heavy knights, 2 magicians, 2 priests, 1 scout and 4 baggage carriers. Leaving out the baggage carriers, the average level is 31, quite high. Looks like the top rankers are reasonably high-leveled even though it's a labyrinth of a small kingdom. They'd be surprised if I suddenly teleport in front of them, so I went to the room 2 rooms away from them. The reason why I didn't go to the adjacent room is because the slave baggage carriers are there. Monster! Did it break through Master's monster barrier? The moment I stepped into the room where the slaves were, I got attacked with small fireballs as though I was a monster. Looks like they have fire wands for self-defense. I ignore the fireballs, move before the slaves with ground shrink, and take the dangerous toys away from them. Calm down. I am a human. Hearing me, the slaves promptly jumped back and took the short spears leaning on the mountain of baggage. Since their levels are more than 20 and they have spear and life magic skill, they're probably reasonably confident with their skills. I can beat them up first before talking to them, but I'd feel guilty like I'm taking their spoils in the labyrinth. Show us your adventurer badge. Here. I followed their demand and threw them the adventurer badge I just made. F-rank adventurer. Tisk, a fake adventurer badge. Hey. Looks like they've become needlessly more wary even though I followed their demand. Oh? The luminous point of a heavy knight in the next room has disappeared. There were only 1 demi-ogre lord and 2 demi-ogre guards in the room they were in before, but now 30 demi-ogre executioners have appeared before I knew it. It's probably the demon lord's doing as the dungeon master, but he's too eager to kill them. Sorry, but there's no more time to play around. While saying that to the slaves, I neutralize them with the interpersonal suppression magic, sound pressure. I instantaneously move to the locked door that connects to the next room, and forcefully kick it. It was a bit rough, but using unlocking magic would be too slow, so there was no helping it. Xana, withdraw while protecting Jeff's back. Understood. Bloom Bassin 2, quick. Who's a Bassin? They're still struggling hard even while being surrounded by 3-meter-tall demi-ogres wielding pitch-black axes. Unfortunately, another one of the luminous points disappeared. The old female magic warrior called Bloom aims for the demi-ogre's legs tendon to slow down their pursuit using a great sword with blue blade. I thought it was a holy sword for an instant, but since it's emitting red light, it's probably a kind of magic sword. Torin and Silj, fight with me against these axe monkeys. You serious? I got the short end of the stick. I'll give you 1 bag of gold coins for every ogre you defeated, get onto it. Now then, I'm sorry for them who have gotten fired up, but I'll clean this up quick. I mark the positions of the demi-ogres on the map. Invoke intermediate earth magic iron toss. Telephone pole-sized iron cones appear from below the demi-ogres, skewering them one after another. Hoarse screams of the demi-ogres are echoing in the hall, but it doesn't look like I'm getting any language skill. Wah, magic! Looking at the screaming demi-ogres that raised cloud of dust and the iron cones beyond the dust, Ms. Bloom turned to look behind while voicing her surprise. Yet none stops their feet moving toward here, probably to get themselves away from the carnage. The screams disappear before long, I see skewered bodies behind the cloud of dust. Gross. It's not a scene I really want to see, so I extend my magic hand and collect their bodies along with the iron cones into the storage. I left the bodies of demi-ogre guards that they've defeated and demi-ogre lord that should have been defeated alone. Did you defeat them? That's right. It might have been an unnecessary meddling, but I have some business here you see. No, you really saved us. Ms. Bloom Jolberg talks like a man, but she's quite a beauty. She's more than 88 years old, I'd have loved to meet her 60 years ago. According to the map info, it seems she's the mother of Zeph Jolberg, the chief of Shiga 8 Swords. Are you the new apostle or the new hero of Saga Empire? No. I have a question too, are you not the attendant of Hiro Hayato? Han? Me, that brat Hayato's attendant? What a joke. Apparently, I've guessed wrongly. I'm an attendant of the previous hero. By previous, that means the one who fought the Demon Lord 66 years ago. Still being in active duty when she's nearing her 90, that's amazing. Ho, one of the heroes who exterminated the Demon Lord. Are the others still active too? No way. The only ones alive are the Saintess Ryri and the Elf C. Ryri has grown old that she rarely goes out of the holy sanctuary. C is fine but she's retired now and should be working to earn her keep. That girl never liked fighting after all. By C I wonder if it's Sebekia of the Labyrinth City? The head Maiko of Tinyan Temple said that she was an attendant of the previous hero, so the Saintess Ryri must be her. She probably got the name, Tinyan when she became the head Maiko. When I was considering such a thing, one of her companion reservedly called her Bloom Basin. Kairu and Gots couldn't make it. I see. Those two were excellent shield users. The young male scout who checked their death companions reported with a grim face. There's no way we can challenge the dungeon master without any shield user. Right, even if Bloom Basin is strong. Two spear users made timid remarks, but I think their levels aren't enough to challenge the dungeon master even if they're at full party. Before all that, the opponent is not a common dungeon master but a demon lord though. Xana, use the teleport scroll and take everyone back. After contemplating, Ms. Bloom ordered one of the knights. Looks like they're preparing to escape from the labyrinth. What's Bloom Basin going to do? I'll go see the dungeon master with this white-haired Nii-san. Don't be absurd, Bloom Basin. You can't win with two people no matter how powerful of a magician that person is. Somehow they're continuing the conversation without me. Wait, I do not intend to take you along. I'm useful you know. My swordsmanship is as good as a Shiga 8 swords, and my lightning magic won't lose to the old man lightning from Siriu Earldom. In addition, I can even use holy magic up to intermediate level. Does a level 50s have that many skills? It might be possible with blessing orbs or gifts. That's amazing, but you're just a drag. You want to see my skill? She's quite quick to snap. Why do you want to see the dungeon master that much? in order to ascertain whether this labyrinth's master is a demon lord or not. What are you going to do once you're certain? Isn't it obvious? I'll send that information to the current generation Hiro. I see, she's not someone suicidal who wants to seek her place of death by fighting the demon lord. Looking at her level, it should be quite a close battle, but since demon lords use unreasonable cheating techniques, you can't fight them unless you have a certain leeway. However, she did arrive here, right before the battle site after all, she has the qualification to at least see the demon lord. Very well. I will take only you. Thank you. I'm Bloom Jolberg. I'll thank you plenty once we get back on the ground. Once it was settled, her companions teleported away one after another, leaving most of their baggage. Due to the limit of the scroll, they didn't teleport to the ground, but to the safe area in floor 29. Now then, let's what are you doing? This is a scarecrow for scouting a bit. Bloom Basson, who came back from taking some baggage outside the hall, tilted her head in puzzlement looking at a full body armor in front of me. This armor is a spare from the time when I was making bronze golems. I use this with create golem magic to turn it into a golem. In addition, I put a disguise mask and a casted holy sword on it, complete. I'm thinking of teleporting this to the dungeon master room where the demon lord is with the space magic teleport an object to check the demon lord's unique skill. It might be too cautious against a level 50 demon lord, but his unique skill's name all or nothing sounds ominous, so this is just an insurance. Teleport an object. Once my long chanting is over, the scout golem disappeared from the room. Next, I use clairvoyance and clair-hearing magic chantlessly to share the scout golem's sight and hearing. There I see. Dash away. G go away. You damn hero. I am a. I can hear the demon lord who sounds like he's gone mad through the magic. I saw a Japanese-style ogre, ONI, with violet-colored body hair shrinking away as if he was afraid of the bronze scarecrow. The demon lord's eyes are fixated on the casted holy sword. The demon lord's body is wrapped in violet light. Afterward, light covers my view through the clairvoyance, and a bursting-like explosion can be heard through the clair-hearing. What? This sound and vibration looks like there's really a demon lord here. Ms. Bloom shows a fearless smile and then she begins to put support magic on herself and me. However, that was a pointless action. I look at the sentence that appeared on my log. Title: Demon Lord Slayer Great Oni King acquired. Apparently the demon lord has blown himself. Since I saw a violet light through clairvoyance, I hurriedly jumped to the dungeon master room with teleport magic chantlessly. Tat old fart done and blew himself. Ya can't win if ya blee. I cut the god's fragment, who was floating away toward the roof while grumbling, with the divine sword. After confirming that the violet light has been absorbed into the divine sword, I put the sword back to the storage. The mid-demon that was in this room seems to have been killed in the demon lord's explosion. A broken dark red magic core is lying on the corner of the room. Two huge spheres are lying on one part of the room. According to AR reading, they're a fake core and a doom core. Since the fake core is scattering sparks like it's going to explode and the doom core begins to spill black mist that looks cursed, I quickly stow them away into my storage. If I'm not mistaken, according to Arisa, a dungeon core should be in the room of the dungeon master, but it doesn't seem to be here. Right when I put the doom core into the storage, red luminous points lit up in the next room. According to the map, there are a king mummy and several mummies. Even though it's a king mummy, it doesn't seem to be related with corpse who's living in Selbera Labyrinth's lower layer. Arisa's family. Hey! I set foot into the next room. The mummies are approaching me while letting out voices of resentment. Unfortunately, conversation doesn't seem to be possible even though he's a king mummy like corpse is. I thought of cremating them with fire magic firestorm, but I should ask Sira to purify them with advanced magic. After reporting to Ms. Bloom and taking her to the dungeon master room through the normal route, she believed me just like that. She was surprised to see me using magic chantlessly, but she was convinced that I'm a reincarnated person by her own volition. I sent her back to her companions now that she had completed her objective, and then I went away to handle the remaining business. Now that I've defeated the demon lord who was the dungeon master, it seems I've become the ruler of this labyrinth, and I can move here with unit arrangement. Taking advantage of this, I eliminated the remaining lesser demons and collected the documents written in devil language that were in their rooms. Using unit arrangement, I moved to Selbera's labyrinth where Sira and the others are. Sita-san. Sira, who's noticed me, gracefully steps toward me. The princess and Lady Karina are sitting on simple chairs being exhausted from level-up intoxication, while Xena-san is looking after them. Master, we have completed the quota of this room. Master, hoping for supply through magic power circulation. Liza, who burned the hiding cockroaches with magic edge cannon, and Nana, who smashed them with shotgun-type acceleration gun, reported back. Thank you for your work. Let's have a lunch. After telling that, I take everyone back to the solitary island palace. I cancelled the permanent teleport gate. Without telling what happened in the morning, we all enjoyed a delightful lunch. Arisa, Lulu, and also Sira-san, can I have your time for a bit? This is quite rare of Master. I show the adventurer badge to Arisa, who looks curious. This is an adventurer badge. I want one too. Hey, where? Her expression froze when she saw the branded mark Youk Kingdom Labyrinth Bureau Adventurer Guild behind the badge. So you went there? To that labyrinth? Yeah, and I have something to talk about that. I tell her about the mummies. So I'd like to ask Sira-san to purify them. Yes, please leave it to me. Sira, who guessed the mood, purposefully said it in a bright tone. Arisa and Lulu, what do you want to do? I'll take you along if you want to see them, but if it's hard for you, you can just visit the graves once it's all over. I'm going. It's the duty of the living to mourn the dead. I'm going too. I had only ever talked with the king a few times, but he's still Arisa's and my father. Arisa clearly asserted her wish to go with us after wiping her tears with her arm. Lulu, who comforted Arisa, nodded while supporting her. Then, let's go. I take the three to the labyrinth's underground with unit arrangement. Hey, Sira-sama. Could you please recite the Requiem spell once? Why? I have to use a lot of magic power for Requiem, so I won't be able to use it until tomorrow if I use it even once, you know. Sira frowned to Arisa's sudden question. I'm asking you to. I cannot refuse if it's Sita-san's request. I somehow understood what Arisa wanted to do, so I asked for her too. Even if it doesn't turn out as Arisa wishes, I can just supply magic power and ask Sira once again. Sira ends her Requiem-like long spell. I've memorized it. Arisa sheepishly muttered. Then, let's go. I hold Arisa's shoulders and go to the room where the mummies are waiting. It's been a while, father. Not like I've ever called you that. However, I want to call you father, not your majesty, in the end. I-chans too, forgive me for being late. I hold back the mummies with the advanced force magic arm. I drain magic power of the mummies who are going to use magic sometimes, and destroy the attack magic that have been successfully invoked with break magic. It's fine today, right? Yeah. After finishing her farewell, Arisa looked up at me to check. When I consented, Arisa muttered thank you. 2 violet light ripples ran on Arisa's body. It's probably the unique skills never give up and over boost. I also choose some support magic like magic boost and magic quality up from my magic column, and use them on Arisa. Requiem. The room is basked in blue light once Arisa finishes the long spell. The mummies stop moving and begin to fall apart, turning into golden sands. I somehow see smiles on the mummy faces. Arisa. Ah, father, mother. I-chans too. Figures of the king, the queen, and the princes that resemble Arisa can be seen overlapping the crumbling golden sands. A kind-looking and a cheeky-looking princes wave their hands toward Arisa and then disappear. I couldn't hear them, but I understand that they were saying that they love Arisa. That king patted Arisa's head with his transparent hand, and then extended that hand toward Lulu. Your Majesty. The king's soul showed a slightly lonely expression hearing Lulu, but he gently patted Lulu's head. Lulu, say father. Why yes. Father. It feels strange somehow. Father, I and Arisa are living happily, so. That's right. We're lovey-dovey with our beloved person every day, so wait in heaven in peace. Joining Lulu, Arisa put up a bravado without even wiping her flooding tears. The bodies of the two people are becoming more transparent while looking relieved. Before they disappear, the king made a tapping gesture on my shoulder. As their current guardian, I nodded to the king, and then the king and the queen disappeared while looking content. I wonder if they get to rest in peace. I'm sure that they're in peace. Mother is also waiting over there, so they must be all right. Lulu nodded to Arisa's words. Come to think of it, they told me that Lulu's mother, Lily, died protecting them when the castle was attacked. Arisa wanted to stop by, so we teleport to the public cemetery where Lulu's mother is resting with unit arrangement by seeing it through the retreat. After praying and offering a bundle of flowers on the public cemetery where Lulu's mother is resting, we moved to one of the ruined windowed tower of Kyobuku Castle. Apparently, Arisa was living in that tower during her imprisonment. Then I'll go to the tower, you can stroll the town. I'll contact you with telephone magic once I'm done. Should I help you carry them? You can't. The tower is full of a maiden's secret. Arisa disappeared into the tower with a bravado smile. Her teleport destination is probably the tower's window. I'm interested in what is left in the tower when she's down like that, but since she doesn't want to show me, I'll let her do what she wants. Now then, why don't we take a stroll in the town around the castle while waiting for Arisa? Yes, allow me to guide. Lulu begins to walk while leading my hand. Sira, who's grasping my other hand, asks me with a low voice. Sato-san, is it alright for us who should be moving in the airship to show ourselves in front of people? Don't worry about it. I casually reply and pass recognition inhibition veils to Sira and Lulu. I'm wearing a recognition inhibition bandana as Sato myself. Sira doesn't like to go with me when I'm Kuro. Master, this is baked soba. It looks like galette, doesn't it? It's a dish where soba flour is baked and then added with finely chopped pickles. I don't think it's that tasty, but since Lulu is eating it while looking nostalgic, let's not fuss over minor details. It doesn't seem to suit Sira's palate, her face looks complicated, so I give her leftover to a little girl who's looking at it enviously. When I look closer, there's a lot of dirty children here. Come to think of it, this is the capital of a defeated country. Hey. I ask Lulu to guide us to the nearby temple. Like I said, we'll donate the pay later. You can't. All adventurers are people who shirk payment, so we won't heal without an advance payment. The badger game girl who chased me to the labyrinth is disputing with a priestess in front of the temple. The bleeding boys who are with her looks like they don't have the willpower to participate in the dispute, they're just limping on the ground. Looking at the AR reading, their life doesn't seem to be in danger. Cuckoo, Jido, Bado. Lulu muttered beside me. I thought she knows them and was surprised when I saw the girl's detailed information. Looks like she's the little sister of Lulu's male cousins. Since Lulu's face looks pale behind the veil, I judge that they don't have a good relationship, so I pass through them and go to the receptionist for donation. Oh my, to give this much donation. The priestess whose cheeks are loosened grips my hands and cries tears of joy. I feel ashamed seeing her to be that happy receiving several gold coins. I'm planning to donate to other temples and orphanages, so I only give a few in each places. O pious people, may the God bless you. Bless. The priestess gave blessing to me and Lulu while shedding tears. Sira didn't come with us due to religious reason. Holy magic, Garlean belief skill acquired. I got a new skill thanks to the priestess's bless. I have no plan to use it, so the point assignment is for later. Wait. The rich guy over there. Give some to us too. When we went out of the temple, the girl called Kuko who was disputing with the priestess in the entrance grasped Lulu's shoulder. Her finger caught Lulu's veil, removing it. Dash ah! Lulu. The two look at each other. However, that didn't lead to a conversation. Boom, Kuko was thrown to the ground. Lulu, whose shoulder was caught, threw Kuko away with the support from her self-defense skill. I retrieved Lulu's veil from the fainted girl and put it on Lulu. You Any injury? Are you injured anywhere? No, this girl excels in martial art, you see. The priestess from the donation desk rushed out and asked if we are injured. She did not take any notice to the fainted Kuko and the fallen boys below. I bid farewell with a smile and toured the town while donating. Along the way, we heard a thunderous roar from the direction of the castle, but I could somehow guess the reason, so we continued without minding it. Thank you for waiting, I've done the cleanup. The roaring sound earlier was really Arisa. Cleaning up my black history was too much work, so I erased them all together with the tower with disintegrate. No one got injured, right? But of course. Arisa-chan never make a blunder. After receiving Arisa's report, we continued the tour with 4 people and then we went back to the solitary island. It's home sweet home. Oh Arisa! We've only stayed here once. Lulu retorted to Arisa's cliched words. They looked like their usual selves, but they somehow seemed like they were forcing themselves, so I lent my chest for the 2 to sleep on today. Arisa. Zzz. I catch the head of Arisa who's trying to slip into my shirt. Dash, I won't sleep with you if you're going to sexually harass me. Non-neen. Apparently, Arisa is tougher than I thought. After lightly whacking Arisa's head, I strongly hug her to sleep so that she won't harass me. During midnight, Arisa and Lulu sleep-talked while shedding tears. I use mind magic's good night on them and then wipe their tears with my finger. I sent don't worry hand signal to Tama and Poka who looked really worried. The 2 nodded and then sent understood signal. Judging from the futon movement, the other girls seem to be worried too. I'll be investigating the Demon Lord in the Holy Kingdom Parian tomorrow, I should get some sleep soon. I'd like to go to Holy Kingdom Parian without any trouble. 14-6. Holy State Parian revised. Satu's here. Crisis comes when I've forgotten about it. Things like finding myself not being able to answer the last question of a test that should have been easy, it was quite unnerving. Arisa wasn't there when I woke up in the morning. Lulu, who should have been sleeping beside me, is also missing. Ah! Master, you woke up. And I was just going to give you a wake-up kiss. Arisa showed up wearing an apron on the entrance. She looks more cheerful than usual. Nice smell. Smells sweet nanodesu. Hot cake. The youth troupe raise their bodies on the bed. I made hot cakes today with Lulu's help. Good job. Arisa is amazing nodesu. NN, respectable. Now, wash your faces. Let's have a breakfast. Arisa urged everyone to get off the bed with a theatrical tone. Nana, you should get up. Master, another 5 minutes. I shook the shoulders of Nana who was still sleeping even then. She hugged my arm to her breast while saying another 5 minutes. She was clinging to Mia just a while ago, she probably missed her body warmth. Guilty. The sullen Mia quickly snatched away my happiness. Mia mercilessly shakes Nana to wake her up and then pulls her arm toward the washroom. Liza did a morning practice so she looks like usual. I fix my appearance with the personal grooming advanced magic and report the yesterday's detail to my connections. I had conveyed a demon lord got destroyed to Ikagoya firm and the royal castle when I defeated the demon lord, but I didn't touch the detail. I connected the king, the prime minister, Ikagoya firm, and me with telephone. The sound mode is of Nanashi. Since I previously changed my tone to sound arrogant like Kuro, I have to be careful not to mix them up. Thus, the demon lord who was also the dungeon master of Youk Kingdom Labyrinth had blown himself. There were something called fake core and doom core inside the labyrinth. I can understand the fake core, but what kind of thing is doom core? The Prime Minister asked. I answer while reading the document I've confiscated from the lesser demon on the menu. Doom core is an apparatus that can effectively produces monsters by gathering curses and grudges. I convey the information written in the demon document. It seems that it had collected grudges from the former royal family before it was installed in the labyrinth. This might be groundless, but perhaps the royal capital was left in poor state in order to collect negative emotions from the surface. In addition, it seems the fake core was used to cultivate gaba fruits which were needed to breed demi-goblins. The demon document also details about the reinstallation of traps inside the labyrinth. Demi-goblin trappers work independently. It seems the demi-goblins and the rats in that labyrinth were not all produced by the labyrinth, but some were brought in from outside. Although it's not written in the demon document, it seems the demi-ogres in the lowest floor were brought in from outside too. From now on, Youk Kingdom's labyrinth is most likely going to gradually decline, and will eventually wither. I tell them my plan today once that matter is over. I am thinking of investigating Holy State Parian today. Then we will the necessary documents for the investigation. Thanks. I'll stop by and take it later. The Prime Minister said these when I was going to cut the talk after finishing the report. Nevertheless, it's such a pitiful end for the great demon lord who plunged the royal capital into chaos and created a new demon lord. As expected, there should not be multiple demon lords hidden in one country. The ploy must have been planned by the senior greater demon. Those words stay in mind like a thorn. Certainly, it's quite unlikely for two demon lords to be in the same country, but if they search a reincarnated person that fits the requirement, and forcefully make them use too much unique skill after giving them the intended title, it's not impossible. However, that's a bit of a stretch. I laugh away my mind that was on the verge of becoming a conspiracy theorist, and then went to the dining room with Arisa who had came back to call me for the breakfast. So? How is the taste? Arisa peered to my face while looking worried. The bottom is charred black, and I can see semi-liquid dough when I cut it with a knife. I can stealthily use heating magic here, but I'll appreciate Arisa's hard work here and put the half-baked hot cake to my mouth with a smile. Yup, it's good. Well yes. This is Arisa-chan's true ability. Arisa twists her body bashfully. This feels like a father with a daughter who just cooked her first dish. Delish. Pokas is honey syrup-clad special nanotisu. Tasty. Looks like these girls' shares were baked by Lulu. Hey, Sato. Are we doing it too today? Should we stop if you don't like it? It's not that I don't like it. Although this would create a misunderstanding if you only hear it, this is just a morning conversation with the princess who's reluctant with going to the labyrinth. That monster has the optimal reproductive power, however, should we use different monsters if you don't like it? Is it alright with different monsters? Yes. I affirmed the princess's question. Marine products. Meat is better than fish. Poka likes the jungle area where she can collect dinosaur meat. The dinosaur is good. They're rich in variety, and we can enjoy both chicken and beef flavor. The Beast Girl's standard is a bit odd. Era? Tama and Poki, are you not going to the tasting festival today? Poki will go on a hunt notisu. It's absolutely not because she's tired with Lulu's omelette rice noticuo. I see. Looks like Tama and Poka had enough of omelette rices that only provide little chicken meat. The dishes for the cooking contest should be rice dish, meat dish, and soup, so the test today is probably for the soup. Lulu, Arisa, and Mia are going to the experiment for the cooking contest. The other girls are going to power level in the labyrinth. I tell Ikagoya firm to buy ingredients that Lulu requested, and send the labyrinth group. The jungle forest has been revived in just half a month even though it was half destroyed back then. Ah! There's a Tricera Notisu. The helmet grill is really delicious Notisu. Chief, is there too wrapped roast? There are raptors and Archaeopteryxes too. The hunt today is worth it. The beastkin girls are staring beyond the fern forest with drooling faces. I told them, don't be too hard, okay, used long-lasting continuous support magic on them, and then left the labyrinth. Xena-san's wind magic skill should be high enough soon. I'll present her with a magic book that has fly magic after today's dinner. Now then, I'm going to visit Holy State Parian, but going there through the air lane from the Great Desert would take too much time, so I decided to take a bit of shortcut. First, I changed into Kuro, and moved to the relay satellite located at the geostationary satellite orbit with unit arrangement. Next, after using Astro Suit and Barrier of Resist Fire magic together, I dived into the atmosphere. It might just have been my imagination, but since I felt that the descent velocity was slow, I used flash drive to accelerate more. It felt a bit hot, but since my clothes aren't burning, it should be fine. I've never done skydiving in the former world, but this is too fun, I'll get addicted to it. Tama and Xena-san should be willing to skydive with me together if I invited them. When I'm about 10.000 feet above Holy State Parian, I move to the ground with unit arrangement by sight. I made use of unit arrangement's inertia reset characteristic. I use cold wind magic to blow off the heat accumulated from the descent. Due to the time difference, it's still right at dawn around here. I can see the Holy City Parian wrapped in morning fog beyond. Now then, let's gather some intelligence before the native people come here. I get Holy Parian Kingdom information by using all map exploration. As for the highest priority question, Holy State Parian's Pope, Zazarus, being a demon lord, it turns out to be a false info. The Pope has a unique skill called Heal All, and 2 titles, God's Agent and Saint. Since he has unique skill, that means he might be a reincarnated person with violet hair like Orisa. I'm slightly interested with him, but I can just visit Holy City Cathedral later. I tried searching for other people with unique skill or demons, but it seems they don't exist here. This kingdom has no labyrinth and there's no blank zone on the map of the area that's under direct control of the Pope. At most there's only the city core room under the Holy City Cathedral, but there shouldn't be a demon lord lurking in the center of the country. Next I search powerful people whose level are 50 and above. Excluding Pope Zazarus at level 51, it's only the Inquisition Bureau Director and Chief who are both at level 50. I'm bothered with the Inquisition Bureau executors who have many and varied skills in spite of their relatively low levels. Perhaps, Holy State Parian has a peculiar way to teach them skills. In addition, I've also searched people who belong to the Demon Lord Believers, Light of Liberty, but there are only around 100 people in the whole territory. Unexpectedly it seems they don't have much influence. It seems that the whole Inquisition Bureau, including the Cardinal who commanded the sabotage in the royal capital and the chiefs, are all members of Light of Liberty. Their number should not only be 100, they might be in other parishes of Holy State Parian. Apparently the territories in Holy State Parian are called parishes. According to the document from the Prime Minister, the parish under the aforementioned cardinal is suspicious, thus I'm thinking of going around all the parishes with that one as the last so I won't miss anything. Lastly, I searched for Army of God but there wasn't anyone like that. They're probably in the middle of the reversal invasion campaign against the three-country union. I'd like to sightsee the Holy City but I need to investigate the other parishes first. I make a teleport point with Create Safe House in an undeveloped area near the Holy City for when I'm going back here. I get away from the point with site-based unit arrangement, and then go around the parishes with flash drive. I noticed that a lot of the populace here are afflicted with overworked, malnutrition, and illness, when I used all map exploration in each parish. In contrast, the majority of the parish's priests and the Holy City's populace are in good health. It bothered me so I looked at the fields, most of them were infertile. Looking at the split field with clover and root crops, I understand that they're using four-wheeled farming method, but both the wheat and the barley are hollow. As an experiment, I went to an abandoned farm village, and used the advanced earth magic cultivation. It's the same synchronous magic used by the royal court magicians to fix the land devastated by the heavenly dragon back then. As the magic showed its effect, the reddish dried field turned into humus-like black soil in a blink of an eye. Apparently it's not because the lack of magic essence, mana, but that this country lacks earth magicians. And then after 5 more parishes, when I was investigating the last parish, I finally found a town that looks like it's being used as the base of the Light of Liberty. The majority of the inhabitants seem to be its members. And there are 7 level 50 strong people in this parish. The parish head, the temple knight leader, and 5 priests of this town seem to be members of the Light of Liberty. There doesn't seem to be any demon lord here, but just in case, I'll check this town's city core. I made a teleport point in the outskirt, and went to the town's sky through site-based unit arrangement. Of course I've hidden myself with optical camouflage skill. What a great town! I got such an impression since the plaster used in the town's buildings are of grey color and the townspeople are all wearing undyed simple clothing. That impression is also fostered with the gloomy expressions of the residents. The only color comes from the colorful belts of the priests and the ornaments and the clothes of the women who walk with them. I lower my altitude and check the downtown's condition. Western region's language skill acquired. Even though I've got a skill, I can just use the force magic's translate. I choose translate magic on the magic column. The wheat price is raised again. Again. Wasn't it raised just 3 days ago? Sheesh, it's disgusting. It's going to be 3 times the last year's price soon, right? The people who are rustling bags on a cart seem to be a wheat merchant and his customers. I don't think it's strange for the staple food to suddenly raise in price during wartime. When I randomly looked at the bag of wheat, it showed, wheat, low quality 20% of the weight is of impurity. Looking at the price using estimation skill, it's almost 4 times the price of Shiga Kingdom's royal capital expensive variety. Looks like there's little impurity this time, I'll buy 1 jar much. Come again. Apparently, it's normal for impurity to be mixed in the wheat of this country. I'm glad that I didn't come to this country when I first came to another world. As I'm nonchalantly looking at them, the wheat gets exchanged for mahjong stick-like things. That seems to be the currency of this country. I wonder if the living condition would improve a little once we won the war. Haha, only pastors Sama and priests Sama will. I'm alright as long as my husband who's gone to war is safe. Wasn't Oni-san's husband one of the army of God? Then there's no way he'd lose. Wait there, my husband and my brother who have gone to the war front won't lose too. Please don't compete on it. The other wife protested to the wheat seller man. What? So the army of God is just militia men. It's good that they're not some dangerous folks. Thank you. Currently, they should be attacking the Tuban Guy's country with the Northern Magic Turtle Fortress. That's amazing. Doesn't it take a lot of money to move that fortress? That's why we gave a lot of charity to the church. I'm worried whether we can make it through the next winter. Found some new keyword. I tried searching the so-called Magic Turtle Fortress. One of it remains to the east of the Holy City. Since Northern was mentioned earlier, I investigated more and found 3 of it, including the one I found earlier protecting the Holy City at the 4 directions. It looks like a gigantic turtle magic beast fitted with countless magic cannons on its back. It seems the turtle magic beasts are not tamed, but being controlled with some kind of magic device. That control unit probably needs a lot of money to be operated. They're level 50s magic beasts, so they're just right to become prey for our girls, but as expected, breaking military equipment of another country would be bad. However, I wonder if these Magic Turtle Fortress and the militiamen really pushed back army 6 times their size? It seems God Parian bestows power to Saga Empire Hiro, Perhaps the army of God also received blessing from God Parian and became 6 times stronger. While thinking such a thing, I intruded Parian temple in the center of the town. I didn't use the mana camouflage which has bad fuel consumption, but I used every hiding skill I have. Level 40 male and female temple knights are guarding the door that leads to the city core. I feel that these class of temple knights are too much as gatekeepers. I can't teleport to the other side of the door since it's of a different map. I think I can just beat them up and enter since they're light of liberty, terrorist, people anyway, but let's think of other methods first. Magic that I can spontaneously use have increased ever since I gained the ability to chant, so there's a lot of magic that I don't remember on the magic column. And, I found the most appropriate magic on the magic column. It's the intermediate force magic through I. It was quite handy during the initial stage of the casted holy sword production, but recently, I haven't used it at all. When I pick through I on the magic column, I gain the ability to see through the magic metal-made door. Before my line of sight could wander to the female knight's breasts, I teleport into the room with unit arrangement. Looks like it's usable with sight through magic. I use all map exploration in the room. As I thought, this area is the city core space. There's mostly no one here, but there's a person of interest in here. It's the Demon Lord. I never thought that I would meet another Demon Lord in 2 consecutive days. The Demon Lord this time has transfer and familiar unique skills. The titles are Demon Lord, Devotee, and Calamity Saintess. It's a woman, her original race is Long Earkin. She's 24-year-old, she's young. In addition, she doesn't have even one normal skill, only gift-like skills, self-status and hide skill. Her level is only 52. It can be said that she's the weakest demon lord I've ever met. If she's a demon lord that can be reasoned with, now is the chance to persuade her when there's no familiar. I'm quite bothered with her sickness, depression condition, but I can just cure it with cure disease and spirit exaltation magic. Thinking so, I changed into Hiro Nanashi and walked to her room. Of course, I won't plunge recklessly. I've taken a little insurance. Good evening, Demon Lord. Holy Sword? Then you must be a hero, right? You came to kill me, didn't you? When the beauty with a gloomy smile stood up, her long violet hair flowed back. I wonder if she doesn't wear underwear below her silk priest clothing. Her body line is slightly tempting me. Looks like she's maintaining her normal ego. It's troubling that she looks like she wishes for death, but I feel that we can negotiate peacefully. But, I'm sorry. I must kill you in accordance to the order. Order? While deriding herself sadly, she slowly lifts her arm toward me. As if telling me to kill her first before she could finish. Perish. When the bracelet on her arm shined, Hiro Nanashi and the ground he was standing on turned into black dust. Since the city core behind her throne lit up when the bracelet shined, it's probably a kind of ceremonial magic through the city core. I'm glad that I used a phantom. I release the mana camouflage, and hit the depressed demon lord on her vital to make her swoon. I took her bracelet the moment she fainted. Next I'll see what I can do with the city core. I tried touching the city core to see if I could gain control of it, but it was denied with, an exclusive user already exists. Luminous point behind. Obey me. When I turned around, I saw a black-clothed person casting violet light. Violet light? It might be an omen of unique skill. Maybe I should fall back with unit arrangement now and confront it again later? My thought revolves during that instant. Hearing the chant leaking from the black-clothed person, I threw away the evade option. If the person was really a reincarnated person or a teleport person that can use unique skills, there should be no need to chant. Then there's a high chance that that violet light is simply a bluff. Moreover, I can just interrupt it if it's a chant. I go before the black clothes with ground shrink and throw a kick to the person's stomach to interrupt the chant. The black clothes tried to evade with a speed faster than Tama, but I'm not gentle enough to let it avoid easily. Sliding using ground shrink while kicking, I hit the black clothes just right. Compule, GE. While in the middle of the command word, the black clothes sank into the wall with the speed of a cannonball. Looks like the last ground shrink was too much, the black clothes was thrown into the wall with a higher force than I expected. The arms and legs are bent in the wrong direction, must be my imagination. The person must be of a race who has a lot of joints. However, that was my blunder. Zion, ass. The attentive ears skill picked up the activation of the remaining command word from the man's mouth. Geese? The skill that bounds Arisa and Lulu? I choose the countermeasure while being surprised in my accelerated mind. I scroll the magic column, and pick up the spirit guard in the mind magic category. Unable to resist Geese effect. Dominated. Geese skill acquired. Geese resistance skill acquired. Right before I can select the activation of the countermeasure magic, such logs flow in the corner of my view. At the same time, red cobweb-like pattern emerges on top of the AR reading, my consciousness becomes turbid. Kneel, my servant. Black cloth ER, the person wearing black clothing. No, my great master. Yes, my master. Abiding my master command, I knelt down. Various AR information are showed next to master. The red cobweb displayed on my vision is bothersome, but it's not enough to hinder me from reading the information. His title is Dark Sage, Ruler, 10.000 Shape Magician, Master of Demon Lord, one who reaches man limit, and Lord. A level 99 magic warrior with more than 100 skills, including geese, pain resistance, and chanting interruption resistance. He's an unrivaled being who has counter and soul shot unique skills. I long for the next order from my great master. 14-7. Holy State Parian, 2. Satu's here. There are times when I act on impulse without reasoning from myself, but when that happens I decide to obediently entrust my impulse. It's boring if it's all with reason after all. I can't read the name you, speak your name. My great master bestowed me the first order. I cannot see his countenance below the same black clothes, but it must be a face full of dignity. I want to apologize for my barbaric act earlier, but I must prioritize obeying the order. I also wanted to heal his wound, but it seems he's healed himself with his magic. I mean, master has healed the wound with master's own magic. My name is... When I was about to say it, I faltered since I remembered that it's an alias. I have to manipulate the exchange column and change it back to Satu. For some reason it's been locked and I can't change it. I wonder why? Humph, as expected of someone at level 99 like me. I can see how you've reached the limit of men. To think that you resist my compulsion, geese. It seems my great master has misunderstood because I faltered. He's unexpectedly thoughtless, I mean, wary. I negated my arrogance thought and opened my mouth to correct master's misunderstanding, but unfortunately, master continued the talk, so I hesitated to interrupt. I wait for master to finish talking. I add another order. Bow before me, and speak your name. Compulsion, geese. After master was tinged with violet-colored light like the activation of unique skills, master's skill was invoked. The log said that it was resisted, but I'll keep it a secret to protect my master's honor. Now then, it looks like it's alright to tell my name now. Before I could do it, I should toss my violet disguise wig. For some reason, the red cobwebs intensify in my view. They're obstructing me from seeing my great master. Before I take off my disguise mask, I lightly wave my hand to brush away the cobwebs. I see. I'm Shiga Kingdom's Nanashi. My power finally gets through. That was some trouble. While telling my name to the black clothes, I allocate points to geese resistance skill and geese skill. With clear mind after having negated his compulsion, geese, skill, I begin to check the situation and plan the countermeasure. It seems the red cobwebs on the AR earlier were showing the geese effect. I got a terrible headache like my brain cells were wounded when I negated the effect earlier. I look at my stamina gauge after confirming that my pain resistance skill is turned on. It's been completely recovered due to the effect of self-recovery skill. The reason why Black Clothes was able to ignore our level differences and had its skill reached me is probably because of the effect of his unique skill, Soul Shot. It must have similar effect to Arisa's Never Give Up. Looks like I got careless since Arisa was the only one who could affect me with abnormal status so far. After I've finished my business in Holy State Parian, I'll create some permanent defensive equipment like Rika, and for everyone's shares too. Oops, let's think about that later and cast Spirit Guard that I was going to use before getting manipulated. With this, I should be fine against his geese and mind magic. He also has troublesome sounding skill called Counter that I should be careful with. It's probably the unique skill version of Counter Magic and Counter Shell Magic in my magic lineup. It probably needs to be rechanted every time he uses it just like with the magic, so there should be a chance I can use. That's right, rechant. Even though he has unique skill, he chanted it just like he did the first time. He doesn't have Demon Lord title, and his name sounds like this world's name, Soraijiro. According to Labyrinth Lower Layer Corpse's story, reincarnated people are named by the god, and they should be named with their old name when they're born. Therefore, he's probably neither a reincarnated person nor a transported person. Demon Lord. Absorb this guy's skill and level, and make him into your familiar. Black Clothes Soraijiro ordered the Demon Lord, but unfortunately for him, she's still fainted from my strike. Compulsion, geese, .. Violet ripples appeared on the body of Soraijiro who heard me chanting geese. He's probably invoked counter unique skill. Looks this skill doesn't need to be chanted. I give him the order after confirming that state. Click your fingers once. Resisted geese effect. Such is displayed on my log when I gave him the order, but the violet light that was running on Sorajiro's body disappeared. Apparently, Counter is a type of skill that doesn't need to be chanted, but it needs to be reset every time you want to use it. Alright, if I can resist my own skill that was countered, I should be fine against Sorajiro's geese. I just need to be careful with the soul shot. I pick geese skill and activate it. Just like skills and magic that need to be chanted, I don't need to chant it anymore for the second time and beyond. I saw Soraijiro lifting a scepter that seems to be the city core's terminal. Oops, it'd be annoying if he uses city core to teleport away. I forbid teleportation. Impossible. Soraijiro was trying to chant while holding the scepter on one hand, but he screamed halfway through and stopped. He's vomiting blood and his condition becomes weakened, violation of order. Looks like geese skill is quite dangerous. I choose geese skill once again from the skill column and activate it. I forbid the use of every skill. If I can't teleport then Nyou. Soraijiro who was going to use some magic skills rolls over from the acute pain. This guy never learns. I can finally see his face from the unfolded hood. He's an old ape folkkin with golden colored body hair mixed with grey hair, the left half of his face is burned, while the right half of his face has violet-colored specks on it. His right arm shown from the rolled-up sleeves has dark violet hair from the wrist up. What's wrong? Do you find me ugly? How would you, who have been granted with God's blessing from birth, understand our craving? This color I got as the compensation for seeking God's power is the proof of my belief. In short, I guess it's like, I was jealous with people with unique skills, so I snatched it away from other people and got my body hair turned into violet color. I checked just in case, but he doesn't have snatch type skill. Don't think you can win with this. Soraijiro lamented while shedding tears of blood. Matching that scream, 2 violet light ripples appeared on his body. Apparently, unique skills aren't included in skill. I forbid the use of unique skills. I impose Soraijiro with another prohibition. Still, leaving aside counter, I don't think there's any meaning in using soul shot when you can't use any skill. Soraijiro muttered sword and swung the scepter, and then it transformed into a thin one-handed sword in the blink of an eye. That's quite a fantasy-like weapon. I blow away Soraijiro, who appeared in front of me with a speed that rivaled ground shrink, with a front kick. It seems he reflexively used evade skill. He bounced on the floor while bleeding from his ears. I touch the one-handed sword that got separated from him with magic hand, and put into the storage. With this he can no longer use City Core even if he violated the order. Soraijiro, who staggeringly stood up, takes out a scroll from his chest while drinking a magic potion he took out from the pouch on his waist. If it's scrolls, I forbid the use of magic power. Damn. He finally learned after the third time. He throws away the scroll he took out. I forbid you to act. Soraijiro stopped moving after I gave him the last order. I feel like I've become Kotodama god or yokai, you know. When I was walking toward him, Soraijiro spat out a needle-like dark thing. Of course I lightly evaded it, but he started to run at top speed toward the exit using that chance. Looks like he's resisted the last geese. Despite its convenience, it might be a skill that's easy to resist. Action is. Sorajiro's body got tinged in dark violet light just when I was trying to add another geese. Looks like he's resisted the geese of forbidden to use unique skills. I stopped talking in caution of his counter. Gwoo. Soraijiro is bleeding from his ears and eyes, maybe due to the effect of violation of orders. Nevertheless, he ran like the wind toward the exit. Looks like he wants to escape using this chance, but I can't let him do that. I choose remote stun from the magic column and strike the magic into him one after another. Impossible. Several of it were countered and came back to me, but if it's just remote stun, I can deal with even thousands of it no problem. Soraijiro, who screamed in a strange voice, transforms into a distorted form. Oh no, he has turned into a demon lord after using too much unique skills. He's about 2 times as tall and looks more like a monkey. I forbid you to take any action. Looks like it's not effective against Soraijiro, who has become a demon lord. Even though the depressed female demon lord was able to be ruled under geese, this is somewhat unreasonable. Well, fine. It just means that I can't use the easy method, I can just thoroughly beat him like the usual. It seems he's already broken off from the geese order, he can use magic and skills. Looks like he's lost his ego, doesn't seem like he's going to teleport. I vaporize the barrage of flame balls and lightning spheres with a holy sword. Even if they're powered up with unique skills, it's useless if the magic are destroyed. I physically knock down the demon lord, who's screaming Gao, Gaiao around, and then cut his limbs to make him stop resisting. Demon lords really are tenacious. The demon lord regrows his limbs even though he doesn't have regeneration type unique skill. Sometimes he used counter, but I tore them off just like with the attacking balls earlier. The most dangerous one is when he used soul shot and geese together, but since I could see the activation timing from the violet ripple, I evaded them by using golems and illusions as the scapegoats the moment they were activated. It's not that scary when you know the trick. When the monkey demon lord has been weakened enough, I scoop out the god's fragment using the black arm encroached with divinity. After doing it for the second time, his demon lord title changed into former demon lord. Gonasan, ha, ultimate technique. Humph. Hanging it all in one attack. I don't care what'll happen next. I cut the god's fragments who were playing around with the divine sword, eliminating them. There wasn't any drama, but he should turn back into the ape folk. He should have, yet for some reason he's turning into black sand like mist. It's like with the demon. It had strange influence on his body after all, perhaps unlike Shinboy, old Soraijiro had no qualification to host the god's fragment. Now then, do you want to fight me too? I asked the depressed demon lord who had woken up before I knew it. After glancing at old Soraijiro who was turning into mist, she slowly stands up. Yes, I cannot disobey the order. The depressed demon lord affirmed while unsteadily walking to me. Are you still under the influence of geese? It won't disappear even if the caster is killed. The depressed demon lord shook her head while looking like she has given up. What are the orders you got? I was ordered to do not go out of the room, do not use your power without permission, report any intruder, and also, arrest the intruder if possible, if not kill them, those four. I see, it seems she has no choice but to fight me with that last order. Come to think of it, why was my condition like I got brainwashed? I was ordered to vaguely obey me, I wonder if that turned me into something like a slave? The depressed demon lord is reaching toward my neck slowly. That's why kill me. If possible, I'll be thankful if you can do it without too much pain. Even if I'm asked to, it's hard to kill a fleeting beauty who isn't even resisting. Right. You do not need to kill any intruder. I try to overlap the geese as a test. It hurts, it's like my head is split. The depressed demon lord sits down on the floor while suffering. I draw close to her and heal her with anesthetic magic and healing magic. Are you going to torment me with torture? I'm sorry, I didn't intend to. By the way, is it alright for you not to kill me? Looking puzzled, the depressed demon lord looks at her own hands. No way, the order has been cancelled. Just as I've guessed, it seems to be possible to cancel geese by overriding it. I have a suggestion. I begin to persuade the depressed demon lord while eliminating the Light of Liberty guys who showed up on the entrance. I somehow succeeded persuading her thanks to sacrificing the enjoyable lunch I should have had with everyone. Then you're fine with do not make any familiar without permission, do not act like a demon lord, uphold Japanese moral standard unless it is unavoidable. Yes, it's enough if I can uphold that much. I tie a contract with her. I have another request, is it all right? Depends on the content. I listen to the depressed demon lord. I'd like you to please help me getting back Norio's unique skill that I had given to the Pope of this country. Norio. Yes, the boy who was reincarnated in the neighboring country. Summing up the depressed demon lord's story, it seems the unique skill of a kidnapped panther-headkin, Norio-kun, 9-year-old, was given to Pope Zazarus through the depressed demon lord's unique skill familiar and transfer by the Dark Sage's order. Looks like Norio-kun, whose unique skill was taken by the depressed demon lord, got beheaded by the Dark Sage afterward and died. The unique skills that the Dark Sage used were also gotten from 2 reincarnated people whose unique skills were robbed and then killed. While silently praying for the people who were killed for their unique skills, I have a little question. Does that mean the one who forced Arisa and Lulu with the geese is not the Dark Sage, but a different person? Arisa's unique skills are useful without a doubt. There's no doubt that your force will be more powerful if you give them to your subordinates. Apparently, there are other people who can use geese beside the Dark Sage and the Wise Elkin Emperor. It's quite a rare skill, so I was under the impression that the royal court magician who forced the geese to Arisa and Lulu was the same person as the Dark Sage. I'd better prepare the way to cope against it for my companion. Secondly, I want to hold a memorial service for the people who got discarded in this castle's underground. Is it Norio-kun earlier? There's a lot others too. The Dark Sage kidnapped people who were hindrances and high-leveled ones, and used the depressed demon lord's skills to level up and give skills to the Light of Liberty's executives. After absorbing them, he tortured them and used tools to create malice out of them. They're quite inhumane. Let's hold a memorial service and offering to not only the Pope's unique skill, but also to the people whose skills and levels were robbed by the Light of Liberty. Understood. I'll grant your wish. Thank you. Hiro. The depressed demon lord who showed her smile nodded powerfully. Now then, let's commence the punishment. 14-8. Holy State Parian, 3, Revised. Satu's here. When a punishment went too far, it became a lynching. It's important not to lose your calm in order to keep it from going too far. Now then, first I'll seize the city core. There are probably other people who can use city core's power besides the Dark Sage Soraijiro after all. I reach my hand toward the city core that's floating in the air while emitting blue light. Welcome, King of the Higher Domain. Would you register this land as a satellite city? Unlike before where it said an exclusive user already exists, a voice that's hard to distinguish as either male or female spoke. Who the heck's a king? Title King acquired. Title Anonymous King acquired. Title Hero King acquired. Ignoring the retort in my mind, system messages displaying title acquisitions appeared on the log. These Anonymous King and Hero King are probably due to my name being a blank space and my title Hero. The higher domain must be about the Dragon's Valley source. It's a source that was ruled by the Dragon God after all. Register it. Acknowledged. Title Landlord acquired. Do you want to let the other supporting wardens to succeed? No, I don't. Removing supporting wardens. Do you want to retrieve the terminal interfaces loaned to the supporting wardens? Please do. After agreeing to the city core's suggestion, 7 bracelets that look the same as the one the depressed demon lord wore appeared before me. Unable to retrieve the first terminal interface loaned to an individual named Shizuka. If you'd like to create a new one, 20,000 MP is needed. No, there's no need to make a new one. Shizuka that the city core mentioned is the depressed demon lord's name. Apparently, it can't retrieve items in my storage. Do you want to carry over the environmental setting? Setting Hui. I don't want to tamper that, but display the setting difference between the previous lord and the one before that. Acknowledged. Red indicators are of the previous lord, blue indicators are of the lord before that. It seems the Dark Sage had changed it arbitrarily. There are some large differences between the red and the blue indicators. The magic power that should have been originally used to stabilize people's life is diverted to the Lord, the Dark Sage, to strengthen himself and for his experiments. Change the setting to the blue ones. Completed the change. Due to the insufficient magic power, the climate setting change will be reflected in the land after 21 days. With this the neighboring agricultural life should be better, I'm sure. Now then, it's about time to get back from the digression. Can you close this room? It is possible. Do you want to execute it? Do it. I'll be ordering it from the terminal if I want to cancel it. I ordered the city core after collecting the 7 bracelet-shaped terminals from the floor to my storage with magic hand. Now then, there's a reason why I seized the city core. It's in order to freely move in the city with unit arrangement. Now that I've completed the preparation, let's begin the punishment. Damn you false gods fanatic! WY is the demon lord of blessing following the hero. When I went out of the room accompanied by the depressed demon lord Shizuka, the combatants of the Light of Liberty were waiting as expected. I made low-leveled people to faint with the anti-personal sound pressure magic, and beat down the people who withstood that and people who were pretending to be unconscious with remote stun magic. Oi oi, what the heck is this? That white mask looks to be the culprit. Can I eat that? I'm hungry. 3 men and women who acted like some big shots appeared on the entrance of the hall filled with agonizing cries. It's the 4 kings. That hero will meet his end now. After all the lightning speed. The mobs who were still conscious had begun to explain about the people who appeared. It seems they were going to tell their names and nicknames, but since I don't intend to remember them, I'll make a short work out of them. It looks like they can evade magic, so using the combination of ground shrink and vital point strikes, I knocked down the 3-4 kings. Only the man called Lightning Speed tried to make an evasive maneuver while grinning, but he still couldn't avoid my combo techniques, and fell down to the floor. I completely neutralized the tumbling man and the remaining mobs with remote stuns. Then, the last of 4 kings made a surprise attack. Got you! I knocked down the Light of Liberty executive who has appeared by smashing through the wall with magic arm. He was in plain sight since the radar had caught him. Since there's no Light of Liberty magician that can use teleport here, I throw them in the desert subspace after binding them with magic. The sand might be a bit hot, but they shouldn't die with just that much. I knew your skill from defeating the Dark Sage, but you're really ridiculously strong. Demon Lord Shizuka crosses her arms like she's astounded. The hills that are probably of F cups are getting emphasized, but it doesn't seem like she's trying to tempt me. Together with her, I advance through the corridor heading to the underground tomb. Countless torture devices were put in a hall along the way. Fahahaha, masked man. You have a bad luck coming to the room of this Bazef-sama. I'll show you the thing called true pain. I neutralize a suspicious-looking macho who appeared between the torture devices with mind magic pain. I thought he would scream, but instead he's convulsing while discharging various body fluids. Apparently, he's not strong against pain himself. I imprison the fainted macho to the same place as the people earlier. Then I purge the torture devices in this room with disintegration. They wouldn't be put to good use even if I left them, and I wouldn't have any use of them even if I put them in my storage. Demon Lord Shizuka is staring in amazement at the torture device's disappearance. While ignoring her words that are mixed with awe and shock, I go to the altar beside the pit inside the mausoleum. What an ominous place! I feel like I can hear the grief of those who were given unfair deaths. An item called Curse Pot is left on the altar. According to the detailed information on the AR reading, it seems to be a magic tool used to collect grudges and negative thoughts. Soul hearing skill acquired. Sorry, but I can't stand horror, so I don't intend to activate that skill. I can hear the voices of souls. Yet, Demon Lord Shizuka heard some unnecessary voices. It seems they want to seek revenge. I guess that's normal for people who died unnaturally. However, I don't intend to help them in the mass slaughter. No, wait. Perhaps I can control the apparition created from soul magic. According to the magic books I've read, it's possible to control the ghost as long as the user has higher level and high soul magic skill level. Then maybe I can grant them the revenge while also easing my work. I locate the spell I need from the soul magic book. Create Lich Lord. Our master, please bestow us the opportunity for revenge. No. A Lich Lord wearing a worn-out brown robe floated up from the pit. It raised an echoing voice that chilled me to the bone, but since I don't intend to take part in murder, I rejected it. Defiant thought flowed from the Lich Lord, but it immediately quieted down when I denied it. I got it easily suppressed, but it feels like a balloon that's on the verge of imploding. I'm only ordering you to take away the skills and levels from people who killed you guys. That is amusing. Truly thrilling. Pushing people who reveled in splendor down to hell on earth. Our master truly understands what revenge means. I'm a bit opposed to the Lich Lord's valuation, but now it should go on neutralizing the Light of Liberty bunch without killing them. Why, you damn apparition! I'll purify you with my holy magic. Such thing like an apparition is no match against me who have received blessing from Demon God Sama. Gee, go away! Go away, you damn undead! I cannot die in a place like this. There were some people who resisted like such, but it seemed that it was impossible to block level 50 Lich Lord's level drain and skill drain when they couldn't move. I entrusted Demon Lord Shizuka to supervise the Lich Lord while I concentrated capturing people whose level are higher than 20 in the city. There were some people who went out of the city to seek help from their friends in the Holy City's Inquisition Bureau, but I made a surprise attack with Space Magic's teleport and let them join their friends to become the Lich Lord's victims. Of course, I also handled the Inquisition Bureau guys and cardinals like so too. Pope Zazaris is in fact not a member of the Light of Liberty, so I'm not handing him to the Lich Lord. I'm going to deal with him together with Demon Lord Shizuka later. So, is it over? It's over. We deprived the power from all of the fanatics. Oh Master, our gratitude for granting us the chance to get our revenge. After telling me that, the Lich Lord got wrapped in light and disappeared as if it was purified with magic. What is that, I wonder? Looks like the Lich Lord has left it. An item called Spirit Orb fell on the place where the Lich Lord was. I have a hunch that it's a crystallization of the levels and skills that the Lich Lord snatched, but since the detailed information on the AR reading is blank, I don't really know its true nature. I'll keep it in the storage for the time being and ask Corpse and Yuika about it when I visit the labyrinth lower layer. You demon! You think you can invade the holy ground of this holy city Parian? Divine punish! Pope Zazarus cut me and Demon Lord Shizuka with an illusion of a huge sword of light. This is the first time I've seen him. He looks very young. You wouldn't have guessed he's 150-year-old. His race is human, so he's probably maintaining his youth by using God's miracle or youth medicines. His long blonde hair looks very glossy. I've come to the great shrine in the holy city of the holy state Parian with Demon Lord Shizuka. In order to collect heal all unique skill from Pope Zazarus, of course. Accept the familiarization. Using geese on the neutralized Pope, I made him accept the Demon Lord Shizuka's familiarization. Next we transfer his unique skill to a small louse. Of course the small louse couldn't hold the god's fragment and instantly began to turn into a demon lord. Its body turned violet colored, the transparent wings turned into dark violet color. The louse demon lord's level is 50. Apparently, once you turn into a demon lord your level becomes 50 at minimum. The louse demon lord that has become gigantic breaks through the sanctuary's ceiling. What an abominably colored monster! Do you want to let that monster attack our holy city? Leaving alone the Pope who's unable to stand up, I go to eliminate the louse demon lord before it could fly away. I finally chopped the louse demon lord with a holy sword while leaving blue afterglow, and then absorbed the emerging god's fragment by cutting it with the divine sword. I cut it quickly, so I couldn't hear the god's fragment muttering. I was slightly hesitant removing the useful-looking heal all like this, but since the former user had been killed already, and giving it to someone would lead them turning into a demon lord if they used the skill too much, we chose this way since handling it would be too troublesome. Answer my questions. I interrogate the Pope about the Dark Sage and the Light of Liberty after hypnotizing him with mind magic. Guided by me, the Pope answers the questions intermittently. It is impossible for Dark Sage Dano to be a demon lord believer. You asked the same thing as my foolish treacherous retainers. Dark Sage Dano is a pious believer of our God who has helped raising our priests using unparalleled techniques. I gave him the great priest and landlord position for his achievements. Surprisingly, he didn't know that the Dark Sage is related to the Light of Liberty. Moreover, he looks like he doesn't know about the existence of Demon Lord Shizuka. Then how did you get the heal all? The great god Parian must have bestowed it to me. It seems the Pope doesn't remember Demon Lord Shizuka transferring the heal all from Norio-kun. After interrogating him more, I felt that he was like Baron Muno and the others when they were brainwashed by the lesser demon. It seems his memories were tampered by the Dark Sage. Disguising Demon Lord Shizuka's name and appearance as a caution was a good decision. Right now she's wearing bull horns on her head and a blank mask. Her skin has also been made to look like a dark elf's. It looks like the Pope was also used by the Dark Sage. The interrogation is enough with these much, right? What do you want to do, Demon Lord? I do not wish for anything more after taking the unique skill. Then we can just leave it at this. I cancel the mind magic for interrogation. Demon Lord Shizuka also releases the familiarization. Managing the country should be difficult from now on since all of the high-leveled Pope's subordinates are gone, but that's for the ruler, Pope Zazarus, to work hard on. So you won't kill me? Demon Lord and his attendant. Leaving the screaming Pope alone, I take Demon Lord Shizuka's hand and send her to a safe area with teleport an object. My judge eye can see through all disguises. Demon Lord Ducky and his attendant Rasputin. I'll let all temples in the continent to know about you. Ducky and Rasputin, that the Pope spoke of are aliases that I just made up with name order earlier. I have to change the Demon Lord's name back to Shizuka later. Looking at him, it looks like even the rare skill judge eyes can't see through mana camouflage. Feeling relieved, I moved to the desert where Demon Lord Shizuka was waiting. After that, I threw the Light of Liberty members from this country to the underground prison of the Holy State Parian after taking away their disguise items. Of course I've left a written board about their offenses and evidences of them being demon lord believers so that they won't be released. The only person I've taken to Shiga Kingdom's underground prison is the cardinal who was involved with the Sakuramachi incident. Can I really live here? Yeah, I can also prepare someone to take care of you if you need it. Don't need, but I'd like to keep a small bird and a puppy. I brought the depressed demon lord Shizuka to a place in the farm area that's been covered in Yuika's barrier. Oops, she's recovered from the depression condition, and she's promised that she won't act like a demon lord, so I should call her Shizuka. At first I thought of taking Shizuka to the labyrinth lower layer where the reincarnated people are living, but since she wanted to quietly live in a place with no other people for a while, I brought her here. Of course it's not for the sake of keeping Shizuka but for her peace. I feel that the demons would meddle if she were in the outside world. Okay. Do you have any request for the birds and the puppies types? Right. I'd like a Java Sparrow and Siberian Husky. The Java Sparrow is not a problem, but I've never seen a Siberian Husky here. I'll bring a kind of dog that's similar to it for the time being. To make her secluded life easier, I've prepared a splendid house on the river bank of the farm area with create house and an agricultural land nearby with cultivation. Furthermore, I've left several wood puppets for the labor works. Hey, can I look inside the house? It's your house, so you can do as you please. I gave an answer to Shizuka who was curiously looking at the house. After seeing her off, I installed a freezer, a refrigerator, a washing machine, an automatic bathtub and a flush toilet magic tools. Once I've done the one-man work and comes back, Shizuka is currently looking at the clothing on the bed while frowning. I've put some change of clothes when she wasn't present. I wonder if it's not to her liking? Are these underwear made in Japan? But, my classmate said that men would give underwear because they want to take it off themselves. I'm being protected by him after all. I can't refuse if he wants me, I think. But, doing it with someone whose face I never see is. She's quite talkative when she's talking to herself. No, she's been freed from her depressed condition, so this might be her true character. On top of having big breasts, Shizuka is a beauty and I don't have any complaint regarding her age, but I feel that marriage or mistress roots would certainly be waiting for me if I treat her like that, so I don't intend in putting my hands on her. I'm fine with playing around limited to the professionals. I call Shizuka after knocking on the door. I've put magic tools, foodstuff, and flavoring needed for your livelihood for the present. You use them like you use electronics in Japan, and if you want to eat other food, you can collect fish and shellfish in the river, and fruits in the forest. Of course I've left 3 months' worth of preserved food and daily general goods in the underground storehouse. The only thing missing is liquor. I've left out the liquor since there's a danger of her falling into alcohol dependency. Okay. I saw some shrimp when I was looking at the river earlier. The nature around her is quite rich, isn't it? Shrimp? I caught something off from Shizuka's words. What's wrong? No, I was just thinking where I could get a Siberian Husky. It's alright as long as it looks similar. I just want the warmth. After telling her that I'd get it quick, I moved out of Shizuka's house with unit arrangement. I did not teleport to the solitary island palace. I went to the abandoned fort in Muno Earldom since there's something I want to investigate. In order to check it, I cast another world on the bank of a streamlet near the abandoned fort, creating a small subspace. There are really small fish and shellfish in this streamlet too. Looks like living beings are created along with the subspace. I realized that I had the wrong idea when I thought that far. I should have realized it when I saw that there were plants. Moreover, this country has the alchemy technology about human body to create homunculus like Nana. Due to the moral value from my former world hindering, I've been thinking that creating living beings is something special. Human body alchemy, hey. If I make use of the code that creates living beings in this another world. I shake my head to throw away the inquiring mind. No, I really should not. Yup, for my mental health, let's stop trying to do that. After nodding twice, I write a postscript on the taboo entry in the memo pad, forbidden from developing magic that creates intelligent life. I should entrust creating intelligent life to the god after all. I tell the usual members about the extermination of the 2 demon lords and then head to the labyrinth where my companions are enjoying hunting the dinosaurs. I've asked Tifaliza in the royal capital for the dog and the small bird matter. S.A. Sato-san. It's terrible. As soon as I arrived at the labyrinth, Sira, who was resting in the shade, rushed to me. There was an omen for the god's oracle. There might be a demon lord manifesting somewhere. Not an oracle itself, but an omen, is it? It's probably about the ape demon lord that I defeated 2 hours ago and the louse demon lord defeated 1 hour ago. Why, yes. In order to receive oracles, I need to be in the holy sanctuary where it's easy for God's voice to reach, or create a simple sanctuary and use a ceremonial magic. I see. Looks like you can't receive oracle anywhere anytime. For now, I'll calm her down. 2 demon lords appeared in the holy state Parian earlier, I think it must be about them. T2 demon lords. Sira raised a voice of despair. Master, if they appeared in 2 different places, please leave one to us. We'll prevent any victim no matter what it takes until Master has finished with the other one. Master, permission to deploy. Tama 2. Popoka 2. A demon lord is nothing nanotisu. Before I could calm Sira down, Liza and the others drew close to me with determined expressions. Xena-san and the princess fell on their knees without being able to talk. Lady Karina looks like she's hesitating whether to participate or not. Everyone, calm down, I've already defeated the 2 demon lords, so don't worry about it. The demon lords have been defeated. In such a short time, and 2 of them. Admiring master. Good job. Very, very amazing Notisu. I lend my hands to Xena-san and the princess, lifting them up. As expected of my SA. Sato-san, you're amazing. Xena-san, whose eyes shines had recovered, interrupted the princess and took my hands, swinging them. Waiting until Xena-san released my hands bashfully, I took everyone back to the solitary island palace. Now then, the airship should arrive at the royal capital tomorrow. I'll go visit some of my acquaintances. The day after tomorrow is the appointed time for the contact from the heroes' party. I have to ask about their progress with the demon lord extermination. Recently, I've only conversed with the secretary lady who's house sitting. I'll talk to Hayato directly through telephone if he's still absent. I also have to tell everyone about me sheltering demon lord Shizuka. 14-9. Racial difference. Satu's here. There is no rule in war and love, an acquaintance from my college days said so. You'll need faithfulness in love at least, hey, so I thought when I was visiting the hospital room after the guy got himself hospitalized by his 5 girlfriends. Here I go. Okay. Okay, come at me. Yes, please. After enjoying the delicious dinner, I called Lulu and Arissa to the soundproofed laboratory. Of course it's not for some dubious reason, I'm going to release them from their geese. I have a first-hand experience in removing Demon Lord Shizuka's geese after all, this should be fine. Demon Lord Shizuka complained about the pain when I released her geese, so this time I've given them some painkiller beforehand and chosen a place where they won't be heard even if they scream. I pick geese from the skill column and execute it. You don't need to be a slave. I permit the cancellation of the slave contract. After ordering them so, some red thorn-like effect appeared around Arissa and Lulu and then snapped. At the same time, Arissa and Lulu scream and cling to me. So the painkiller really can't completely prevent it. And then after about 1 hour. It was far better than the pain from reset, but it felt as if my nerve had been pulled if I didn't take the anesthetic. I am also fine now. After wiping their tears with a handkerchief, I cancelled their slavery contract in turns. It feels like the coiled headband on my head has been unfastened. My head feels light, but something feels unsatisfactory. Arissa told her impression while swaying her head. You're right, Arissa. It feels lonely to have the connection with Master severed. In the middle of her monologue, Lulu noticed my line of sight and reddened. I wonder why? But on the other hand, it's possible for me to become a bride now. I'll become a good woman enough for Master to be interested in during the promised 4 year. Lulu declared to me with a captivating smile. Come to think of it, I remember promising Lulu, I'll marry Lulu if you don't have a partner in 5 years when we were in the journey back then. Ah! Lulu's unfair. Me too. I'll also become a woman that will make 1001 people from 1000 people turn their head in 9 years. Aren't there more people who turn their head than the ones that exist? You see, I mean that the unborn baby in the mother's stomach even turns his head. I'm glad that Arisa can already joke around. After patting their heads, I brought the two to the living room while giving some vague answers. Congratulations! When I told everyone in the living room that Arisa and Lulu have been released from their geese, they congratulated the two. And then the brownies quietly push a cart inside. CAK. It's true Nanodesu. Moreover, it's the 5-stepped Kyousoukyoku version Nanodesu. Poke, you mean Christmas? The cake that the brownies have brought is a celebration cake I've prepared beforehand. They put blue tea in front of everyone. It's not their birthday, but we ignited as many candles as their ages, and then let them blow it. Tama wants to do it too. Popoka too, she wants to blow candles too Nodesu. Do. Master, wishing for swaying the fire. Me too, I want to do it too Desuwa. In the end, it's not only the youth troupe and the embarrassed Lady Karina, but everyone blew the candles in turns. I invited the brownies since they looked restless, but they refused since they were in the middle of their works. I'll give them some mid-sized cakes with candles on top later. Sheltering a demon lord. Keeping a demon lord just because she's a beauty, aren't you too lustful? After the celebration, I called Arisa and Liza and told them about me sheltering a demon lord. I'm actually confining her in a green prison, but since that sounds like a crime, I said that it's for protection. She's certainly a beauty, but not at Lulu's level. In other words, she's at Sira and Karina Tan's level, right? Wonder why, Arisa is awfully sharp. A 24-year-old long earskin hui. Don't tell me she's A's Tan's substitute. No, I don't think that at all. I denied Arisa's suspicion with a serious face. Is that really so? I thought you moved on to her from A's Tan. There's no way. I shrugged my shoulder and denied Arisa's continued push. I mean, usually we'd have done a celebration like earlier in the elf village, right? That's... I couldn't reply to Arisa's reasonable words. Something happened, right? Why don't you talk about it with Oni-san? Arisa, who's kneeling on the chair beside me, tells me while patting my head as if persuading me. I recall the time when I told A-san about my engagement with the princess about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? Sato. Is the royal capital all right already? Yes, I've settled the problems, I plan to move to the labyrinth city in half a month. While saying that, I put some cakes from royal capital in front of A-san. The nobles of the royal capital have been giving me box of cakes recently, so I've brought some carefully selected ones from among them. I tell her about my new position after we're about done with the peaceful tea party. Actually, I've been appointed to become a vice minister of the Ministry of Tourism, and I'll be going on a journey with several of my old friends who will be acting as the attendants. Sato, you're amazing. To be successful as a minister this young. A-san, you forgot the vice part. So I'd like to bring new friends here, is it all right? Of course. Sato can bring anyone, he's accepted as many as he wants. A-san easily permitted my request. She's quick to decide as usual. Lua-san, who's acting as the watchdog and looking like she'll vomit sugar in the room, also nodded. I'll bring Zina-san and the others when I come here again next time. Finally, I speak frankly about some slightly difficult thing to A-san. One of those attendants is the princess of Shiga Kingdom, you see, and for some reason she's been pushed to me as my fiancé. I look at A-san in the eyes and talk with a nuance that tells her that's it, not my real intent. However, unfortunately, my thought didn't seem to reach her. My Satu's bride. Let me hold the baby when Satu's child is born, okay? A-san spoke of congratulatory words with higher voice pitch than usual. Why? But, is it only one? One is not, I mean, nobles of humankind take a lot of wives, right? If it's Satu, you should be able to marry 100 brides and make 1000 babies. And then Satu's descendants can visit here for around 10,000 years. But don't stop with just the wives and the children, once in 10 days. Unlike her usual self, A-san continues talking like a machine gun. Since my marriage proposal had been rejected for 3 times already, I should be able to laugh off only this much, but A-san's words shocked me more than I thought, and I couldn't listen to most of the latter half of her talk. Present time. HAAA. After listening to my story, Arisa put her hand on her forehead and let out a grand sigh. Are you stupid? If you talked about that to someone who's less than a lover, it's obvious that she'd reply like that. Arisa. I'm sorry, Liza-san. I'll hear your scolding later, let me talk right now. Liza was going to scold Arisa for calling me with anta, you, but Arisa continued her words while putting her hands on my shoulders. And then, even though you always took your time to visit the elf village once in 3 days, no matter how busy you were, afterward you never go there, never even send short reports through telephone, and even when she contacted you with telephone, you only replied curtly right. She's quite well informed. A-san consulted me with World Phone this noon. She was crying, saying Satu hates me now, you know. A-san did? Master, it's presumptuous of me, but would you allow? It's okay. Liza unusually participated in love talk. Naturally, Liza talks to me with a serious face without looking like she's making fun of it. Master is a human, Aelai-sama is a high elf. Yup, that's right. Human and high elf cannot make a child. I know. I said it, slightly displeased when the truth was directly presented to me. I wonder what's Liza trying to say? It seems Master and Arisa's sense of value is different, but regardless of race, the general common sense in this continent is that breeding is a matter of the highest priority. The grace period for long-lived races is long, so it appears that there are times when they have relationship with other races, but even them always end up leaving descendants when they're of marriageable age. You're quite well informed, Liza-san. Yes, Master Gaia and MS. Poa sometimes talked about it when I was training in Bruinen. I see, since it's from the elf master, this seems to be the common sense among the elves too. And, humans have short life. The period to leave descendants is also short. In other words, regardless of feeling of love, it's a recommendation to marry people of the same race. That is right. Arisa summarized Liza's words. Liza-san already said most of what I wanted to say, but stop getting into misunderstanding and being indecisive like some love comedy protagonist, quickly go to A-san and reconcile with her with a kiss. Arisa motivated me with some gallant words. Wouldn't it better for Arisa if we break up? I said some bitter words to Arisa after getting irritated from feeling like an idiot. There's a limit to being uncool. I immediately regretted it the moment I said it, but Arisa laughed it off. Han. Don't make light of Arisa-chan. I don't intend to be a hyena who preys on people's misery. If I fall in love, I'd seize it with my own charm like a lion would. As always, I'm no match for Arisa's serious mode. That sure is disadvantageous. I'm aware of it. But, I want to always be me. That's why. Arisa makes a charming smile unbefitting of her age. You can push me down anytime you want. She sent a clumsy wink to me. The part where it fails in the end is very like Arisa too. Good evening, A-san. When I came to the treehouse in the elf village with unit arrangement, A-san, whose upper half of the body was sprawling on the table, quickly raised her face. Satu. It has been a while. With a teary voice, A-san's tackle-like intense embrace pushed me to the chair. She's calling my name repeatedly while rubbing her face on my chest like a little child. Oh good, you've come at last. Lua entered the room from the balcony while closing the window. It was terrible, A-sama kept saying, Sato won't come anymore, Sato hates me now. I'm sorry. While brushing A-san's hair, I apologized to Lua-san. Does A-san love? This way of asking is cowardly. I changed the way I spoke halfway through. I love A-san. There is no way I'll hate you. Does A-san love me? Of course, I really love Sato. Really love. Really love. Really love. The wonderful words become a refrain in my head. It's enough as it is to keep me happy for 3 days, but I endure it and continue the talk. Then would you be my spouse? That I can't do. Sato is a human, and I'm a high elf. So the bottleneck is the racial wall. Is it not possible with humans? Not possible. A-san flatly denied it. I mean, a human and a high elf can't make children together. Are children that important? I match it with Liza's story. Of course. Sato's children will absolutely makes the world prosperous. That's why Sato has to leave a lot of children. I mean that's the wish of Creator-sama. Just like the monotheist of the former world, it seems the creator that A-san mentioned ordered the gods dispatched to this world with, give birth, multiply, fill the land. Does that mean children from a woman other than A-san? I mean, I can't give birth to Sato's children. It can't be helped. Good. Apparently, it seems she's thinking it's good as long as I can leave children from the same race. Moreover, even though humans are short-lived, their descendants resemble their ancestors. If you leave 1,000 children, there might be one among them who's like Sato. After a long time, wouldn't it be wonderful if I could meet a child who's exactly like Sato? Living at the same time as A-san who is 100 million year old is probably difficult even in a world with life extension methods like this. However, that's why you were saying 100 brides, isn't it? Moreover, even though I don't like it if Sato belongs to other women, if Sato has a lot of wives, then I'll just be one of them and he won't be cold to me. How lovable! A-san, can I push you down? I'll never be cold to you. Even if I really have 100 wives, I won't stop coming here. As long as A-san doesn't refuse it. I make sure to mix the last words with a joking laugh so that it won't be misunderstood. Still, I feel like a husband who has been permitted to have an affair by his wife. I don't intend to use that permission though. I'm glad that you two seem to have made up. I'm sorry to have made Lua-san worry. I apologized to Lua-san who was putting the teacups. Marriage outlook of the elves. Yes, for a future reference. Although it's fine if you don't want to talk about it. I've learned that the trouble this time was because of the lack of mutual understanding, so I asked Lua-san about it at once. Right, even though it's quite different depending on the person, in general a pair who gets along with each other will be tied with conceiving contract after passing the lover period for about 100 years. It's what the humans refer as marriage. No one shares the same bed until the contract. As expected of elves. To spend 100 years as pure lovers. Even after the contract has been made, most give birth to a child in several decades or at most 100 years, and then they raise that child as a couple until the child grows up. Once the child becomes independent, most couples conclude the contract and go back to be single. Most elves make 2 or 3 children in their lifetime, but there are rarely children who have the same parents. I thought it was quite a dry relationship, but in actuality, they still spend hundreds of years living together even after the contract is complete. The reason why the elves have no family name but use the child of and instead seems to be because of this custom. If a couple doesn't have a child in 1,000 years, they'll be forcefully separated by the clan assembly, but that hasn't happened here in 5,000 years. Isn't it about to become dangerous for Lua? I'm young, so it's still quite alright. Yes, it is alright. With a cool face, Luosan answered Ace-san's interruption about her being unmarried. I can see slight sweats from Luosan's side profile. I wonder if it's just my imagination? Wait. Do high elves like Ace-san not get married in the million years' time? I haven't, you know? We high elves can make children among the same race, but the world tree will produce a new one when there's a vacant position, so there's no one who gets married besides the ones who are that whimsical. Is that so? I sipped the blue tea while feeling slightly relieved. I mean, we high elves are to be the companion of the god when they don't get a consort. Ace-san said the important matter casually. God's consort. The present god pantheon don't have enough power to form children though, so the call for it is a story from the olden age, I think. Then, in order to prevent them from thinking some unnecessary thing, perhaps I should visit the male gods and chip off their power? Sato-san, you're having a scary smile, you know. I'm sorry, I was just thinking of something stupid. I shake my head to drive out the dangerous thought, and then eat the portion of the celebration cake reserved for Ace-san and the others. When I asked about it to the demigod mode Ace-san, it is possible for a god to make a child with a high elf, but it has never happened in reality. Why is that? When a god creates a child, they need to give a piece of their divinity to the child. If the partner is not equal, the formed child won't be able to hold the parted power, and only weak power will dwell on the child. I see, looks like it needs preliminary handling indeed. I'm slightly relieved that the needs to revolt against the god has disappeared. For the occasion, I try asking something that's been slightly bothering me. Is it possible for a human to become a god or a high elf? Ace-san softly smiles hearing my question. Sato, I'm happy about the meaning of that question, but do not aim to become an ascended god. Why is that? There have been 10 of thousands heroes and sages who tried to be an ascended god so far in this world, however, not even one reaches the god's throne. Is it absolutely impossible? If it's really impossible, then the term ascended god shouldn't have existed. From the memory of the world when Creator Sama came, there were 3 people who reached the gods' thrones. However, there are only 3 of them in the span of 3 billion years. I extremely advise against it for the transient human race. It's such a disadvantageous talk. Excepting the ones who are created as gods by gods of the higher order and demigods who are bestowed divinity, it's such a tall order that it can only be described with the cliched word of miracle. Perhaps, I'll be like a demigod if I let the god's fragment to dwell in my body? So I asked, since that gave me hope. Right. It is said that a demon lord whose power runs wild and has lost its mortal reason is of the lowest seat of the demigods. But it is only a broken inferior good. Unfortunately, even though the god's fragment itself contains the divinity, someone who let it dwells on their body won't have the divinity itself. Sato, please do not take the god's fragment into yourself and goes on a rampage in desperation. Yes, I do not have such a suicidal wish. Because the marriage isn't the goal, but a start of my love life. If it becomes an obstacle in my life after the marriage, then there's no meaning in that. There's no use of me asking the way to train to become an ascended god, right? Demigod mode Ace-san falls silent to my dumb question. I do not mind teaching you the way. Are you sure? I jump to the unexpected words. I'm restless if I say so myself. However, I have a condition. I'll clear any condition. The me right now should be able to clear most difficult problems. Then, please make children from 100 girls of the same race. @ Of course you can't force yourself on them, okay? Is that the condition? That's right. If you aim for the godhood, first you have to accomplish your duty as a living being. Looks like it's not a joke, she's saying it seriously. And then, please splendidly reach the god's throne, and take me as your wife. When that happens, let's make a child with me as Sato's wife, just as you wish. I promised, absolutely, to the demigod Ace-san, who's smiling sublimely. Now then, I promised her absolutely earlier, but I don't intend to do the make children with 100 girls prerequisite. In the first place, it's rude for the woman who's going to be my partner. I myself intend to seek the way to reach the God's throne during my free time. I'm going to travel around the world anyway. I have a hunch that I'll probably find the way during the travel. If by any chance I can't find it until the deadline for my marriage with the princess, there is no choice but to brace myself when that happens. The unknown little girl from before is probably willing to tell me, but I feel that it'll be the direct flag for the bad end, so I don't want to choose it. Thus, I'm thinking of struggling with the frontal attack until the time limit. Now then, the airship is going to arrive in the royal capital soon. Why don't I read some books in the Forbidden Library as a change of pace? 14-10. Rumor about the Apostle. Satu's here. Fulfilling the promise exchanged during childhood is the standard of childhood friends, but I think remembering the promise you've made in your childhood is a tall order. You're all Satu's new wives, right? Even though I'm aware of Ace-san's real intention now, her innocent words weighed down on my heart. With the matter yesterday, today I've brought the princess, Sira, Lady Karina, Zina-san in addition to the usual members to the treehouse in Bruinen. I am honored to be graced with your presence, Your Majesty Sacred Tree Aelise-sama. I am Satu's fiancé, she's Tina the 6th Princess of Shiga Kingdom. You don't need to call me Your Majesty, okay? Ace-san is bewildered with the overwhelming princess's greeting. In contrast, Hikaru is acting like she's been friend with Ace-san for 10 years after she greeted her. That's right, Ace looks like she doesn't like such a stiff greeting, be more friendly. Right now she's sitting beside Ace-san, joining shoulders while being overly familiar. Change with me, Hikaru. My name is Sira, granddaughter of Duke Oyagak of Shiga Kingdom. I'm Kakarina, daughter of Earl Munodi Suwa. My name is Zina Marientale, I'm working as Satu-san's escort. The three girls introduced themselves after the princess, but Zina-san's introduction is too modest. Zina-san is the benefactor of Liza and the others, and my first friend in Shiga Kingdom. Thus, I followed up slightly. If she's Satu's friend, then she's also my friend. Let's get along well, Zina. Why yes. I am honored to. As Ace-san rode on it spontaneously, Zina-san rigidly replied in monotone. Wrong wife. Arisa is looking at them pleasingly, but Mia began to lightly hit Ace-san with sharp eyes. It's not like she's serious, but leaving it is not good, so I collect Mia with magic hand and put her on my lap. Tama, who was originally sitting on my lap, read the mood and smoothly slid to my side. Satu. Do you not like to be on my lap? I don't hate it. Mia is shaking her head, swinging her twin tails making it hit the back of my head, but I'll receive this much contently. When I look at this, Ace-tan really does have the authority, hey. Everyone is rigid. Arisa comments on the interaction between Ace-san and the others while giving me a cup of fruit water. That serious mode will soon collapse. Dee-ha-hee. What's wrong, Arisa? Arisa, who's letting out some weird laugh, pokes my shoulder with her index finger. I mean, I heard about it from Ace-tan. I can guess what she heard, but it doesn't seem like Arisa is going to say it out loud. I've heard about the 100 wives talk too. Lulu, who showed up beside Arisa, said the thing that Arisa couldn't say while smiling. I see, so that's why she looks calm. I intend to seek the way to ascend the godhood during the grace period. I don't have any plan to get 100 wives right now. However, seeing Arisa and Lulu looking so happy, as expected, I couldn't say it. Thus, the first meeting of the princess and the others with Ace-san that was filled with tension ended without any problem. The princess and the others didn't seem like they could talk familiarly with Ace-san yet, but they're probably going to get used to it after seeing Tama and Poka talk with her normally. Among the orphanages in the royal capital, Ikagoya firm has sent human resources and funds to 9 of which aren't being supported by the Welfare Bureau. In addition, we've let the senior orphans to do odd jobs at the nearest firm's workshops. The details regarding the downtown's Hello Work and the Widow's Home Industry project are collected in these documents. The day after we deepened our friendship at the elf village, I received a bundle of documents from Tefaliza. It's quite thick. I've asked her about the summary, but I have to at least skim over it. Next, it's about the military unit deployed to subjugate the rebellion in Bishtal Dukedom. 3 orders of night from the kingdom military have liberated 3 cities from the rebel army, however. It seems the rebel army launched counter-offensives using monsters in order to drive them out of the cities, and got them to be on the verge of annihilation. Only the Order of Night that were accompanied by Gerald of Shiga 8 Swords and Mithril explorers was able to successfully defend the city they were in. It seems they're the holding the war front at bay. Thus, Haim Dano of Shiga 8 Swords leading Holy Knights will be deployed. Then we should deliver the magic sword that he ordered. The magic sword that was requested half a month ago has long been completed, but since we put on the official stance, built to order needs time, we suspended delivering it. Haim's personal magic sword is a great sword type that's like the holy sword Durandal, and has eternal blade command word that can be used to regain its sharpness. If the blade was just chipped, then it would work somehow, but as expected, the sword couldn't be restored if it was broken. It's made from adamantite, so I can guarantee the toughness. Since only that much didn't have enough romance, I also put an abridged version of Lulu Arm's acceleration magic circle on it. If you stream magic power into the circuit, it's possible to do super accelerated slashes or stabs with extreme swiftness. When I let Poka to try it, it demonstrated enough power to pierce through a shield made from lesser dragon's scales. The magic sword is hard to handle, but Sir Haim should be able to master it. The ominous-sounding command word which I got from Arissa was suggested to be changed, but it was too late since I had already put the function. Deliver it to Sir Haim before he departs. I take out the magic sword Haim from the item box and lean it against the work desk. Coming up the name was troublesome, so I named it by the user's name. And then, the manager asked me when I had finished talking with Tefaliza. Kuro-sama, what would you like to do with the plot of land that has been given to Mitsukuni Duke House? For a mansion that's befitting of a Duke House, then a request for the suitable architecture magic for a noble is. I'll do that myself. I'll leave it to the manager to prepare the furniture and the garden. I want to get some feedback of the experience I've learned from building the solitary island. Kuro-sama, if possible we'd like you to build the research facility for Anne and the others who have moved from the Junction City. Okay. I'll make it a bit away from the professor's research facility. Anne, whom Tefaliza mentioned, is the one who managed alchemists in the Junction City. They're the female compounders whom I named from Umbt. The matter about the fiend drug should be about to cool down soon, so I've made them to join a Kaguya firm. If something happens, get in touch with Mito with the information magic device, okay? Understood. The airship where Satu should be boarding is going to arrive this noon, so I'm thinking of completing Duke Mitsukuni's mansion until then. I've already made the blueprint together with Hikaru and Arissa, so I just need to actualize it. El-sama, today Kuro-sama is going to come here, right? To wa Kuro-sama. Calm down, Aoi. Kuro-sama, please excuse us. Aoi would like to suggest a new business. Would you be willing to lend us your time? I'd like to quickly construct the Duke Mansion, but I endure it for a bit and accept Aoi's new business presentation. I see, reformable undergarments made of fiber that can contract and expand with magic power. Hey. Yes, please do tell me if Kuro-sama knows any good material with good cost to performance ratio. There are many material that can expand with magic power, but materials from plant-type monster deteriorate fast, so there are many which need extra cost to preserve them. If the deterioration can be ignored, there's something like the crawling ivy that's used in making traps, but you can't use it for undergarments. If metal is fine, then the material used for the princess and the others' armor can be used, but that one is too costly even for a noble. After pondering for a bit, I recalled the thing I heard from Arissa before. The magic cloth taught in the magic school should have such a property. Ask the manager to arrange the related book. Understood. A large-scale facility will be needed for manufacturing magic cloth, but we should be able to do it with the workshop facilities that a Kaguya firm has bought. I decided to pretend that I didn't hear Aoi boy saying, "Now we can make stockings." It seems he has quite the profound taste. Famu, this much should be okay, I think. When I had finished making the exterior of Duke Mitsukuni Mansion, the small airship that Sato should have ridden arrived on the neighboring Earl Munoz mansion. I wanted to do the interior decoration too, but I can just do it after finishing my official business later. After changing to noble clothes in the solitary island palace, I enter the gate to the small airship. Master! I saw it from the airship. Was it alright do such a conspicuous thing like that? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Kuros and Nanashi's absurdities are widely known in the royal capital after all. That much is no problem. Arisa asked about the magical construction of Duke Mitsukuni Mansion, so I told her my opinion. Unlike Sato, Nanashi, and Kuro who have Shiga Kingdom backing them should have no opposition in wielding overwhelming power. After showing that much magic, rather than trying to oppose Duke Mitsukuni House, people probably would try to gain their grace instead. It should go well if I just leave the manager to deal with the aftermath. Leaving that aside, I'm going to meet with the Prime Minister. What's everyone's plan? Mia and I are going to the library in the magic school. Investigation. Arisa and Mia answered my question first. I'd like to go with Arisa and Mia-sama, is it alright? Yes, I don't mind. I can report to the Prime Minister alone. Then I'll go with them as a guard. The princess is going with the library group, and Xena-san will be guarding them. Poke wants to play in the night school. Tama too. Okay. Don't make too much racket, okay? Yes, Nanodesu. Then I will accompany the two. Please, Liza. Looks like the Beast Girls want to meet their friends in the night school of the Royal Academy. I was slightly worried with just Tama and Poke, so I was glad that Liza offered to accompany them. Master, I want to go to the childhood school, so I declare. It seems Nana wants to visit Shiro and Crow's class. She'll be happy with a lot of the young organisms there. The people who aren't here, Lulu is currently testing the menu for the cooking contest in the Solitary Island Palace, while Lady Karina is working hard at her battle training against the combat golems in the beach of the Solitary Island Palace. Exchanging places with us who have arrived in the royal capital, Hikaru has gone to Fujisan Mountains where the Heavenly Dragons and the others are. I have asked Hikaru to check the library in the Heavenly Dragon Shrine. It wouldn't be good for a vice minister if he was without his attendants, so I'd go with Sato-san to the royal castle. Sira, whom I thought would be going to the Tinyan temple, declared so. For some reason, the princess and Xena-san, who heard that, had "oh no" expressions on their face, but I'm only going to report the result of the small airship's test flight to the Prime Minister, so there's no need to regret anything like that. Then, let us go, Sato-san. Together with Sira, who was strangely cheerful, I got on the called carriage from Pendragon Mansion to the royal castle. Threatening mood is spread among the group of small countries to the east. Right now, we cannot confirm whether any demon is rampaging there, but someone wearing white vestment calling themselves God's Apostle has been making several incidents in the small countries. While sipping the tea made from labyrinth-sourced moss, I listen about the situation at the east where I'm planning to go. Before we got to this story, he had told me about other stories like the destruction of the Demon Lord and the war between Holy State Parian and its 3 neighboring countries. Is there anything in common between the incident places? There is nothing that suggests it. In addition to the priest massacre incident that I've heard from the Martianus in the labyrinth city Selbra, the Apostle seems to be doing actions with unknown purpose, like destroying the royal villas of the small countries, or annihilating the mercenary groups who were wandering on the strife-laden lands of the small countries. The Royal Research Institute and theologians of the temples think that the self-proclaimed apostle may be using the earth magic stone to salt, or the ritual holy magic divine retribution to change people and building into salt. Either of the magic has a long chant, and I can sense the magic wave from the sign, so it should not be possible to do a surprise attack on me. There might be other people that can use ritual magic chantlessly like me though, so I should think of the countermeasure as an insurance. I also asked the Prime Minister the way to get in touch with the spies who have infiltrated the countries I will be traveling to. After leaving the royal castle, Sira and I went around to the Royal Research Institute and met the theologians whom the Prime Minister referred to gather information. At the Royal Research Institute we found out that the ritual magic needs some prerequisites like offerings, stars lining up and such, and while we were at it, I also got them to show the latest research, permanent defensive magic. Leaving aside the former, the latter is extremely helpful, so I presented them some scarce materials needed for their research as the compensation. We didn't get any new information from each temples we visited afterward, but we were referred to a person called Heretic Theologian when I donated 10 gold coins to the Zakuan temple. We were referred to the edge of the slum in the downtown. The one we meet is an old woman who has the alias of Heretic Theologian that doesn't suit her. It might be a skill used by the demon god's apostle called Calamity, Clay Mary. The old woman said some disturbing things while snacking on the tea cake I brought. Please stop with the dangerous words like demon god's apostle. Calamity. Yes, I've only ever seen it in an ancient Furu Empire document. It's said that anything touched by the hand changes into salt pillar. Just touching means out, the hurdle is too high. I have to think of the way to defend against it for my companion. Is there no way to prevent it? The demon god's apostle excessively fears dragons, so they absolutely won't get near someone who has the presence of a dragon. I got an unexpected solution when I asked while not expecting anything. I should not blindly believe it, but we're lucky if it has any effect. I'll create accessories made of the heavenly dragons and the black dragon Aaron's scales and give it to everyone. Maybe I should try using the dragon scales to make some dye? Using the fiber in the scales to create cloth might also be a good idea. Later, I tried talking to the reincarnated people in the labyrinth's lower layer, but they never met this demon god's apostle. Corpse had met Urion's apostle, while Yuika had met Garleon's apostle, but they never saw any ritual magic that could change people into salt. According to Corpse and Yuika, the apostles are only about as strong as a mid-demon to less than a greater demon. They don't have unique skill, their magic are about the same as the demon and they need to chant to use it, so there should be no need for us to be that nervous. Xena-san. Late at night that day, I called to Xena-san who was practicing magic in the beach of the solitary island palace. Her power is far superior than when she was in the Siriuhu city back then. Sato-san, were the sounds of my magic too noisy? No, not at all. I hand over a cup of fruit water to Xena-san who's gasping from the excessive magic usage. Next, I take out a table on the beach. I've completed the present for Xena-san, so I've come to deliver it. Present. I put magic books and several magic tools on the table. Is this possibly the Book of Wind of the Jib Cloud Magic Dictionary? Yes, it's something that Xena-san will need from now on. This thin book over here has selected spells of the flight magic and the explanation to control them. This book is my own work. Flight magic. Hearing me, Xena-san raises her face like it was flicked. Yes, the Xena-san right now should be able to use it. With flight magic Yes, once you're able to fly freely in the sky, we have to fulfill our promise, don't we? We exchanged a promise to take an aerial date once Xena-san has learned flight magic when we were in Siriuhu city. So you remember it, Sato-san? Of course. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xena-san wraps her delicate hands on mine. Did she think that I completely forget about it? After staring at each other for a while, Xena-san comes to her sense, separates her hands and jumps back. I am sorry. While her cheeks are reddening, she opens the thin book as if varnishing over it. There are 3 spells, aren't there? Xena-san muttered while turning the thin book's pages. This book has practice fly, automatic fly and fly spells. The written spells have different degree of difficulty, so you should start with the practice fly. I'll do it with you together if you need a model. I recite the practice fly spell. This magic can only do ascending, descending, advancing, and turning left and right. It's a magic to do floating movement rather than for flying like a bird. If I talked with Arisa, I'd call it a magic that move like a drone, rather, I can immediately imagine it. I've mixed in the wind magic air float function so you don't have to worry about falling, please get used to flying with this magic. Why yes. I'll do my best. Xena-san looks eager while having a posture like she'll fall forward. These magic tools are precautions so you won't get hurt during the flying magic practice. Please be sure to wear it during your practice, okay? They're for absorbing impact in case of falls. I've put the mechanism in Lulu's and Nana's equipment, so it has the stamp of approval. W wearing this, is it? Xena-san picks up a magic tool and blushes, perhaps because it looks like a half-transparent leotard. It's embarrassing, but since it's clothes that Sato-san has made. Embarrassing? Apparently, Xena-san has misunderstood. It's thin, so please wear it between your underwear and your clothes. That's right, isn't it? Haha, oh me. Xena-san cleared the misunderstanding with my follow-up, but she tries to varnish over it with cheeks that are even redder than before. I am going for a bit. It seems she couldn't bear her embarrassment anymore. Xena-san ran away from the beach after declaring so. Due to her level up, her physical ability seems to have risen favorably well. I send the equipment and magic books to Xena-san's room with teleport an object, and leave a message ball for Xena-san in this place. She'll be embarrassed even if I wait here after all. Hiro, how's your situation? After separating from Xena-san, I contacted the Hero's party with the telecommunication equipment in Ikagoya firm. This time, it's the Hiro himself instead of the house-watching attendant after a long while. Yo Nanashi, looks like you're doing well there. Well yet. I'm good at finding enemies, you see. Should I go help you if you need help in searching? Your timing is bad. The engineers of the Weasel Empire have agreed to provide us a magic tool for tracking the Demon Lord, you see. We asked it from our side, so we can't tell them we don't need it now. I see. Oops, I'm too late, hey. Sorry about it. When we were fighting, the Demon Lord itself felt far weaker than the yellow bastard we fought in Oiagok City, so I'll show you that we can defeat it this time. Apparently, every time they were about to defeat it, the Demon Lord escaped by using a dummy as a scapegoat. Then I'll be waiting for good news in the next communication. Yet. I'm not worthy of Saga Empire's hero if I can't defeat at least one Demon Lord. He's burdening the dignity of Saga Empire and God Parion's prestige, so it seems he's a bit eager. Hiro, cherish your life, okay? I sent a famous words from a super popular game to the Hiro. I know. Not just me, I'll show you that I'll go back without missing anyone. I believe Hayato can do it. I returned words of encouragement to Hayato's powerful words, and then we finished the regular communication. In the middle of the night, I made bracelets for everyone using the beautiful heavenly dragon's scales. It'd be boring if they all looked the same, so I put different images as the carved seals on the plate part of the bracelets. These equipment are countermeasures against the demon god's apostle, so I've not put magic circuit on it. For that, I've completed the simpler version of Rika's automatic defense system, which is still under development, and I'm now thinking of putting space magic into it. The next morning, my small airship departs from the royal capital. I choose the course that goes to Oiagok Dukedom through coastlands in Marquis Ganica territory. We're supposed to arrive in Marquis Ganica's territory before noon, so we should be able to visit capital of Ganica in the evening. It's been a while since we visit a new city, let's treat ourselves to a sightseeing tour together with everyone. 14-11. The territory of Marquis Ganica. Satu's here. There is an unexpectedly large amount of omens of fall. But those many omens get overlooked until the fall. Dried fish. They're all fish nanodesu. I brought Tama and Poki along to one of the big fishing villages in Marquis Ganeka's territory. We came to this village to search for fish as presents for people who live in the mountain regions. This territory of Marquis Ganeka is in the middle of the air lane that connects the royal capital and the territory of Duke Oiagok. It's an elongated shaped territory that mostly faces the sea. Merchant Sama, would you buy our product Naya? When we were walking along the dried fish racks toward the place where there was a lot of people, a girl with strange end-word talked to me. She's a catkin like Tama. Unlike Tama, her hair and eyes look bad, but it doesn't seem like she has an ill intention against us. It's annoying to correct her that I'm a noble, so I decide to continue the talk while leaving her misunderstanding alone. You really saved me Naya. We've been getting a whole lot of fish for a half of month, we couldn't eat them all, so we had to turn them into dried fish Naya. Yet the usual merchants said, every fishing village in the territory is getting a good haul, the price has fallen, they were reluctant to buy them, it was troubling Naya. When I asked about the dried fish's price, it was bizarrely cheap at only 5% of the price in the royal capital, so I bought a lot as recommended. This girl seems to be the boss of this village. Catkins and Gilkins people with big builds carry the baggage one after another when the girl orders them. Are you only going to buy the dried fish Naya? We also have dried abalones and beautiful shell crafts Uneo. The shrewd Catkin girl tried to sell some expensive products. The shell crafts craftsmanship were not quite that good, but since I heard that they were the handiworks of widows and girls from poor houses, I decided to buy them all as they weren't that much anyway. I can just sell them in the inland branch offices of a Kagoya firm. Another fisherman like Gilkin came to sell some fresh mackerel-like fish, so I brought a basket full of them. When I bought one, more fishermen came to me one after another to try to sell their fish. It seems the story about Big Haul is true. Octopus. The octopus outside the labyrinth are small notisu. Tama and Poka who saw octopus among the seafood tilted their heads in puzzlement. Of course they're small compared to the dungeon octopus that are more than 10 meter big in the labyrinth. Even those are small compared to the kraken that live in the open sea though. While having that exchange, Tama and Poka stuff the products that we've bought to their magic bags. Work. Poka will work hard to notisu. Magic bag Naya. As expected of a great merchant, they're different Naya. The Catkin girl made a fuss when she saw that. There were many merchants who have magic bags in the royal capital, but there's probably no peddlers going around fishing villages who have one, no wonder it's rare. Then, a Catkin old man wearing worn-out clothes appeared. Perhaps it's just my imagination, but the surrounding people's eyes are steep. Hear me, everyone. This big haul is an omen of the undersea people from the deep sea attacking. We have to abandon the seaside and run away to the mountain now. Undersea people. Without caring the atmosphere around, the old man makes his speech while scowling at the sea. I tried searching the sea map just in case, but I couldn't find the thing called undersea people. Of course, I've also searched the seas outside the territory. There was a lot of monsters, but that was just the usual so I ignored it. Bamutji-san, we have a customer right now Naya. Talk your nonsense to your pet dog in your house Naya. Once the Catkin girl did that, the villagers around also sneered at the old man. I hate this kind of mood. I urge the Catkin girl to settle the payment, and lead the villagers' interest from the old man to me. Excuse me, how'd you like to be paid, with cash or jewels? Of course cash Naya. It'd be good if it's in copper coins so we can distribute it to everyone Naya. Even though we bought so much, I only had to pay with 73 copper coins. I've been buying things with gold coins so far, so this feels strange. The villagers who saw the piled up copper coins made a fuss. We're having a feast today. We were invited too, but since we needed to prepare the lunch, we refused. The thing that the old man earlier talked about caught my interest so I moved to the return teleport point outside the territory of Marquis Ganeka and re-executed all map exploration, but there was no new information besides the fact that there was an outbreak of monsters called sea orc that I saw for the first time in the bottom of the sea of the continental shelf. I think being called deep sea even though they're living in the continental shelf is a bit wrong, but I shouldn't mind the trivial. For the time being, I pull one of the sea orcs with space magic and check it. These sea orcs are basically a pig with fins as their limbs, and there's a swordfish-like horn on their forehead. Their average level is level 3, they're extremely weak. It seems there are various subspecies just like demi-goblins. There is a lot of them, but since they're so weak that the monsters in the sea could trample them down, they probably won't even get to the ground, what's with the sea several kilometers around them containing many powerful monsters for them. Right, there's no way that a world crisis will always be around the corner. Welcome back, Master. I'm back. When I got back to the small airship, a brownie in flight uniform greeted me. Even though this ship can be left unmanned, I let brownies who wish for it to handle the ship during the normal cruises in turns. This flight uniformed brownie is an airship maniac even among those brownies, he's doing his duty while wearing handmade goggles and flight uniform. Moreover, it seems he likes to steer the ship with the wheel on the upper deck that's exposed to the strong wind and sunlight instead of the one in the bridge. Once the brownie got back to the steering wheel, I turned on the anti-wind magic on the rear deck, took out beach chairs from the storage, and began to check the information in the tourist book and the one I got from the map. This territory of Marquis Ganica is a long territory that's endowed with 1,000-kilometer long coastline extending from the east to the west. There's only a few inhabitable area as it has 4 cities, 7 towns, and many villages around them. There are inlets protected with barrier pillars every 40 to 50 km of the coastline to prevent monsters from entering. They're used as evacuation sites for ships that are cruising on the coast. It seems the fee for entering these inlets are the source of income for the territory of Marquis Ganica. Looking at the map, it seems most of the villages in the territory are located along these safe inlets. Looking things with the Senrigan, extra clairvoyance, magic, the big haul isn't only happening in the village earlier, but it's a common situation among the villages and towns in the territory. This Senrigan, extra clairvoyance, is an advanced version of clairvoyance magic. I can view anywhere on the map with it. I contact Ikagoya firm's manager through telephone magic. Yes, Elterina speaking. Manager, do you know about the big haul phenomenon in the territory of Marquis Ganica? Yes, we are aware of it. We have received reports pertaining it from the branch offices in the Marquis territory. Tifaliza, who heard about it from the manager, rechecked the report once again. According to the report, the haul is 20% better than the last year. It seems the haul is exploding even more in the actual site than the report suggests. Should we instruct the branch offices to buy more? Yeah, if it's something that can be preserved dry, then you can buy as many as you like as long as it's not higher priced than the conventional market price. Understood. I'm glad that she's quick to handle things, but I feel a bit lonely that she doesn't ask about the reason or the storage site. The preserved foods that we'll buy can be featured on the branch offices in the inland. The airship that's arrived in the capital of Marquis Ganica's territory is met by the next Marquis and the chief nobles. This is probably because I'm accompanied by Princess Shiztina. Since this is our first city, I'd have liked to tour it with everyone, but we had to participate in the tea party sponsored by the Marchioness until the evening banquet. I gave the usual snack sets and magic-made glassworks as the souvenirs. Since Marquis Ganica is a sailor, I had prepared a glasswork modeled after Big Caravel ship. It was not hard to do since I only imitated the real thing. I picked it since I thought it'd probably look better than some glass sword. Oh! I have never seen such a meticulous glasswork even in Oiagok Dukedom. Wonderful! Truly a wonderful item. With such an item, I cannot return the favor without giving back our heirloom, the Sea King 5-pronged spear or the Twin Sea Dragon wand. It seems Marquis Ganica really liked it. He told a joke that made his wife and retainers to lift their eyes. According to the tourist book, the Sea King five-pronged spear that he mentioned seems to have the effect of flinching the widely distributed sea-type monsters in addition to being effective against them, so it's an indispensable item for the fleet. The Twin Sea Dragon Wand is a magic wand that acts as auxiliary for water magic. It's a key item for using the forbidden water magic Divine Tidal Wave. There's no magician that can use forbidden magic in the territory of Marquis Ganica, but there's a lot of local water magicians here, so the item is an object of yearning in the territory. Dear. It's a joke, of course. I will give my youngest daughter to the Viscount. Your Excellency, if you joke too much, the Snake King will change to the Dragon King, you know. Princess Tina is well informed with our tradition. You guys, learn from Her Highness. I was hesitant what to say back to the Marquis, who was reminded by his first wife, but as usual the princess dealt with it before I could talk. The you guys that the Marquis said are probably the daughters of his relatives who are in this place. Viscount Sama, what kind of place is the labyrinth? Her Highness, what kind of music is in fad in the royal capital? Sira-sama, I will enter the temple apprenticeship next year. Would you tell me about the temple? When the Marquis withdrew for governmental affair, the girls let out a barrage of questions like surging waves. Most of them are asking the princess, but since the princess has no interest in music or clothes that are in fad, they change the target to me, so I don't even have time to drink the tea. Every girl looks so happy, but there's one with a gloomy face. She's not the Marquis's daughter, but his niece, a daughter of an earl. She's 15-year-old, her physique is good and her shoulder-length hair leaves a lively impression. Her level is 10, her skills are water magic, ship handling, and etiquette. Nirina-sama, are the sweets not to your liking? No, they're wonderful sweets that I've never tasted before. I tried to talk with the Earl's daughter in question, but since her nuance felt like she was annoyed, I stopped trying to talk with her in the tea party. After the banquet, I've got to enjoy some rum recommended by Marquis Ganica and liquor bragged by the upper nobles in a salon that's separated by gender. It seems there's a lot of heavy drinker nobles in this territory. When I was sobering up on the balcony while feeling the wind, my attentive ears skill picked up a conversation between two women. Nirina, are the undersea people really going to attack from the bottom of the sea? My lady. I do not know either. Apparently, it's a conversation between the Earl daughter Nirina and the eldest daughter of the Marquis. However, as checked by the retainers, there are many stories where fish and monsters that have never been before being sighted among the populace. Moreover, the fleet of Baron Donsuden that should have arrived last month hasn't arrived even now. Something might be happening beyond the sea. The Marquis daughter muttered a sigh like it was not her problem hearing the fretting Miss Nirina. Famu, distribution hay. I didn't check that. I saw it on the map, but since I didn't know the previous information, I don't really know. It seems interesting, maybe I should check it out a bit. Tama. You called. I didn't think that she would really come. Was the dinner good? Ganika's shrimp was delicious. Tama, who's in dress, lets out a smile. For today's banquet, I went with not only the princess but everyone, including the Beastkin girls. I see, I'd like you to do a little something. Don't worry, be happy. A while after Tama had disappeared, several people came to the balcony. I asked Tama to call Liza, Poki, Nana, and Zina-san here. I'm sorry to interrupt you during the pleasant banquet, but I'd like you to gather some information in the town. Understood, Master. Awaiting your order. Liza consented to my sudden request. I want to know whether the conversation earlier is true. I'd like you to gather information from the sailors in the town's bar. Understood. Aye. Roger Nanodesu. Yes, Master. I'll do my best. Liza with Zina-san, Poke with Nana, I open a gate to the nearby harbor for them to go investigate in groups. Of course, they've changed to plain clothes. I felt a bit hesitant sending them to harbor bar filled with rowdy people inside, but these girls should be able to repel some sexually harassing drunkards now. I hope they're careful not to overdo it at least. What about Tama? Tama has a special mission. Nin. Ninja has ninja's work to do. Leaving us behind, I can't let that happen. Same. After Tama disappeared, Arisa and Mia appeared through teleportation. I've never intended to leave you behind. Arisa is to gather intelligence from Miss Nirina together with Sira. Mia is going with me to intrude the library and check the old documents there. I should ask the Marquis directly after checking for a bit. I want to go with Master too. Then once Sira's investigation is over, contact me with telephone and I'll summon you here. Can't be helped. Since Arisa-chan is a nice woman, I'll give you an okay. It'd have left a good impression if she didn't click and wink in the end. Mia, please check the books with chains over there. I'll look them all from the other side in turns. Okay. Once we arrived in the dark library through space magic, we immediately began the investigation. I granted Mia with the dark magic's night vision. Looking up the book straightforwardly would be troublesome, so I put the books along with the shelves into my storage and then searched the keywords undersea people, ravine, and disaster. Even though I had checked half of the 10 shelves, I couldn't find anything that matched them. Master, we've completed the inquiry. Okay, I'll summon you here. Sira is still with Miss Nirina and the Marquis's daughters, so I only summon Arisa. Sira is still talking with Nathan and the others, so she stayed behind. Undersea people sounds like the prophecies of Nostradamus, doesn't it? According to the Marquis's daughters, there wasn't any story about whether the undersea people really attacked in the history books of the Marquis house. I see, it seems to be a so-called folklore. According to the 4 people who investigated the town, one of the rumors circulating among the drunkards seems to be undersea people are attacking. According to Tama, who investigated the fishing village, fish that were usually only seen in the offshore getting caught on coastal waters, and a lot of cases where strong monsters rampaging on the coast seem to be true. Found. Mia muttered. The words undersea people are certainly on the place where her fingers are pointing. Hey, do they really exist? Who knows, they may be if the thing written in that book is true. I shrugged my shoulder to Arisa's question. These are written in the book that Mia found. The ground shook like it was the beginning of the world. Continued on, people profited from the dried up sea, taking the sea products by hands, killing sea monsters that couldn't move on the ground, getting their hands on seemingly inexhaustible magic cores. The tide abating after an earthquake happened in my former world too. Such blessings didn't last long, from beyond the parched sea as the abominable inhabitants of the undersea city Naneri came attacking. Without even getting the chance to name the undersea people, the people of the fishing villages were bitten from the head to toe, devoured. I feel that it's an allegory of tsunami, but I also feel that it's a written work by a reincarnated person who's into Tulhu myth. However, the cruelty of the undersea people didn't last long. The king of Ganica that was bestowed the Sea King 5-pronged spear from the god drove away the undersea people from the shore. The queen carrying the twin sea dragon wand pushed away the undersea people to beyond the ravine. It seems the territory of Marquis Ganica was an independent kingdom in old days. I'd probably have to find the Sea King 5-pronged spear and the twin sea dragon long wand and avert the crisis if this were an RPG, but since it's troublesome, I won't ask the Marquis to lend them to me. With that information, I came to the sky above the place where the sea orcs are. Written in the book that Mia found, during that time, there was a large quantity of eaten corpses of sea orcs getting washed ashore. I've only brought Arisa here after some fierce rock-paper-scissors matches. Then, let's go. I pick C divide from the magic column and execute it. The MP consumption is high for an advanced magic. The sea water got pushed aside, and a perpendicular water hole several kilometer big in radius appeared. Are you some kind of prophet? Arisa, who's surprised, hugs my head. It seems she doesn't have enough leeway to sexually harass me today. Ignoring the group of sea orcs who are floundering on the dried bottom of the sea, I move with Sky Drive. Since I am the point of the sea divide, the divided part moves with me. Sometimes there were tasty-looking level 30 and above monsters scattered about. Arisa defeated them with her space magic. Maybe I should have brought Mia, who needs more experience points to level up. After a while, we met a vertical cliff that looked like an ocean trench. When we descended a bit, the radar's scope narrowed down. The trench seems to be of another map. After executing all map exploration from the magic column, I see that the bottom of the trench is the undersea city of Naneri. Moreover, there are several tens of thousands of monsters called Neroid inside the city. Around 30% of those monsters have the condition of hunger or starvation. Perhaps in the near future, these Neroids would attack the group of sea orcs and might even reach the shore while chasing after them. However, that will never happen. Because it's nice, isn't it, finding another place to level up besides the labyrinth? That's right. They're too weak for Arisa and the others, but they should be good matches for Xena-san and the others' training. I've completely enclosed them with space magic, so the Neroids won't be able to escape from the undersea city. We tried to get in contact with them since they're called undersea people for once, even though they're monsters, but since they came attacking us with the intention to eat even without looking at us, we changed the objective to annihilation. I also didn't get language skill. It didn't seem like we could converse. Getting to tour and explore the undersea city while leveling up Xena-san and the others' levels is quite the bargain. Along the way, I threw sea orcs that Arisa had defeated and unappetizing insect-type monsters, so they shouldn't be annihilated due to starvation. Nothing's happening in the world today too. There's no way that world crisis happens often. SS, the territory of Marquis Ganica, later. This is an old document. Yes, it's in the castle's library. Look at this, Nirina. Is it a modern translation? 5 days after Princess Shiztina visited, I was called by the young lady to the castle. If this is true, yes, it should be an evidence of the undersea people's existence. A servant of the Marquis house, most likely someone of talent that could read ancient documents, must have found it. If we show this to Marquis-sama, we might be able to persuade or even push Marquis-sama to launch a full-scale investigation. I feel clear like a small bird that sees the morning sun after a long while. Excuse me. The young lady and I came to the workroom of Marquis-sama. Normally we would have been stopped along the way, but today there wasn't anyone stopping us. It's strange. This must be my lucky day. That was quick. I exchanged looks with the young lady, hearing unexpected words from Marquis-sama. This girl is the one who has promptly raised the warning about the matter this time. She's Nirina Dano. A young woman with golden hair cut to her shoulders stands up from the sofa in front of Marquis-sama. She's wearing expensive-looking clothes and graceful jewels as the accessories. There's no mistake that she's an upper noble woman. Moreover, she must be a noble from the royal capital. She's Sala of Ikagoya firm. A merchant? She looks like a noble no matter how you look at it, right? Marquis-sama. Today I've come as a retainer of Duke Mitsukuni. So you were Duke Mitsukuni. That famous Duke Mitsukuni from the time of ancestor King Sama's world reformation. While still feeling surprised, we exchanged greetings with the woman who looks like she was born in a noble house. Now then, regarding the matter of undersea people. It's true. Undersea people do exist. I impatiently interrupted Sala-sama. It's already far more severe than impoliteness. If this keeps up, it won't end up with just scolding. I might be sent to my parent house's reflection room. Now that it has come to this, I prepare myself. If you look at this book, the existence of undersea people is. There is no need. It seems Sala-sama was angered with the thing earlier. She flatly shut me down. Sala-sama, would you please listen to Nirina? Understood. Let it be after you hear me. Thanks to the young lady, Sala-sama somehow agreed to take the time. As expected of young lady. She's dependable. After clearing her throat, Sala-sama starts to talk. After hearing the rumor about the undersea people, Hiro Nanishisama had gone and investigated it and found the undersea city, Nanari. He judged that the undersea people, Neroids, in the actual site were warlike monsters after he got in contact with them and sealed the site with magic. After further investigation, he found the descendants of the ancient undersea people, elder Neroids, living a primitive life on a solitary island near Nanari, and after gathering the documents in the community, he identified that they were former citizens of the undersea city Nanari. Isn't it just too fast? We only started to perceive the abnormal situations half a month ago. Is it possible to use the undersea city? It is not. The teleport gate, which is the mean to go to the city, has been broken, and unless you are like Hiro Nanishisama who can stand high pressure, it is not possible to approach it. Is that so? The conversation that's happening between Marquis-sama and Sala-sama feels like a tale from some faraway country. Nirina. Called by the young lady, my thought that was flown far away came back. I'm sorry. It is fine, accept this Nirina. It's a reward from His Majesty. It's a gorgeous necklace that can be said to be luxurious even for a daughter of an earl house. Moreover, there's a piece of highest grade shigaponji under it. Furthermore, there's even a letter of commendation from His Majesty. Accept them. I will respectfully accept. I received the letter of commendation and the reward with proud feeling. Of course, the young lady also received them too. Because this is an achievement of us both. Then, I'll be going around to each village in the territory. Villages. I inadvertently asked the question after hearing Sala-sama's unexpected words. Villages are places where commoners and officials go, as nobles, we've never set foot in them. Yes, besides young ladies, there are storytellers who had warned about the undersea people in every village, so I'll be going to reward them too. Is it all right for me to go too? Yes, if Nirina wishes for it. I promised to listen to your story after all, Sala-sama teased me. I felt that my face reddened up to my ears, but right now my interest is ahead. I wonder what kind of tales are told by the village storytellers. I thought of that while riding a small airship with Sala-sama. The thing about me getting upset and shamefully crying and shouting when the small airship levitated is a secret. Sala is one of the earliest Ikagoya's executives like the manager. This should be the first time she's mentioned in name. 14-12. Territory of Duke Oiagok, 1. Satu's here. There are many things with eternal word added, aren't there? Eternal love is fine, but I sure don't want to get close to the eternal separation words. The winner is Lulu Watari. The pupil of the miracle chef, Lulu Watari has won the overall victory. Called by the host, Lulu, who looks nervous, gets up on the stage. I, who was sitting on the special judge seat, also got called by the official to go up the stage. I'm in charge of giving the trophy to the champion. Since one of my companion is participating in the contest, I only had to give brief comments on the grading. You've done well, Lulu. Congratulations for the victory. Yes, thank you very much. The venue is filled with applauses when Lulu receives the trophy. This place is a big theater prepared by Ikagoya firm, so the guests should be able to see the scene from their seats. There are a lot of people buying and consuming food, maybe because they saw some appetizing dishes during the contest. Next, the runner-up, the chef of Ikagoya firm, Mr. X. On top of wearing a black mantle, his body is covered in bandages and he's even wearing sunglasses. The only people who know the real identity of Mr. X in this place are Arisa and me. During the final, he was defeated with a very narrow margin by Lulu Watari. His cooking ability, which he displayed up until that time, had won him complete victories. It was truly miraculous. Together with Chevalier Lulu Watari, hone your skills and broaden the road of culinary in Shiga Kingdom. The host praises Mr. X with an awfully passionate speech. When I gave him a trophy that's smaller than the one before, the applause from the judges' seats were more passionate than the ones from the audience. From their point of view, the flavor cooked by Mr. X which was more attuned to the judges is probably better liked than Lulu's flavor which was more attuned to me and my companions. If Lulu didn't notice that during the final, she probably wouldn't have won. Mr. X-san. What is it, Lulu Dono? Lulu called Mr. X who came down the stage after receiving the trophy. Thank you for teaching me the point I was lacking at. Humph, it was you who noticed it by yourself. No. If you didn't tell me, whom do you intend to feed those cooking for? I might have continued making my mistaken self-conceited dishes. If you understand that, make more delicious cooking from now on. I look forward to the day we meet again. Yes. I won't lose next time. Lulu, who should be the winner, declared like she was the challenger toward Mr. X, who went away while raising his arm. After seeing that off, I gave participating medals and some brief comments to the participants who didn't won the third place. The other 6 chefs cooking were delicious too, but Lulu was prominent even among them. Looks like preparing a rival so that she won't become conceited is a good decision. Lulu. Congratulations for your victory. Congrats. Happy Notisu. Great. Lulu, who came back to the waiting room, got congratulated by the other girls one by one. Then, the sound of rumbling stomachs resound. The sounds of Tama and Poka, who were being carried by Liza on her arms, were the loudest, but my attentive ears skill picked up the sounds from Liza's and Lady Karina's stomachs. There's still a long time before the meal. Should we borrow the cookwares from the contest management to make something and eat? Yes. Yay. Nanodesu. Tama seems very happy. She makes 5 clone bodies and dances. One of that body is still being carried by Liza. Unlike the cage bunshin that appears in manga, this must be a type of magic. I'll study under Tama-sensei and try to become a genuine ninja. And then, even though I only intended to make some light lunches for my companion, somehow or another it became a barbecue feast with the venue. Since I had taken some digestive medicine and eaten a lot of cooking during the contest, I got to only work as a skewer turner, but since everyone was happy, I deem it good. In addition, since remote controlling Satu's doll aka Mr. X while doing another thing was quite difficult, I ought to think of another way before the next match with Lulu. We bestow Lulu Watari with Oiagok Dukedom Special Grade Kitchen Master Norin and supplementary prizes. During the ceremony in the Duke Castle, Lulu was given a congratulatory address and Norin from the Duke. I've never seen any shop that hangs Norin on its entrance. It's probably some kind of good luck charm, like when you give surum and kambyu during an engagement gifts exchange. The female executive branch manager of a Kaguya firm in Oiagok Dukedom, who came in place of Mr. X Sensei as he was sick, received the Oiagok Dukedom's first-class grade kitchen master Norin and the supplementary prizes with a stiff face. I'll present her with some liquor for this hardship later. After completing the ceremony without accident, we left the castle and went to one part of the noble district. So this is the mansion that Lulu got. Why yes. That seems to be the case. Viewing from the carriage that had stopped in front of the mansion, we saw a big mansion that Lulu received as the supplementary prize. It's small compared to an upper-class noble's mansion, but it's on the upper side of a lower-class noble, a splendid mansion that looked like it's for a baron. It's located in the lower-class noble district, but since it's facing toward the main street that connects the Noble Use Harbor and the Duke Castle, its location is quite good. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Viscount Pendragon-sama. The gate will open shortly, please wait a little. A butler who ran from the mansion told me so and opened the gate. I thought he looked familiar, turned out he was the butler who was managing the detached building of Earl Wolguk's mansion when we stayed there. It was probably arranged by the previous Earl Wolguk, who are in the duchy capital. Around 30 maids are standing in line in the rotary before the mansion's entrance. Everyone is wonderfully wearing a maid uniform. Looks like it's finally begun to spread in Shiga Kingdom. Welcome back, master. When I got off the carriage, the maids bowed their heads all at once. According to the AR readings, it seems they're employees dispatched by Marquis Lloyd and Earl Howen. The master of this mansion is not me, but Chevalier Wattery over here, you know. Please excuse us. The butler apologized while bowing his head. It seems there's a discrepancy in the communication. Not only the mansion has been cleaned, fine furnitures that are usually found in the mansion of an upper-class noble have also been prepared inside. Moreover, it's amazing. It's completely equipped with magic tools for cooking. They are items from Earl Howen's magic tool workshop which are coveted among the merchants. My master would be pleased if Chevalier Sama would use them habitually. A veteran maid dispatched from Earl Howen House answered Lulu, who was gleefully looking at the brand new magic tools. We're not going to permanently stay here, so I tell her not to bring things like microwave oven, steam cooking, and IH cooking heater. Lulu wanted to cook with the mithril kitchen knife set she got along with the Norin, but since we're invited to a banquet in the evening, there's no time for it. Lulu was longingly watching at the kitchen, but when Arissa called her, she went to the closet room to dress up while looking like her back hair stood up. Now my lady, allow me to take your hand. Is it all right for me to be escorted? Lulu happily takes my hand even while looking hesitant. Lulu is the lead role today, so there's no need to hesitate. Sir Pendragon has come. Viscount Sama. Do you remember me? Sato Sama. Please dance with me. When we entered the assembly hall, some familiar lowly noble daughters and unfamiliar young ladies met me. I don't know the reason why I'm this popular, but thanks to Sira and the princess's guards, I escorted Lulu without any interruption. See, can I really dance in such a prominent dance party? Please don't worry. Xena-sama looks beautiful even compared to the other ladies. Liza backed up Xena-san, who was getting anxious. I think the parties in the royal castle were more flashy, but it's probably just a rounding error of the refined Xena-san. In order to make her get accustomed to this early on, I'll let her participate in this kind of events more. Meat tasty. This meat here is delicious too. Notisu. Cut fruit. Mia. This fruit is a rose, so I report. NN, pretty. Tama, Poki, Mia and Nana are engrossed with the dishes together with Lady Karina. It seems you add this sauce to the meat. The sauce is spilling. If you put another meat above the meat, it won't spill. Notisu. As expected of Poka di Suwa. Nice. Glad that they're enjoying it. Did you not know? Sir Orion has gone back to visit his hometown. When I asked a familiar-looking young noble about Lady Karina's little brother, Orion-kun, I was told that he's currently visiting Muno Earldom. I haven't got any mail from Muno Earldom since I've been traveling with an airship recently. Satudano, I've collected the pedigree of the Eastern Small Country Group. Thank you. Taruma gave me a booklet that contains the condensed information of the Eastern Small Country Group. I only skimmed at it, but I saw that it had information about the tastes and the ways to negotiate with important figures, even better than the tourist book. He'd have been successful if he used this talent in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Satudano. Why didn't you invite me to the barbecue meeting? Truly. It was already over when I rushed there after my retainer informed me about it. Marquis Lloyd and Earl Howen, who were usually always smiling, pressed me with menacing looks. These two should have eaten a lot as the judges. I never thought that they had enough willpower to eat more. I'm very sorry. I was worried about your stomachs, so I kept it a secret while intending to invite you two for another day. Is that so? As expected of Satudano. Uomu. I'm looking forward to the next barbecue meeting. The barbecue meeting is already decided. Hey. These two stomachs sure are youthful. Afterwards, Viscount Shimon, Viscount Emlyn, and even the previous Earl Wolguk couple wanted to participate too. The scope of the barbecue meeting was getting bigger. I intended it to be a small meeting, but since the invitee had increased too much, we will open the meeting in 2 days, borrowing the Duke's castle open space. The retainers of Marquis Lloyd will handle everything besides the cooking, so I only need to tell the required ingredients and tools to him. Head Maiko-sama is Sira, who was talking with a priest of Parian Temple, leaked out a voice of surprise. I had a bad feeling when I saw Sira running toward me with a pale face. Head Maiko-sama. Together with Sira, I visited Tinyan Temple, and the two of us were led to the sanctuary where the head Maiko was. They might misunderstood that I was Sira's fiancé, since everyone including the princess had stayed in the parlor. Sira, I'm happy to see you in the end. Don't say the end. Please don't say the end. When we met the head Maiko in the sanctuary, she feebly lied sideways. She has infirmity condition. You've brought Nanashi-san along too. No, this person is Sato-san. The child back then, come. Beckoned by the head Maiko, I sit down beside Sira. Please take care of Sira. The head Maiko's shaking hand puts my hand on top of Sira's, and then she puts her own hand above them. Thin, light hand. Sira, you've overcome your fate. Light is lost in the head Maiko's eyes. That's why, find your happiness. Head Maiko-sama. Sira clings to the head Maiko, who has lost her consciousness. Head Maiko-sama. The priests make Sira fall back, and then they begin to heal the head Maiko with holy magic. Sira wanted to participate too, but since the boost effect from the sanctuary would decrease if people without priesthood participated, she was rejected. Before long, her condition stabilized with the effort of the high-ranking priests, and Maiko. We left the sanctuary. Sira wanted to stay, but since she looked like she would be a hindrance, I took her back. In addition, I gave a lot of recovery magic potion to the temple. Lifespan Hui. I think about the head Maiko's condition while patting Sira's head. Sira, who was crying while clinging to me until just a while ago, had cried herself to sleep. I lightly put her under mind magic quiet sleep. She should be able to rest until tomorrow now. I change into Nanashi and then head to Tinyan Temple's sanctuary. Head Maiko's coma condition had gone away, so I visited her as Nanashi. The inside of the temple was not under my dominion, so I didn't use unit arrangement. I intruded using Sky Drive after getting near. There was a Maiko on guard duty inside the room, but since she looked like she was sleeping due to tiredness, I let her sleep under quiet sleep magic like Sira. Nanashi-san. Head Maiko's transparent voice reverberate in the moonlit room. I'm sorry for the late visit. It's okay, you came after all. I catch the hand which has extended to me. The heaven has called for me. The head Maiko calmly shook her head before I could deny it. It's all right, I know my own condition well. It's exasperating that my experience is lacking. Unable to say even a word to soothe her at a time like this. Hey, I have one last wish, take off your mask and please show me your face. Since the head Maiko requested for it, I took off my white mask. So you really are Nanashi-san. Head Maiko let out a smile that looks like it'll disappear. Please take care of Sira. The light on head Maiko's eyes decrease like during the daytime. I use the same awaking magic that the Maiko on duty uses. Head Maiko. Please call me by my name, I'm Lily. I hold her in my arms and call her name, but head Maiko closes her eyes after fleetingly smiled. Her life wavelength is disappearing in my arms. The Maiko on duty went to call the priests in panic, but they had also fallen from the overworked condition. I have to do something until they come. Lily. I use the forbidden magic life force transfer while calling the head Maiko's name. Her stamina stopped decreasing for only a moment, but it quickly began to decrease again. I took out a holy sword from the storage and repeated life force transfer for as long as the magic power continued. Aside from magic power, I don't have enough blood beads needed for the life force transfer. It seems the priests seem to be in a hurry too, but their conditions are worse than during the day. Even if they could make it, I don't think they can do anything about it. I've used up all the blood beads. There's no time to get more from the true ancestor ban. 100, 90, 80, Maiko head's life is running out while I'm thinking. Not yet. I open the life force transfer code and modify it so that it uses higher grade item than the blood bead, blood sphere. 70, 80. My over-abused brain complained about the burn-like pain, but I don't want to hear it. 50, 40. I did it. However, there's no time to chant the life force transfer rev spell. I decided to use a trick. I overwrite the registered life force magic in the magic column with the revised version. 30, 20. I feel twice the pain from earlier and has almost fainted from it, but I get a hold of myself somehow. Invoke life force transfer rev. Alright. Head Maiko's stamina has stopped decreasing. It went back to a fixed value no matter how many times I repeated it. If this keeps up, it'll be just like earlier. Compared to the blood beads, I have a lot more blood spheres, but it's not unlimited. Is there anything I can do? I recall my memory. Anything, if I just have some kind of hint. I felt a weak touch on my face. The head Maiko has extended her slender hand, wiping down the tears streaming down my cheeks. Nanashi-san, thank you. It's fine already. The head Maiko who has regained her consciousness strings soundless words. Light does not return in her eyes. This, aged body, let it rest. Is there nothing I can do against aging? Even though I have the power to overwhelm demon lords, am I powerless against providence of nature? Can't I do anything but crying, praying for a miracle? Is that really true? You can't wait for a miracle. You have to make it yourself. Arisa's laughing face that was like the sun floated in my mind. You're right, Arisa. I'll create a miracle. Remember Satu. I should have a way remaining. If it's possible to create trees and fish, people should not be an exception. Like I care about taboo. I open the source code of another world. I look for the code I need. I keep using the life force transfer revised in order to keep head Maiko's life, so the parsing goes too slow to advance. Don't complain, Satu. If a cheap CPU can do concurrent processing, there's no way that I can't do it. If multi-core is not possible, then I'll do at least multi-threading. With a reckless thought that's unbelievable for the usual me, I split the processing time. Parallel thought, thread think, skill acquired. Parallel magic usage, background cast, skill acquired. Cheers for easy mode. When I activated the skills, the processing became remarkably easier. I can make it. I've ran out of magic power from the holy sword, and the blood sphere that has lost its power turned into dust on my hand. So what? I take out a spare from the storage and continue the healing and the remodeling. Well prepared means no worries. I smash the malicious flag and I finally complete the new magic. Generate life. The head Maiko's body is wrapped in rainbow-colored light. I couldn't see her from the light, but the AR reading showed that her condition changed from infirmity, verge of death to none. Are you crying, Nanashi-san? I can hear a clear voice from inside the light. Hands wrapped in light wipe my tears. Head Maiko-sama. The fastest priest finally jumped into the room. Slightly later after him, priests and Maiko rush one after another. Everyone has uniformly stopped at the room entrance. It seems they're surprised at the rainbow light that's wrapping the head Maiko. I put on the white mask and turn around toward them. The rainbow-colored light disappears behind me. Head Maiko, sama. The temple head who looked dumbfounded asked like he was bewildered. When I turn back toward the head Maiko, I see a 6-year-old little girl who's wearing oversized bedclothing putting her hands on her cheek while looking perplexed. Title 1 Who Creates Miracles Acquired. Are you really head Maiko-sama? Sira, this is the third time you know. Lowly head Maiko looks at the surprised Sira gleefully. She's slightly fatigued similar to Sira when she was revived with the revival artifact back then, but besides that she's exceedingly healthy. But, how? I was bestowed with a miracle. Lowly head Maiko looks at me and smiles profoundly. We have decided that her rejuvenation is to be a miracle of God. God Tinyan will likely not complain since it means that there will be many more people who will pray to God Tinyan from now on. Probably. I didn't intend for her to become this young, but let's consider it a good thing since her life is not in danger anymore. Even lowly head Maiko herself is delighted, saying, I can pass as Sira's little sister now. Outwardly, she's going to be introduced to the public as an apprentice Maiko. As the postscript, lowly head Maiko is also participating the barbecue meeting happily. 14-13. Territory of Duke Oiagak, 2. Satu's here. I like my barbecue medium rather than rare. I thought anything but well done was impossible when I was small, but it seems my way of thinking changed with my age. Here's the barbecue. We've put some vegetables too. Arisa and Hikaru presented me a plate with some food. Before my eyes, Lulu and the participants of the cooking contest are currently grilling the barbecue like they're competing while treating the meeting participants in this barbecue meeting. Are you still worried about it? What is it about? Arisa and Hikaru exchanged words while taking seats besides me. There's a lowly girl eating meat between Poki and Tama, right? The girl in high spirit who's really enjoying herself, is it? Right, that's her. That girl is 80-year-old, you see. And? Is there any problem? Hikaru said while looking puzzled. And, aren't your reaction too light to see someone who looks 70 younger than she is? I mean, since she's a level 50 saintess, it's not strange for the country to assist her in prolonging her life, isn't it? Looking at her skill composition, she probably can use prayer magic too. Prayer magic is a magic that can grant every kind of wish. Its user is extremely rare. According to Hikaru, there was a time where the user even successfully revived someone. However, the criteria for the prayer magic to be granted by the god is unsettled. The combination of the praying clergyman and the granting god and the situation seem to be changing. It'll be hard for the wish to be granted if you keep asking for the same thing or something selfish. By assist you mean something like the rejuvenation medicine. That's right. Most Selbera explorers don't do it, but explorers in Saga Empire regularly get a hold of several pieces of blood beads every month from the blood-sucking labyrinth, so it's not something that rare. Yet I think they're not circulating in the market. When I asked about it to Hikaru, she said, one of the beads only rejuvenates several years of your life. Maybe the nobles of Saga Empire bought them all up. During the time when Hikaru was excessively hunting the rejuvenation medicine, she often disputed with the retainers of the lineage nobles too, it seems. Come to think of it, the Pope of Holy State Parian was youthful even though he was 150-year-old. I wonder if he's keeping his youth using rejuvenation medicine and prayer magic? So, what's the relationship between that lowly girl's rejuvenation and Satu's listlessness? That's... I stop Arisa, who was going to answer Hikaru and talk about it myself. I've ended up reviving someone who should have died a natural death. It was before she died, right? Prolonging your life with rejuvenation medicine was normal during my nation founding time, you know. From Hikaru's perspective, it doesn't seem to be different than healing a sick person with magic potion. However, that's not the problem here. Even though the person herself had accepted her death, I acted contrary to that and kept her alive out of my selfishness. It was before her death to be exact, but there's no mistake that I had twisted the head Maiko's wool. But, you know. Hikaru pats my head. It seems I've lowered my head due to the remorse before I realized it. The person herself looks really happy, you see. Arisa pushed her flat chest to my head, and turned my head toward the venue. There's the figure of lowly head Maiko happily racing toward a whole roasted-haired cow together with Poki and Tama at the place where Arisa is pointing at. Wait, Arisa. I was about raise my affection level, don't steal the march. Fufuhan, first come first served. Affection. Moreover, it seems Satu regards lifespan as a sacred thing, but isn't that the sense of value from Earth? What do you mean? I don't think that I regard it as sacred though. Life is absolute on Earth. There's no human who doesn't die after all. Things like human clone and copying consciousness to a computer to prolong life only exist in SF-type literary works, right? I agree with Hikaru. It's natural for living creatures to die a natural death. However, it's different in another world, here. Even if we regard the eternally living immortals, or elves who live a long seemingly eternal live as special cases, there are many fairykins who live for thousands of years, and there are even normal humans who live for hundreds of years by continuing consuming rejuvenation medicine. The sense of value is different from the Earth's because the premise is different. It seems that's what Hikaru wanted to say. Besides, I know that there's an preconception of someone forcing someone else to keep living against their will on Earth, but isn't it different in this case? That's right. There are probably not a lot of people who would refuse getting rejuvenated to their young body, though there are probably going to be a lot who would if they have to keep living in their aged body. Even if there's some, it's probably due to religious reason, right? Yeah, like refusal of blood donation or something. I wonder how is the doctrine of Tinyan Temple? Master. We've brought the most delicious meat notisu. Tama and Poke brought a bulging steak on a large plate. Together with lowly head Maiko. Sato-san, are you not feeling well? The head Maiko who totteringly walked to me, climbed on my lap and peeked at my face. He's worried as to whether he has obstructed Lily's natural death. Obstructed. Hearing Arisa, lowly head Maiko looked puzzled. Ah! The words from that time, is it? You're cruel. Lowly head Maiko swelled her cheeks and glared at me. As I thought, what I did was just imposing my hypocrisy. Telling everyone about my embarrassing words like this. What does she mean? I was just slightly enraptured by the situation. Being embraced by a gentleman who had goodwill during your death's bed, wouldn't that tickle your maiden's heart? Head Maiko-san? I understand. Ah, nothing you can do about that. Arisa and Hikaru also agreed. Do you not hold a grudge? Era? I had conveyed my gratitude that day though. It did feel like she said, thank you, Nanashi-san. There is no falsehood in my words that day. Furthermore, I'm even more thankful now. Lowly head Maiko sits on my lap and stretches her hands toward the sun. Being young is wonderful. I can freely move my arms and legs, my joints aren't aching too. I can run without running out of breath, I can immediately stand up when I sit. I can even eat again the meat dish that I liked. Moreover, I had completely forgotten that food have such rich flavors. The head Maiko's smile that won't lose to the sun is dazzling. Although there's a feeling like she's trying to cheer me up, there is no fabrication in that smile. Right now, I'm really happy, you know? That's why please don't look so gloomy, okay? I was feeling gloomy until just a while ago, but I felt as if her smile washed that away. As expected of Saintess-sama. But, where did Master and Lily get acquainted? Arisa talked like she was a wife probing her husband's affair. I think it was in Tinyan Temple's sanctuary. Since lowly head Maiko looked troubled, I told them that we met for the first time during Sira's revival through the revival artifact. I've talked about it with Arisa before, and Hikaru seems to know the existence of the revival artifact, there should be no problem. In addition, Tama and Poke have gone to refill the emptied platter, so they're not here right now. Even though we talked a lot, we had only met 3 times. My interaction with head Maiko-san can be counted with one hand, but the times I had with her were comfortable. As for the reason why I was so upset when she was dying, I don't know whether it was because I didn't want to lose those comfortable times, or because I saw the death of my companion on her. During that time, I felt a mysterious uneasiness in my mind. I can't let this person to die here. I don't have foresight or prediction skills, but when I think about it in hindsight, there's no doubt that my uneasiness was the reason why I denied her death. Now, let's end the difficult talk. Sato-san, let's enjoy the barbecue meeting with everyone. Yes, let's go. While holding lowly head Maiko, I go to the venue together with Arisa and Hikaru. Let's enjoy today too. To everyone who's gathered here. Tinyan head Maiko has gone to God Tinyan's side. Several days after the barbecue meeting, we went to the funeral service of head Miko at the Tinyan Temple's cathedral in the Noble district. It sure feels strange to go to your own funeral. Head Lily-sama, I don't care if anyone heard it, okay? Interposing between Sira and me, lowly head Miko Lily dangles her legs while looking at the funeral. From now on, the title of Utinyan will be succeeded by assistant head Miko Nayuna to assume as the new head Miko. Looking at Lily, who's clapping her hands the foremost, Ms. Nayuna smiles bashfully. The day Lily was rejuvenated. At first they were going to announce that Lily was rejuvenated by God's miracle, but in the end, it was decided to announce that the head Miko had passed away and passed the baton to the assistant head Miko, Ms. Nayuna. The reason was because there was a high possibility that old people in the continents would flock here to seek for the rejuvenation miracle. It seems that lowly head Miko is going to support Tinyan Temple as an apprentice Miko Lily. Further, the Duke, the King's body double, who are all Lily's old friends, have been informed about the rejuvenation via Hiro Nanashi. Lily's acquaintance during her time as a Hiro's attendant, the warrior, Mrs. Bloom Jolberg and Ms. Sebekia in the Labyrinth City, are going to be informed gradually, so I didn't help contacting them. Nana and Nana's Masita. Nana, play. Nana and the Celian Keen's children who are playing with her wave their hands toward me. The girls are wearing uniforms of Ikagoya firm's spinning mill. Of course they're not formal staff members, but they're hired to work on odd jobs. My, how cute! Cute? Miko is cute too. A Celian Keen child who's being held by Nana is looking at Lily adorably. They look of the same age outwardly, so it's somehow heartwarming. Master, requesting the ultimate colored lunch box for the lunch. Since I didn't prepare any lunch box, should we buy from the stalls? Masita, sardines tasty. Masita, octopus skewers tasty. As requested by the Celian Keen children, we head toward the shop which sells octopus and dried sardine skewers. Do they suit your palate? Yes, I often ate them ever since I was small. Lily, who's holding a sardine skewer and an octopus skewer on both hands, bragged a little. She's probably enjoying her return to child's mind. Oba-chan, buy me some food. Are you out of job again? Eat these pickles if you like. Wah, thank you. Oba-chan, I love you. I heard a déjà vu conversation from the crowd. You seem busy nowadays. The girls who couldn't stand working as prostitutes have all gone to work on the spinning mill, so I got a lot of customers. My waist hurts. To hire people without letters of recommendation, Ikagoya firm sure is generous. Ahaha, at first everyone gossiped that they were a new fraud. You don't want to go there. I can only work as a prostitute, I won't go there. I have some regular customers too. I see, then do your best, K. That's why please give me a bit more pickles. It's the combination of the Oba-chan and the prostitute Oni-san who taught me about Kahanua pickles before. It seems they're as energetic as ever. I was thinking of calling them, but stopped since I was with children. After sending the Celian Keen children to the spinning mill, I joined everyone, and enjoyed the singing of Ciriltoa the Diva. We stayed longer than planned, but since we're not in a hurry in this trip, it should be fine. Our airship flies away while being seen off by the people of the duchy capital. Next, we'll be going to the self-governing dominion of the dwarves. Let's go meet Elder Dahar in Balhart City. 14-14. Balhart, 1. Satu's here. Meeting a friend in an unexpected place makes for a lively conversation. There were even times when the day ended before you realized it, even though you met at noon. What a wonderful scenery! Yes, this must be the famous Great River of Oiagok Dukedom. Princess Shiztina replied to Xena. Our small airship is currently going upstream in the sky above the Great River. The other girls are also enjoying the scenery from the viewing deck. This place is protected with canopy magic, it's a safe design that won't even let their skirts flipped by the wind. Nice view. Tama, that place is dangerous, Notisu. It's a right. While that may be so, Tama, doing a daunting pose on top of the thin railing is a bit. Master, it's a flock of migratory birds, so I report. NN, flamingos. Nana and Mia are pointing to a flock of fatty pink-colored birds that are crossing the large river. They're a bit different than the flamingos I know, but they're probably the flamingos here. Arisa, who was looking at the spectacle listlessly, suddenly looks taken aback, and then she swings her arms. Those who are free, look to the port side. Arisa? That's the starboard, you know. Lulu corrected Arisa's mistake. Looking at Arisa's awkward expression and her theatrical tone, it must have been some kind of parody. Master, I caught 2 birds for now, I wonder if they're delicious roasted whole. There are 2 flamingos with wired harpoons on Liza's arms. Liza, too quick. If I'm not mistaken, it tastes like chicken, should we barbecue it? Yes. Once I've drained the blood, I'll strip off the beautiful feathers. Yeah, I'm counting on you. I've eaten some flamingo in a trip abroad back then, but I never thought that I would get to eat it in another world too. We arrived at the Grapevine Mountains in the evening of the day. There was still some time until the ships cruising the large river stopped coming, so we went to the herd of sky deers in the neighboring summit to kill time. Pray. Poke will catch them this time, Notisu. You can't. Poke can't na Notisu. Yup, you can't. The Beastkin girls wanted to hunt the sky deers, but since I had a little debt with the sky deers, I told them not to. The slightly downhearted Poke looked cute, but I can't yield here. Afterward I negotiated with the management of the Phantom Firefly Caverns service and got the permission to directly cruise in the cavern by half submerging the airship in the water. Oh my! This place is the famous Phantom Firefly Cavern, isn't it? Mrs. Litmaya boasted about it when she got married. That stiff principal did he. While the princess who came here for the first time and Arisa were conversing about a common acquaintance, they look around the Phantom Firefly Cavern. Xena-san, who also saw the cavern for the first time, looked at the ceiling too much, she lost her balance and fell back. Kia! Are you all right? Why yes. Thank you Sato-san. Supported by me, Xena-san seems to be embarrassed with her blunder, she looks really bashful. He naturally raised a flag. Muyu, guilty. Arisa and Mia muttered something, but everyone was able to thoroughly enjoy the Phantom Firefly Cavern without any trouble. It's possible to enjoy the time here no matter how many times you come here. After we had done greeting the Viceroy of Guru Ryan City, we changed our clothings to commoner clothes and took a walk around the city. We're split into several groups since it'd be too conspicuous if we were in one large group. The ones who are with me are Arisa, Lady Karina, and Sira. Is this Guru Ryan? I like Ankaromoka more Suwa. We got some huge Adzuki beans after defeating plant-type monsters Adzuki shooters during our leveling in the labyrinth, so there was a time when I made some Koshian and Ankaromoki. That reminds me, her face was full of bean jam along with Poki and Tama, wasn't it? Why you re-eating it with bare hands? That's right. You don't split them with chopsticks, the right manners to do it is by heartily biting them whole. Arisa instills some manners to the bewildered upper-class Sira. She pushes her face asking for me to wipe the bean jam around her mouth. Geez, what a hopeless girl. I did this to service master. Don't lie. I stopped Sira, who looked like she was going to follow Arisa's nonsense, and wiped Lady Karina, who was too late to be stopped. For some reason, Sira, who should be spotless, looked vexed. It's a mystery. Ah! Noble Unii-chan. A little girl who was cleaning a hardware store found me and then happily ran to me. Who is she again? Look, she was one of the girls who rode in our carriage when we came to the city back then. I recalled her with Arisa's help. Ah, come to think of it, we did let a pair of villager sisters who were looking for employment to ride in our carriage. Is your big sister healthy? She is. The little girl's line of sight was locked onto the Guru Ryan that I was eating, so I let her eat it. She's in the middle of her work, but a mouthful should be fine. Yummy. I intended to only give her a mouthful, but since it looked like she was even going to eat my hand, I gave her the whole Guru Ryan. Now then, master, your hand please. I pinned and stopped Arissa, who was going to lick the remaining red bean paste on my hand. Sira presented a handkerchief, but I used Life Magic Soft Wash to clean the paste instead of dirtying the handkerchief. The little girl and Arissa said, "What a waste." The two must have different meanings of that. An acquaintance showed up from the hardware shop that the girl was working at. It's Galharshi, the dwarf magic shop manager who helped me in defeating the Golden Wild Boar King. I'm greatly indebted to him. The big sister villager girl came out from behind him, but I'll leave it Arissa to talk with her. I lightly put up my hand to respond the villager girl big sister, who bowed her head. It's been a while, Galhar-san. If it isn't Satudano. Galharshi firmly shakes my hand for the reunion. Thinking it was strange that he came out of a hardware store instead of a magic shop, I asked him about it. The shopkeeper here has a hobby YC. I came here to challenge him in an arithmetic game. I couldn't do it at all when Dryer-shi became a mayor, but he, Hahori and I learned advanced arithmetic under Dryer-shi UC. Galharshi had a faraway look toward the sky while saying, "It was fun." I asked him about his plan after this. It seemed that he's going to take a carriage to Ballheart City by the request of a merchant friend. I plan to go to Ballheart City too. Would you like to go together? Is it all right? Then maybe I should take the ride. Since he readily consented like that, it was decided that we were to go together, but... Airship? Personal airships, aren't those only the Baruinan light ships? Is it because of Misanalia-sama? And so he was panicking for the first half of the trip. I feel like I somehow did a bad thing. Are you all right? Yes, sorry for troubling you. After drinking a jug of ale, he changed back to his dandy calm state. So, are you going to Teacher's Forge in Ballheart City? Yes, there's that too. I've got my hands on some god metal, Auric Halcon, so I plan to present them to Daharshi. God metal, Auric Halcon? The one manufactured by High Elves Sama. I wonder if it's known as something High Elves created? Even without High Elves, you can manufacture them as long as you have some Philosopher's Stone and high-level skills. In fact, I can manufacture them just fine. No, I got it from a little connection of mine. Beautiful. So this is God metal, Auric Halcon. The ultimate metal used to create sacred treasures. I showed him an Auric Halcon ingot while saying so, and then Galharshi muttered alone like he was thinking hard. If we have this, then teacher will surely, Hahori. 14-15. Ballheart, 2. Satu's here. There was a time when the word missing link was popular. At that time I mistook the link part with ring, once I lost my face when I talked about it with a friend. It seems to point out the lack of continuity with the phenomenon, but I don't think I'll ever come across it as long as I live normally. To the right, a little bit to the right. Tama is giving an instruction to us using flags in the open space near the city hall. She was just here a while ago, fast little thing. Following her instructions, the brownie in flight uniform landed the airship in the open space. Dwarves in work clothes are peeking through the windows curiously from the city hall. Since there were a lot of plump ones, it made me remember a flock of sparrows standing in row on a pole cable. It's been a while, Sir Pendragon. Please excuse me for my long silence. I exchanged handshakes with Dryer-shi, the mayor who came to greet us. Dryer-shi's secretary and daughter, Hahori-san, is also with him. Oh? Isn't it Galhar? Why are you here? Hey Hahori, your surprised face is wonderful too. I'd like to have a date in the sky together with you. Mao, oh Galhar. Hahori-san reacted while not wholly blushing to Galhar-shi, who naturally said some playboy's line. When they met in the magic shop back then, Hahori-san acted like an older sister to Galhar-shi, but it seems there was some kind of change during these half-year. According to Arissa, Hahori-san seems to be the type of a firm career woman who's drawn to no good men. Master, where should we carry the souvenirs to? Master, requesting instructions. Liza and Nana came with the carts where I put the wine barrels, so I confirmed dryer she for the place to put them. I held back my laughter when Arisa said, Barrel, with an unusually cute voice in front of the wine barrel. It was strange, but since it was just Arisa being eccentric like usual, I ignored it. Ah, Pokey. That box is different. Different notisu. I stopped Poka, who was going to carry a wooden box with a set of sake cups inside. Galhar-san, this wooden box is a souvenir for Galhar-san, could I bring it to your shop? Much appreciated. Even though I still have the liquor you gave me, thanks for that. Mao Galhar. You haven't said your thank about the scroll workshop, right? Hey, what is it about? Right. I wanted to write a letter, but then a day had passed. You spoke about me to Viscount Shimon, right? Thanks to that, I was able to regularly stock the popular firework scrolls. The deserted Galhar shop has now become a business big enough that I could hire a clerk. I don't remember ever especially talked about him, but I feel that I've spoken the topic about Galhar in the Duchy capital's scroll workshop. The workshop manager, Young-shi, probably worked about it. It's really thanks to Sato-san. Galhar's shop can now continue without worrying when it's going to bankrupt. That's awful, Hahori. The goddess of fortune, that is you, is watching over my shop, so it won't go bankrupt, you know. When I was watching over the two's married couple-like conversation with warm eyes, Mayor Dryer she came to call me. Looks like my request to meet Elder Dahar has passed. God Metal, Orik Halcon. The moment I took out the Orik Halcon ingot in Elder Dahar's room, the dwarven blacksmiths who were peeking on the entrance raised surprised voices at once. The heck you peeking at, you fools? We're sorry, boss. Elder Dahar drops his clenched fist to the dwarves who are doing C's in a line one by one. Sorry for the fuss. Please don't worry about it. While the dwarves are still doing C's, Elder Dahar went back to the table, and picked up the ingot. This is the god metal, Orik Halcon. Furthermore, it's not a mere god metal. Elder Dahar looked at the ingot from various angles. This is the first time I heard that. I wonder if it has some kind of classification? It must have been refined with the power of a quite high-order source. I can feel the blessing of the spirits just by touching it. It's relatively easy to manufacture them as long as there are Crimson Treasure's Philosopher's Stone alchemy material, but there's no need to put a damper on Elder Dahar and the dwarves' passion, so I keep my silence. However, with this kind of god metal, the usual facility used for mithril won't be enough. Elder Dahar is looking at the ingot with a stern face. All right, this is the right, something like this might happen, timing to take out the Orik Halcon hammer and anvil. Dahar-sama. All right, Sato. Come with me. Hey? Elder Dahar stood up with Wamp and then called to me. Orik Halcon hammer and anvil. Hahori. Call Dryer here. Tell him we're doing the ablation strike. Yes. Ablation strike? Some mysterious words appeared from Elder Dahar's mouth. Boss. Oh, ablation strike, that means. That's right. I'm letting Dryer to take over. We need to select Hahori's husband. With Elder Dahar's words, the dwarven blacksmiths starting with Zajir begin to take strange poses to appeal with their muscles. So Hahori-san really is popular among dwarven men. Sato, I said it before, don't you want to become Hahori's husband? I am sorry, but our races are different. I used the different races excuse which was used by High Elf Ace-san to decline the marriage proposal. It's a bit unfair, but there are times when it's necessary for an adult. Oh right, you're not a dwarf, hey? Elder Dahar murmured with a face like a dove that was shot by a pea shooter. Apparently, he completely forgot about my race. Can't be helped, I can't hand down my techniques if you can't deliver an heir. Elder Dahar is thinking hard with his short arms folded. Then Dryer she and Hahori-san rushed in. Dryer. Who's going to be Hahori's husband? Decided now. H husband is it, father? G grandfather. Dryer Shi and Hahori-san were surprised to hear Elder Dahar. Dryer Shi, who's composed himself from the shock, first asks the perplexed Hahori-san with a soft voice. Hahori, whom do you want to be your husband? Gai. Hahori-san, who was going to answer, faltered. I feel that she was going to utter Galhar-san's name. Let's help her out a bit. Dahar-sama, do you want Hahori-san's husband for his blacksmithing talent? Or is it for his caliber as a mayor? Neither. As long as he has the strength to take Hahori even after I knock him down, that's good enough. Truly dwarf-like sense of value. That kind of point does not suit the dandy Galhar-san. If I had to say, the frank Zajirshi suits that more. For a while, silence rules this place. I can't wait anymore. Let's get some suitable young lad to do a marriage interview for later. Putting Hahori-san, who couldn't answer, onto the back burner, the impatient Elder Dahar continued the talk. The ablation strike is for me, Sato, Dryer and Hahori to do next. We need a blacksmith and a magician. The blacksmith is, Zajir, you come. Yet. Boss. Zajirshi, whose name was called by Elder Dahar, pushed his arm toward the sky and joyfully shouted. The dwarves around him hit Zajirshi with fists contained with blessings and envies. Zajirshi, who smiles back to the strikes while covered in blood, is scary. Dwarf's blessing is quite violence. Next, we need a magician. It's either of Don or Han brothers. Father, those two will sulk if you choose either of them. Dryer Shi stopped Elder Dahar's decision. We should choose another magician. For the magician assigned to do the ablation strike, he not only needs magic, but also arithmetic skill. Then, let's ask Galhar-san. He had just come to the city hall. Hahori-san pushed with Dryer Shi's assist. Right. We'll go with that. I don't know whether Elder Dahar noticed the unnaturalness of the two or not, but he easily accepted. Zajirshi grimaced with the reappearance of his rival, but he didn't make an objection to Elder Dahar's decision. Awesome, the heat is getting higher. Is this the road to the deepest part? While overlooking the red-hot magma below from a suspension bridge, Zajirshi and Galhar Shi muttered. This place is the deep underground of Balhart City, a different map area where the city core is located. After taking the cold water purification ceremony, everyone changed to white blacksmith clothing. After crossing the suspension bridge and a long stone stairway, we advanced through a sandbar in the middle of a magma river. There's a Japanese-style shrine, a barrier is set around the precincts. Landlord Dahar, please give the permission for people besides Dryer to enter. Oh, you. Give the permission to Sato, Hahori, Zajir, and Galhar. Acknowledged. Elder Dahar replied to the voice of the city core. The barrier protecting the shrine is removed, and then we enter the inside with Elder Dahar leading. I'm already used to seeing city core area, but it's a bit different here. There's a big window in the slightly Japanese-styled shrine, and bubbling magma can be seen from it. We've come for the ablation strike. Prepare for it. Acknowledged. Please appoint the next landlord. Dryer. Completed the registration, please appoint the next proxy. Oi, Dryer, do it. Why yes. I appoint Hahori as the proxy. Completed the registration, manifesting the ablation strike tools. In front of the city core, an anvil made from blue crystal and several blue hammers and tongs appeared. Apparently, they're made of magic power. Next time I'll do various experiments in the city that I rule in Holy State Parian. Listen. Dryer and Galhar take care of the operating board there. That operating board is going to be the deciding factor of the processing of god metal that's harder than mithril. Dryer, teach Galhar. Yes. Our responsibility is grave, but you should be able to do it. Show father that arithmetic is not unneeded. Yes, teacher. Looks like Dryer Shi gets along well with Galhar Shi. Sato, have you made another sword after the fairy sword?
Yes, I have.
Show me.
I can't take out a holy sword or a magic sword, so I take out a katana made of Damascus steel from the storage bag. I didn't reach the deepest secret of katana smith taught by Ban in the labyrinth's lower layer, but I feel that it's quite a splendid work of mine.
You've become quite good.
After looking at it from various angles, Elder Dahar contemplated for a bit.
Zajir, you take care of the phase hammer.
EY.
Boss.
Zajir stroked his own chest while having a smile on his whole face.
Sato, read the scroll here.
Can you read dwarf language?
Skimming it, the dwarf language doesn't seem to be that different from elf language. After secretly using Force Magic's Translate, I was able to correct the difference in nuance.
I can.
Then I'll leave it to you.
Reading it more, I was shocked.
Isn't this the dwarf's secret? What are you doing showing this to an outsider?
Dahar-sama, isn't this document something that shouldn't be shown to me?
I don't mind.
It has to be with the greatest blacksmith, no, a blacksmith that can imagine the strongest.
I and Zajir cannot imagine a sword that surpasses holy swords.
I can feel that from the sword you made earlier.
I see, then I'm certainly fit for it.
After all, I do know a sword that surpasses holy swords.
Are you ready?
Oh, you.
Everyone answered Elder Dahar.
Melting operation starts. Confirming the semi-fluid state, commencing the countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dryer Shi and Galhar Shi control the operating board.
The ingot on the anvil became red hot and began to become soft.
Ablation strike, begin.
With Hahori-san's signal, Elder Dahar and Zajir began to strike the ingot. I put on the circlet-shaped tool, and imagine the strongest arm from the Shinza. However, unlike in games and anime, it seems I can't simply just imagine it. A magic sword circuit was written in the book I read earlier to help me imagine it. Judging from that, my position is to design all the magic circuit that will be granted to the sword. And it seems the magicians, Dryer Shi and the others are supporting it. Now then, imagine it. The divine sword that can slay gods appear in my mind. The blade of darkness. Hi! Ho! The passionate yells of Elder Dahar and Zajir Shi striking the Auric Halcon echoed. I imagine the materialization of the magic circuit. But the ideal is too high, it seems that it'll need an absurd capacity that won't fit the sword. A question appears at the same time. Did the dwarves continue to do such an absurd work from generation to generation? What? A magic circuit that I'm not familiar with appears in my mind. I wonder if it's from the city core or perhaps the accumulated knowledge, library, in the dragon's vein. From the accumulated knowledge, I elect the circuit that complies with the image I have. A precise circuit that seems impossible for people to get. There is not even one bit of waste, it bears a vivid resemblance to the artistic programs from Z80 era. Amazing, it's amazing, Hahori. Yes, what a beautiful numerical formula. You too, concentrate on your work. The sword won't be perfected if there's even a slightest error. Yes. I faintly heard the voices of the three people assisting with the calculation. It's probably possible to create a sword equaling the divine sword if this keeps up. Wrong. Denial appeared in my mind. I wonder what's not right. Wrong. The sword that's going to be completed now is the strongest sword. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Alert-like voice echoes in my head. Blue light shines before my eyes, the golden auric halcon that's shaping up into a sword in Elder Dahar's hand, the red-hot magma that surrounds the room. I see. I realize the one answer that can't be expressed in words from the depth of my heart. Finished the sequence of ablation strike. Please give it a name. The city core's voice cuts the serene atmosphere. This is. How beautiful. Awesome. I can feel more power than the hero's holy sword I saw in the past. Zajir Shi, Hahori-san, Galhar Shi were impressed with the completed sword. Father,
congratulations. Yeah, it's thanks to you guys and Satu. Dryer she supports Elder Dahar who has exhausted his power. Satu, try putting magic power into that sword. Yes. I receive the delicate slender sword. It's a golden sword that looks exactly like the divine sword. I slowly put magic power into it. Light burst out. Blue light? Is it a holy sword? It's not. There's red light too. Is it a magic sword? Or maybe a holy sword? The shocked voices from the surrounding didn't reach my ears. I increase the quantity of magic power I put into it. I've put a lot, but neither holy edge nor magic edge occurs. The red and blue light become intertwined, spinning into one color. Violet light. Dryer she's shout echoes. At that time, what appeared in my mind were the odd sense of burning like enthusiasm of the dwarves and the imagined divine sword that brings freezing like ruin and extinction. That's why, I wasn't imagining the divine sword but a sword that can destroy the divine sword. And then, this mysterious sword that emits violet light is the finished product. I name it Holy Magic Sword. Holy Magic Sword. Hey, it's quite a fitting name. Properly speaking, it's probably going to be named with the city's name or Elder Dahar's name. Pendragon. Why? How did that happen? Elder Dahar who took the sword from my hand thrusts it into the city core. To be exact, to the hole opened in the city core. Holy Magic Sword Pendragon, ablation complete. The city core's voice reverberates. Come to think of it, it was an ablation strike. Hey. If the sword is not going to be present, I guess there's no problem even if it's named whatever. Now that the ceremony is complete, everyone besides me is going to take a rest until they can walk back to the ground. During that rest, I asked Elder Dahar about the reason for the name. Your house name is from the name of a hero who crushed a dragon, right? Don't you think it's appropriate for that strongest sword? I see, come to think of it, I think I remember telling that story during our drinking chat. Afterwards, Dryer she inauguration of the office of the landlord, Elder Dahar retirement, and the announcement of Hahori-san's engagement happened at the same time. The whole Balheart city was wrapped in festival. The candidates for Hahori-san's fiancé are the two who participated in the ablation strike, Galhar Shi and Zajir Shi. The viewing flight that was very popular in the Labyrinth City was also terrifically popular here. One part of the people who lined up for their turn made a big uproar that almost ended into a fist fight. I've closed the gate inside the small airship so there's no problem. During the 7-day drinking bout, I participated in drinking bouts with various brands of liquor that the people brought together with Elder Dahar and the others. There were a lot of strong liquor enough to numb my tongue, but since I had a convenient body that could only get light drunkenness, I enjoyed the taste in full. Among many of the smashed dwarves, the dwarves acknowledged my superiority in a strange meaning. In addition, my companion were. The family-oriented members were taught blut and wurst like sausages made from domestic animals that usually only appear during a festival and various sausage recipes from the female dwarves. For some reason, the sausages that Arissa remodeled with magic were popular among the Balheart's children. The meat-eating members were vigorously hunting the monsters around Balheart to supply the meat. They were revered like gods by the people who participated in the festival. It seems the meat song, which started with meat, meat, meat lyric composed by Pokey and Mia, had become a boom by the time we were departing Balheart. In addition, the painting of Hamburg steak of sunlight filtering through trees that master painter Tama made seems to be displayed in the Balheart's art gallery. After the festival is over, the day when we were going to depart toward Muno Earldom, I asked a question to Elder Dahar after noticing a certain thing. Dahar-sama, where did the offered sword go to? According to the legend, it's said that perhaps it's presented to heaven. I see, looks like it's told that it's an offering to the god. Judging from the way Elder Dahar spoke, it seems the city core didn't have an answer to the question. I look at the character string displayed on the exchange column's mailbox. There. Holy Magic Sword Pendragon characters are displayed. 14 to 16. Muno Earldom. Satu's here. There were times when work mails didn't reach me due to spam filter. For the mail to not be able to reach the mailbox unless it's been checked to be completely safe, if it's real, it's quite a dystopian world enough, isn't it? When I select the mailbox in the exchange column on the menu, the sender's name is shown. The sender's name is unknown. I don't think it refers to the mysterious little girl who appeared during my fight with the doghead, even though both their names are unknown. In WW and FFW, you can't send and receive items from someone who isn't your friend, but even if that someone isn't in the name list, the sender will be shown as unknown. There's a reply form in the mailbox, but it'd be problematic if I made the mysterious little girl an enemy had I carelessly sent it back. What should I do? After hesitating for a bit, I choose to put a lid on this problem, postponing it. Although I don't think it's one, it'll be scary if it's a Trojan horse. In addition, I couldn't send an item through the mailbox since I couldn't write an address. Nevertheless, I didn't know that such a function exists. Ablation strike? Ah, it's about the dwarves in Balhart Hay. Hikaru answered so when I asked her. I'm not really well versed in it, but it's when they make a sword to offer to the god when the next landlord takes over, right? Can it be done in other city cores? I wonder? Probably not, maybe. According to Hikaru, it seems making an offering during the change of landlord is an old custom that only the fairy can perform. When I went further to Ace-san to ask about it, it seems during the era of founding kings, they offered items to the god as thanks for the help in every territory. The receiver of the offering seemed to be the god who brought the city cores to the founding kings, but Ace-san and the elves didn't know which god it was either. There were eyewitness accounts saying that the offered items seemed to have been equipped by the elites of Dragon Valley, so perhaps it was the dragon god. However, even though I've killed the dragon god, it seems that the others' gods are capable of interfering the dragon's vein, and it's possible for them to steal the offered items. Today I heard a lot of new things. Would you help me? I'd like to try something. Of course I would. Okay. I brought Hikaru and Arisa along to the territory that I rule in the holy state Parian. It seems the city core's barrier hasn't been broken yet even now. Ooh. So this is a city core. This is the first time I see one, it's really pretty. Arisa was astonished when she saw the city core. And, what are we going to do here? I'd like to check whether it's possible to do the ablation strike and making an offering during the changing of landlord. I answer Hikaru while putting up the city core's terminal. City core, I'm changing the landlord. Is it possible to do the ablation strike? It is not possible. The optional feature has not been installed. It's optional, hey. Then, what should I do to install the optional feature? Unknown. I asked just to test it, looks like it's impossible. Then can I make an offering? It is possible. Looks like this one is possible. Can I specify the receiver of the offering? If it's not possible, who's the default receiver of the offering? It is not possible to specify. It is master. Famu. Who is this master? The meaning of the question is unknown. Master is master. I wonder if this master is not the god? For now let's continue the experiment. Then please prepare the ceremony. Acknowledged. Please appoint the next landlord. The landlord is Mito. Registration complete, please appoint the next proxy. I asked Hikaru with eyes, and then she pointed at Arisa. It's Arisa-chan. Registration complete, please make an offering. I insert a diamond holy sword to the opening that appeared in front of the city core. It's something I've especially made for this experiment. I've put a marker on this. Ablation complete. The ceremony is complete. I open the marker list on the menu, and check its current position. None. Hui. If things went well I thought I'd know the receiver of the offering, but it seems the item itself has disappeared. How about it? Not good. Looks like it disappeared. It seems it won't go that well. The diamond sword didn't reach the exchange column's mailbox. The airship which industriously advanced through the course entered Muno Earldom during my experiment. The airship is landing in the open space of Muno Castle. It seems the people of Muno Castle are receiving us below. The lowly maids are waving their hands energetically, welcoming us. Chevalier-sama. WA, idiots. It's not Chevalier-sama anymore. Ah, that's right. Which title was it again? Viscount-sama. The same as Consul Nina-sama. That's right. Great, isn't it? Oh wow, that's amazing. Marrying into the wealth. If things go well, his mistress. Attentive ears skill picked up the lowly maid's gossiping. Please be at least more than 20-year-old if you aim to be my mistress. Not like I'd take them even after they were. Sato-sama, welcome back. The airship landed on the wide open space of Muno Castle. When I showed my face from the ramp, the employees of Muno Castle unloaded their voices together in good coordination. I thought I wouldn't hear it due to the driving sound of the airship, but they all waved their hands saying, "Welcome back" in loud voices. I'm back. Poka has come back. Notisu. Tama and Poka take the shuten poses before the maids. Tama-chan, cute. Poka-chan too. Oi, you guys. Tama-san and Poka-san are mithril explorers, you know. Right. They're now honorary nobles after meeting His Majesty. If you're adding Chan on their names, y'all be beheaded for lèse majesté. The ones who warned the maids are rabbitkin male soldiers who seem to be newcomers. Their titles are former explorers. They're probably people who came from the labyrinth city Selbra. Really? Even though they're this cute, amazing, soft and fluffy. The half-doubting maids are hugging and touching Tama and Poki even while being surprised. Both Tama and Poki are happily being affable. It's the magic spear Liza-sama. Would she practice with us during her stay? Would she? I want her to teach me the magic edges knack. Liza-san is awesome. She's a noble even though she's a lizard folk, even more it's baronet. Yeah, someday we too. The soldiers sent passionate eyes to Liza who appeared after Tama and Poki. It feels that there are more beast folks and scalekin than humans among the new soldiers. It appears the cityscape has become quite lively. Yeah, thanks to your efforts. Led to the drawing room of Muno Castle, we're having a talk with Nina-san while waiting for Earl Muno to come. Apparently Earl Muno is doing something in the city core area under the city with Orion-kun. By efforts, do you mean the thing about food and human resources collection in the duchy capital? Yeah, of course that helped too, but it's not just that. Nina-san shook her head while smiling wryly. Thanks to your activities in the labyrinth city and the royal capital, Muno Earldom has become more recognized. We had a rapid increase in the number of government service applicants and merchants who came here. Looking at the map, the population in the city has risen by 50%, and the total population in the territory by 20%. The soldiers who were only 120 now have become around 2,000 just in the standing army. Looking at the population ratio, I think the increase is a bit too much, but Ms. Nina probably has some plan about it. By the way, Sato, do you know how many towns and cities are there in Muno Earldom? I hesitate how to answer to Ms. Nina's question. There are 2 cities under Muno Earldom, Muno City and another along the main road. Some of the places that I thought to be villages seem to be towns. These towns specialize in GABA fruit productions, they only have a few inhabitants. The surplus crops from the agricultural villages around the towns are bought by the purveyors and then transported to Muno City. The towns have no governors, apparently they dispatch civil officials from commoners as the magistrates. There are 4 cities and 7 towns in this earldom. Among them, 1 city and 2 towns are under Earl Muno's rule, 3 towns are under the local clan's rule, and the rest are occupied by monsters and savage tribes. Ms. Nina, who got tired waiting for my answer, answered ahead. I checked the map. There's a blank area near the territory located on a different map from Muno territory I visited before. 3 cities and 2 towns are located there. These are not under control of the Lord, so it's in another map. Among these, 2 cities are under control of fiendish upper-level 50s undead-type monsters, 2 towns have become the nests of level 40 hydras and chimeras. The savage tribe that Ms. Nina mentioned is probably about the kobolds who occupy the abandoned mine city in the mountain district. Just like goblins and orcs, kobolds are not monsters but a fairykin. And so, now that we have the military power, soon, I'm thinking of taking back the control of the 3 towns who are occupied by those clans as they please. I see, so she wants us to lend our power to take those back. So I thought, but Ms. Nina was thinking something a bit different. Before that, we have a problem. The kobolds from the abandoned mine city have begun to meddle with the silver mine located in Kahanu Earldom to the northeast UC. That's troublesome. If worst comes to worst, Earl Kahanu might destroy the kobolds and snatch the territory. In other words, you want me to prevent the kobolds from attacking the mine? Yeah, that's right. I'd like Satu and the others to drive away the kobolds that are heading toward the mine. Is it alright to just drive them away? I thought she would tell me to drive them out of the abandoned mine city. Howdo will take care of the abandoned mine city. With 500 territorial army and 1,500 mercenaries, we should be able to subdue the kobolds. The mercenaries have been provided by a Kaguya firm. I haven't heard that one or so I wanted to say, but I feel that I saw a report about mercenaries deployment. Looking up the reports I got from Tifaliza, there were documents about some hectic things in Youk Kingdom and Holy State Parian. It seems they've gathered refugees in Lesser Earldom and brought them to Oyagok Dukedom through ships. The population growth and the soldiers must be of those families. It might be just right for Muno Earldom that's lacking manpower. Heya, I've kept you waiting, Satukun. Earl Muno appeared with his usual friendly manner. I'm back. Baron, I'm back Nanodasu. Oh. I'm happy that Tamakun and Pokakun look healthy. Without correcting Poka's mistake, Earl Muno lifts both of them while smiling his whole face. As usual he's an animal lover. Father, you're terrible Disuwa. Lady Karina, whose reunion hug got put off, puffed her cheeks a bit. Karina, welcome back. Did you get along well with Satusama? Sorana Ansama. The eldest daughter of Earl Muno who appeared later, Lady Sorana hugs Lady Karina. The objects that had lost their places to go between the two deformed with enough force to lift the continent. Satu-san, you're staring too much you know. Sira, who circled around to block my lets out a sweet smile. Fast. Late start. The impregnable guard pair whose appearance was stolen muttered, Sira, what a frightening girl vexingly. Sir Pendragon, looks like you're in good health. Appearing behind Lady Sorana is the little brother of Lady Sorana and Lady Karina, the eldest son of Earl Muno and the next Earl, Orion Kun. There's a subdued beautiful girl that I'm not familiar with next to him. She's 15-year-old just like him. Let me introduce her, she's my fiancée, Muse, the daughter of Baron Ragok. Orion Kun introduced the girl. When I was in the duchy capital, there was a talk about his marriage with Sira's 7-year-old little sister of different mother, so she's probably a candidate for the second wife. Nice to meet you, Muse-sama. I am Viscount Satu Pendragon. And nice to meet you, Viscount Sama. I am honored to be able to see you. She seemed to be a reserved person, she greeted while looking very nervous. Muse-sama, you don't need to be that tense. Se Sira-sama. Why are you here? When Miss Muse looked at Sira, who talked to her to loosen her tension, she hardened more than when she greeted me. Sir Pendragon, why is the next Saintess-sama here? Orion Kun whispered to me. By next Saintess-sama, he's probably referring to Sira. Did you not hear from Earl Muno? I've been appointed to be the Vice Minister of Shiga Kingdom's Tourism Ministry, so Sira accompanies me as an attendant. The Vice Minister. Apparently, he only heard about me becoming a Viscount. Someone who coughs, seemingly purposely, behind me is the other attendant, Princess she's Tina. Sir Pendragon, is the lady also your acquaintance? The fussy Orion-kun asked while looking annoyed. He probably feels that I'm imprudent to take many women of blooming age along. This lady is another attendant of Vice Minister, the same as Sirasama. Aira, it's not the same. Princess she's Tina gets up from the sofa and stands beside me. Nice to meet you, Orion Dano. I'm the 6th princess of Shiga Kingdom, she's Tina. I'm Satu's fiancé. P. Princess. Orion-kun and Miss Muse were surprised at the same time. Best of all, the princess's impact was too strong, it seemed they ignored the fiancé part. Before their shock settled down, I introduced the reserved Xena-san to Orion-kun and the others. Now then, let's continue the talk from earlier. Leaving the women in the drawing room, I, Arisa, Ms. Nina, and Orion-kun went together to Earl Muno's office. Of course with the Earl too. Please wait, Nina Dano. What is it? Next Lord Dano. Please stop with the next Lord Dano. More importantly, why did you bring along a child to this political meeting, Sir Pendragon? Orion-kun pointed out Arisa, of course. Arisa herself watched the situation in delight. I called for Arisa Dano. The one who answered him was not me, it was Ms. Nina. Many of the earldom's revival policies came from her suggestions. If you're deceived by her childish appearance, your caliber as a viceroy would be doubted, you know. Orion-kun, who was talked down by Ms. Nina, kept silent while groaning, Gununu. I think it's impossible to see through Arisa's inner capability in your first meeting. I protected Orion-kun in my mind. The meeting advanced smoothly even though there was one such trouble. Until halfway. Then, Satu and the others would arrest or repulse the kobolds who went to the silver mine. Is that okay with you? Yes, understood. I agree with Ms. Nina. Wait, why should it be arrest or repulse? Your retainers are strong enough to beat down those riffraff, right? Why wouldn't you just dispose the insurgents who damaged the territory right then and there? Orion-kun asked me in an angry tone. Looks like he'll get angry if I honestly tell him that I don't want to kill them. In the short term, what Orion-sama said is the most efficient one. Arisa looks at Orion-kun while smiling. That is right. Your retainer also said so. However, if we so easily slaughter them, in the long term it'll leave a deep after effect on the populace and become the seed that will obstruct the territory's development. It's a case that happens often in the Middle East in our former world. But, with weak attitude. Quite so. Arisa affirmed without listening to Orion-kun's rebuttal to the end. Therefore, I'd like to suggest another plan before doing the plan to repulse them. After smiling at Orion-kun, Arisa tells her plan to Ms. Nina and Earl Muno. In order to keep the naughty kids from ever thinking of rebelling again, let's engrave the fear deep into their bones. Please don't be too hard on them, okay? While smiling wryly, Ms. Nina reminded Arisa, who finished with a scary smile. For some reason, Ms. Nina's line of sight was turned toward Orion-kun. 14-17. Muno Earldom, 2. Satu's here. I've heard that saving the heroine in a pinch is a requirement of being a hero. Recently, I feel that there are a lot of heroines who save the protagonists instead. The next day, we departed on the airship with Orion-kun and 2 of his attendants. My companions are all the Vanguard and Mia, 5 of them. Lady Karina wanted to go, but I made her to stay in order to let her socialize with her sister-in-law, Miss Muse. I asked Sira to support the 2. I had asked Princess she's Tina, Arisa, and Xena-san to investigate the library in the former Muno castle, so they also got left behind. I'm told that most of the books have been scattered and lost, but the castle seems to be older than the kingdom itself. There might be some important documents remaining. Lulu is teaching Gelt and other cooks the recipes she has learned in the royal castle and our journey. I expect that the tourist attractions in Muno City will increase even a bit. Along the way, we stopped by a pioneer village called Pendragon Village. The former boy thief gang and the elderly who were abandoned near the river are living here. I built the village provisionally, but it seems they've properly developed housings and fields during this 1 year. Oh wow, it's a ship flying in the sky. Flying. Awesome. Children began to gather when the airship lowered its altitude. There's no place to land, so I descend to the ground using a rope ladder. We're only going to see them for a bit, so only I, Poki, and Tama get down. Viscount-sama. Everyone. Chevalier-sama has come. Wah, it's Tama-chan and Poki-chan. Following after the nimble children, the elderly also totteringly gather around. Both the children and the elderly look more healthy than when we met them before. Young organisms, conferring candies so I communicate. It's Nana. I'm caught. Candy tasty. Nana, who had come down before I realized it, was already giving candy to the children. The youngest child is being carried by Nana in high spirit while giggling happily. After looking at them, I called the elderly. Excuse me for my long silence. This has become a splendid village, isn't it? It's all thanks to Chevalier-sama, who had put up good words to Viceroy-sama. An old man who has assumed the position of the village chief talks politely. It seems he was originally a civil official, so he's fit for the job. Liza brings down 2 barrels as the souvenirs. This one is a distilled liquor called Giant's Tear, while this barrel has smoked meat inside. Oh! We're having a feast today. We're holding a feast for Sato-sama. It is time to show off my edible plant dumpling. Humph, my fried dumplings are better. I feel sorry for the old men and women who are getting frolic, but since we only come here to see them for a bit, we can't participate in the feast. That's too bad. Please wait a minute, I'm gonna wrap them up quick. An old woman who looked disappointed went back to her hut and began to do something. She's making a lunchbox made of the so-called edible plant dumplings. And then some senior boys carrying crude bows ran out of the forest. Sato-sama. Are Totona and the others working hard in the castle? This is a pheasant I caught myself, you see. Please take it. This ear rabbit too. Ho, these are some excellent spoils. I receive the pheasant and rabbit from the boys who look so proud about it, and then I present them with short bows and arrows I took out of the magic bag. I made these bows and arrows myself, but they're just extremely common items. Wow, amazing! They're genuine bows and arrows. The hunter boy's eyes are sparkling before the bows and arrows. See, can we really take these? Of course, please use these to hunt good game for everyone in the village. Leave it to me. Sato-sama. I'll do my best too. After encouraging the boys and getting an edible plant dumpling lunchbox, we promptly left the pioneer village. The edible plant dumplings which we enjoyed from the airship's viewing deck were simple, but it tasted somewhat nostalgic. Emergency! Master, this is bad Nanodesu. When I was giving a lecture to Orion-kun about the actual scenery of Muno Earldom in contrast with the map from the airship's deck, Tama and Poki rushed from the bow. What's wrong? Pinch! In the forest ahead, being chased Nodesu. Checking the direction Tama and Poki pointed at, I understand that a flock of small-sized monsters called snake bats are chasing several people. These snake bats are monsters with snake body and 1-meter-long bat wings. When it's alone, even a normal soldier can defeat it safely. However, they have paralyzing poison, so if they're in a group, even a knight will be in danger. Of course, we're talking about a normal knight here. Poki, Tama, I permit you two to sortie. Roger. Yes, Nanodesu. Hearing my order, the two jumped off from the deck. Oh wah. Oi. Sir Pendragon, your retainers are. Seeing that, Orion-kun rushed to the handrail in shock. Whoosh, with the sound of cloth spreading, Tama shows herself on the port side. Like a giant flying squirrel, she glided to the direction she reported earlier. A person, in the sky. Because she's a ninja. I suitably answered Orion-kun's scream. And then, boom, there was a big sound below. Poki probably landed on the ground. Even though the airship's altitude was low, even Poke would have gotten hurt at this height. With sky step skill, a lower order skill of sky drive, she probably made footholds in the air and killed her falling speed. It's plain compared to Tama's ninjutsu, but it looks like Poke is steadily improving too. Poke runs while leaving cloud of dust behind. She's about as quick as a car. Liza, to the port side. Understood. I told Liza, who was in charge of the steering wheel, to turn the airship to where Tama had gone. Those children, just what are? It seems they found some people being chased by monsters in that forest. Dash from this distance. I handed a telescope to Orion-kun, who couldn't believe it. Doghead? Aren't they kobolds? Yes, that seems to be the case. I affirmed the question of Orion-kun, who was peeking from behind me. Poke and Tama have saved the daughter of Kobold clan's head and her 2 male and female attendants. The rescue drama was already over when we arrived, so I don't know the detail. Orion-kun expressed them as dog heads, but they're more like people who put on a dog headdress on their head. Asides from their slightly long canine teeth and slightly pointed ears, they don't look that different from humans. Their skin are just a bit too white and bluish. Since there were 7 corpses of the kobolds in the forest, I moved there in secret with unit arrangement and collected them. Awaken. Are you hurt anywhere, Notisu? N? Is it Kian? Tama and Poke, who sensed the kobold girl waking up, peeked at her face. The girl uttered words in Shiga language. I thought it was my chance to get kobold language, how unfortunate. Yuri not, who are you? Awawa, na Notisu. The girl jumped and pinned Poke's arms behind, looking alert toward us. Tama jumped back at once. I think Poke should be able to easily escape the grasp, but she's probably afraid to hurt the girl if she forcefully shakes her off. Poke's troubled face looks cute, but I can't leave this as is. Let go of her arms. These girls are your saviors. Ah! The girl lost her power with my words, so I quickly tear Poke off her. This is most likely an assistance from the abduction skill. Where is my comrades? Don T tell me. Using setsu to refer herself, that's quite unusual. If Arisa was here, she would have shouted, "You think you're samurai?" No doubt. No wait, that one is Sessa at. Now then, putting aside the girl's first-person name-calling, it seems she's misunderstood that her friends are all killed. I'll clear that up first. 2 of your bodyguards are fine. They were dying, but my magician friend has patched them up. Is that so? You have my gratitude. It'd be troubling if the adult kobolds suddenly acted violently, so, after Mia had healed their serious wounds, I put them under anesthesia and force sleep magic and let them sleep on the napping room below. Then Mia appeared from the lower floor. Elf-sama. When the girl found Mia, she went to Mia and fell down prostrating. It's like she's doing a dogza. I am an heiress of the late Balflos, Pia's Balflos. I am the youngest elf of Baruinan Forest, the daughter of Lamisaya and Lilanato, Missionalia Baruinan. The girl introduced herself in fairy language and then Mia formally introduced herself too after nodding slightly. Missionalia-sama, I thank you for the mercy you have given to my comrades. The girl continues to talk while her forehead is still on the floor. Even though she's saying thanks, it feels like she's challenging someone to a serious match, or rather, she seems desperate. And, please forgive my impudence for wishing for another thing before I could return the favor. Summarizing the girl's story, the kobold's mine had been exhausted, they ran out of gems called blue crystal needed for their breeding, so she'd like to have some of that blue crystal from Mia. Mia tilted her face, looking confused. She probably has no idea about that blue crystal. Still, gems from an abandoned mine, hey. Perhaps, the kobolds attacked Kahanu earldom because they wanted that blue crystal. That is so. We were told by a traveling magician about it. While asking the girl, I searched Kahanu earldom's silver mine. I also tried searching for the unexplored mines, but I couldn't find the vein of this blue crystal. Are you really sure? That I do not know. We cannot carelessly believe a weasel folk magician, but upon completion, we promise to teach them the way to manufacture blue steel. Those greedy bunch should not miss that opportunity. K, weasel again hey. I'm slightly intrigued with that blue steel thing, I'll help them a bit. I'll leave Mia to take care of the girl, and use telephone magic to connect to Baruinan Forest. Ace-san, could I have a bit of your time? Sato. Of course you can. Are you familiar with this gem called blue crystal? I asked about the blue crystal to Ace-san, who sounded a bit lively. Of course I'm talking in my mind, so the surrounding people can't hear it. Yes, I know about it. If I'm not mistaken, it's needed for kobolds' child raising, isn't it? The kobolds' mine has been exhausted, so they're in trouble. Do you know what kind of place this blue crystal occur at? Let me see, it should be deep in mithril veins. I think you can get them along the deep part where the dragon vein is thick. I got to hear more detailed information than I thought, so I thanked Ace-san along with loving words, and then I cut the call. I don't know where this dragon vein is located, but since it should be connected to sources, I'll check the core of towns and cities. After checking Muno Earldom, I found out that there was an ore vein in the town where the monsters had built their nest. There's a mithril vein about 1 kilometer deep under the city, and there are blue crystal along the crevices there. That town is in a mountain district located between the hidden village of the giants and the kobold town. While I was at it, I tried searching the mithril vein in the Black Dragon Aaron's Mountain and the one in the Dwarf's Ballheart Dominion. I only found the blue crystals in the former. The easiest way is to tell the kobolds about the blue crystal in the Black Dragon Mountain, which also means driving them away from the territory, but taking the profit for Muno Earldom into consideration, it'll be better if we gain allegiance of the kobolds who hold the technique to mine and refine these special metal, and also let them mine and refine the mithril vein. I call Arissa in Muno Castle with telephone magic, and tell her to match the information about the ore vein. Sato. Mia, who looks like she's about to cry, clings to me. There's a desperate kobold girl behind her. That reminds me, I let Mia to handle her, didn't I? Sato Dono, I beseech you. Send us to Baruinan Forest with your airship. We will give you kobold's treasured sword, Blue Fang, as a reward for your assistance. If you so desire, I will make a promise to teach you the method to manufacture blue steel. That manufacturing method sounds attractive. However, we're currently in the middle of an official duty. We will help you obtain the blue crystal after we've accomplished our duty. Are you sure? I assuredly nod back to the girl who's half in doubt. 14 to 18. Muno Earldom, 3. Satu's here. I dislike war. I don't mean that it will become peaceful if we just throw away weapons and decrease military might, but I think it's better if there are less casualties. It'll be nice if it's like in games where it can be settled in a war with no one dying. Viceroy-sama. The third tower has been destroyed. Knight Gawain and Knight Euron have been made captives. If those two got done in, that means normal knights won't be a match for them. You fools! This is not a knight match, it's a war. Push them with number. Distract their attentions with archers. The domineering viceroy rebuked the timid staff officers. He's the viceroy of the second city of Kahanu Earldom, Sedum, that's near the silver mine the kobolds are attacking. I've come to ask him for the permission to intervene in the war against the kobolds, but it's hard to call out to him. Perhaps I should go out and come here again later. I slipped out of the scouting ridge where the viceroy was, caught some suitable soldier and applied for a meeting with the viceroy. Going out would be annoying, so I just skipped a few procedures. Visitation at a busy time like this. The viceroy's shout reached downstairs. What? A retainer of Muno Earldom, hey? If he's asking to be patronized at a time like this, I'll cut his neck. Soldier A, who's beside me, averts his gaze awkwardly. The viceroy probably purposely said it like that so I could hear it as a restraint. After a bit, Soldier B came down and took me and Tama to the viceroy. Of course we left the weapons we had on hands to the soldiers. Are you the retainer of Earl Muno? Having a catkin as your page, you've got some bad taste. I was offended with a first discriminatory remark in a long while, but then I remembered that the discrimination of demi-humans was quite bad north of Muno territory. I'm honored to meet you, Viceroy-sama. In regard of the kobolds that are troubling your excellency. Humph, are you saying that you're going to single-handedly take care of them? Immediately if you'd allow. I turned a fearless smile to the viceroy who was going to say that it was impossible. For some reason, Tama who was dressed as a page beside me also mimicked my expression. I'll give you half a koku time. If you show me that you can do something about it during that period, I'll give you my thanks. Thank you very much. Normally speaking, even just gathering your force would need a few hours. Even if I'm challenging them with a few elites, we can't probably gain complete control over the kobolds who are currently in deadlock against Kahuna force in half a koku about 1 hour. Tama, I'm counting on you. Don't worry, be happy, Nin Nin. Tama entered ninja mode and then she disappeared. I gave instructions to everyone using telephone magic to begin to clean up the kobolds. What is that? People are, no, the dogheads are fluttering in the air. 2 of the Viceroy staff officers couldn't keep up with the absurd scene happening in the battlefield. The Beastkin girls on the front line are catching and throwing the kobolds to the air. No matter how strong the girls are, their strength is not this absurd. The thing that's helping them doing the act is a simple type of acceleration circle I've given them. It was originally a technique I thought up when Poki and Tama were having fun with the shooting experiment in the desert, but I'll keep that a secret in order to protect the kobold warrior's dignity. Mia's artificial spirits, arachnes that are standing, are spinning spider webs 100 meter back to absorb the impact of the thrown kobolds and capture them. Just to be safe, I let Nana to guard the airship and Mia. Through the space magic tactic talk that's still connected to the girls, I can hear the screams filled with fear and angry roar from the kobolds who are getting overrun by the Beastkin girls. The job is complete while still leaving a lot of time in the half a koku time the Viceroy put as a term. We've completed the suppression. Good job, take the next action. Understood. Pokatama, let's go. Hoi hoi. Yes, Nanotasu. I ordered the Beastkin girls with telephone to collect the kobolds who couldn't fight anymore before they went back. It seems there are several captive kobolds in the torture room of Kahunu army. I'll leave it to Tama to take care of that. Tama, sorry but I'm giving you an additional mission. Don't worry, be happy. I tell Ninja Tama the torture room's location, and then I begin the next action in order to assist her. 6 Viceroy-sama, a huge monster from the forest. All members, evacuate. Just leave those kobolds and evacuate. The Viceroy and the staff officers were surprised when they saw the artificial spirit behemoth appearing from behind the mountain in Muno territory. I created that behemoth, but for some reason it's bigger than the ones Mia and Ace-san summoned. The attention in the fort are all gathered to the behemoth. Viceroy-sama, please don't worry. That's a spirit my companions have asked for help. That's not a monster. Yes, it's going to exterminate the kobolds that have escaped from the fort. Although I said that it was going to eliminate, the kobolds in the field had all been captured, the arachnes had put them outside Kahunu territory per Mia's instructions. That behemoth is an excuse so that they won't demand the kobolds to be taken into their custody after the battle. The behemoth has finished moving, it's showing its side to us here. We're about 300 meters apart. Viceroy-sama. It's going to be a bit dazzling and noisy, please take care. After I've warned him, the behemoth executes its race-specific ability, Great Thunder. Our purpose this time is for intimidation, I've lowered the power to lessen the environmental damage. The thorns on behemoth's body stretch and then lighting powerful enough to whiten the sky shoot out from them. Woo! Eyes, my eyes! It looks like, besides the Viceroy, there were only a few people who heeded my warning even though I had warned them beforehand. The thunderous sound hit our ears and the smell of ozone swept on our hair and clothes. The ionized air stimulates my skin. What is that? Such power from just one attack. The viceroy and staff officer gasped when they saw the scarred ground left by the great thunder. About 1 kilometer of the mountain forest straight from the behemoth are carbonized in 45-degree cone shape. Behemoth calmly walks on that black road while clad in small electrical discharges. The front line of Kahuna Force fall in silent due to the excessive spectacle. I faintly saw Tama taking the kobolds away from the fort on the corner of my vision. They've disappeared into the trees, it should be all right now. It seems we overdid it. I wanted to capture several kobolds to find out their strongholds. I tried talking to the viceroy, but he looks like he'll drop his jaw, he just keeps staring at the battlefield with no response. Looks like I really overdid it. Viceroy-sama. You've done well. I offered a chair to the viceroy who's still in shock, and then, thump, he dropped down to the chair like he had lost his power. We should have several kobold captives. I'll give them to you as a reward. Take them. Then, I'll gratefully accept them. Looks like he heard me even though he looked stupefied. Tama had infiltrated and saved them already, but I feel less guilty now that I've gotten the permission. I presented a weapon that was in the soldier's custody to the viceroy. Although this may not be enough as a thank, this is a present from my viceroy. Isn't this the rumored magic spear of a Kaguya firm? Earl Kahanu told me that he needs to wait for 1 year even after pulling his connections in the royal capital. Are you sure? Yes, of course. It ended up like we took the viceroy's deeds, so it was to make up for it, though it also served as a compensation for the trouble we caused them. The soldiers will probably have busy days ahead of them with repairing the fort, but since no one loses their live, let's think of it to be a good outcome. Pias, you traitor! You misunderstand. After the captured kobolds were brought by me as spider-shaped artificial spirits, arachnes, a siblings' quarrel began when we went back to the airship. Master! Misunderstanding is happening, it's bad Nanotasu. Tama and Poki are beside the quarreling siblings, they look flustered and confused as to what should they do. I stopped the kobold older brother from talking with wind magic seal talk. It's originally a magic used for sealing magicians' chant. It's often used in crimes, so it's not written in general magic books. Now then, Pia's older brother. For the sake of you kobold's future, shall we go ask Earl Muno's permission? I said so, and then the airship levitated. I put the kobold soldiers and the arachnes in a subspace using another world magic during the flight. I'd feel sorry if they got eaten by monsters if I left them as is. I thought of giving them to a fort between the two territories, but there were only 50 soldiers in the fort while there were 200 robust kobold soldiers. Managing them would be hard for them, so I decided against it. The kobold soldiers are inside the arachnes' cocoons, so they should not notice that they're inside the subspace. Orion-kun's attitude toward the beastkin girls has become strangely polite. I don't know whether it's because he was shocked by the behemoth's lightning attack, or because he was surprised with the throwing of kobolds. You've gone and done quite the spectacle. Yes, after doing such a senseless thing, the people of Kahanu Earldom won't imagine that the kobolds who were attacking the mine are safe. When we got back to Muno Castle, I was called by Earl Muno and Ms. Nina. Tama took a letter to Ms. Nina to tell her about the situation ahead of time when the airship was doing the landing sequence. I'm told that the kobolds were deceived by a Weaselkin magician to attack Kahanu Earldom in search of some blue crystal thing. Is that right? There is no mistake. If the blue crystal really does not exist in that silver mine, that is so. The kobold little sister and older brother who are tied affirm Ms. Nina's question. I took only these siblings to Muno Castle because they're the children of Balflo's clan's patriarch. Judging from the things I've heard from the kobold little sister during the flight, the older brother is the leader of the radical faction, while the little sister is the leader of the moderate faction, and the patriarch who should have unified the two is in sickbed. Master! We've made a huge discovery. Right then, Arisa together with the princess appeared. The timing was perfect because I instructed Arisa through telephone. It's said that there's a mithril vein under the town of Tagenkumai. There's also a record about some unknown blue gem. The document Arisa is holding is something I've prepared and made to look worn out with weathering magic. This is quite convenient, isn't it, Viscount? Right, isn't it? It seems that fortune is on their side. I elude Ms. Nina calling me Viscount full of doubt with poker face skill and receive the document from Arisa. This document seems to be something from the era of Marquis Muno. Apparently they secretly dug it at that time. Judging from the time, the killing of Marquis Muno by No Life King probably happened before they could do a full-scale mining operation, and so it went to a standstill. The deception skill is exploding after a long time. I think it's running wildly since I haven't used it for a long time. I see you, what's your name? Kiji. The next patriarch, Kiji Ballflows. After pondering for a bit, Ms. Nina asks the kobold older brother. I'll offer you two choices. 1. For the crime of treason, your whole clan is to be executed or deported from Muno Earldom. The other one, the kobolds are to retake the occupied town for Earl Muno, become the people of Tagenkumai, and provide the workforce to acquire the underground resource. Are you going to turn us all into slaves? After hearing Ms. Nina, the kobold older brother shouted like he was barking while baring his fangs. If we did that, Sato would turn his back on us. This guy is soft-hearted, you see. If we did such a thing to you guys, he'd take you all to a new land, I'd even bet on this. Yup, I can't refute Ms. Nina on that. If that really happened, I probably would take the kobolds to the mithril vein in the Black Dragon Mountain behind the scenes. That's why it's going to be inhabitants. Normally, I'd like to entrust the patriarch to be the governor, but there was the thing with the kobolds attacking Kahanu Earldom's silver mine. We can't instate him immediately. Just like the dwarves, spend your time and gradually become a self-governing dominion. After hearing Ms. Nina, the kobold older brother contemplates. Thank you for your kindness. I will absolutely persuade the patriarch and the elders. I'll also help Anaja to unify the clan's will. The kobold siblings replied Ms. Nina passionately. Is that all right with you, Earl Leon? Tomu, I give you my consent. Earl Muno generously nodded to Ms. Nina. Well then we should hasten exterminating the monsters from Tagenkumai town. Then, let us kobold soldiers lead the front line. The kobold older brother came forward while still being tied. There's no mistake that freeing the town from the monsters should be done by the cooperation of the kobolds and Muno Earldom's army. However, that means they will have to plan the draft for the military march and the arrangement for the unification of two forces. Huge tasks await them. It'll need several months even at the fastest, or even half a year if it's done badly. I think they can do it somehow even without us if we just curtail the boss-class monsters that rule the town, but leaving them, saying pardon me for going ahead, right before a great task would be heartless of me. Earl Muno, we have our sightseeing job, however. Sir Pendragon. Orion-kun turned back toward me while looking like he couldn't believe it. Yet, when our eyes met he lowered his eyes as if he was frightened. Incomprehensible. Orion, you must not be unreasonable, okay? It's as Earl Muno said. In just a day, Viscount Pendragon settled the probable dispute with Kahanu Earldom and found a definite solution today. Afterward, we just need to make it happen. If we relied even more after so much, we'd better off yielding our position as statesman to him too. Orion-kun was remonstrated by Earl Muno and Ms. Nina added. You two, please wait. I cannot join the United Front since I have a sightseeing job to do, but we will recapture Tagenkumai town at least. How about performing the United Front for when you need to recapture the other towns and cities? You say it as if it's so easy. Is such a thing possible? Ms. Nina muttered in astonishment. Earl Muno asked like he couldn't believe it. I have some excellent companions. If we're with those girls, saving Tagenkumai town and exterminating the monsters will be a walk in the park. It's already afternoon though. 14 to 19. Muno Earldom, 4. Satu's here. A senpai told me that trust is like falling dominoes. Apparently how you endure the stress that pile up little by little and how easy it can be broken by a single misstep resemble them. Airships really are fast, aren't they? Father, for both the viceroy and his heir to go to the danger zone, isn't that too reckless? The people who are participating in the recapture plan of Tagenkumai town occupied by monsters are the members of Team Pendragon, Earl Muno, Orion Kun, Sir Zoder who's made a comeback as a knight, and the Kobold siblings. That's good and all, but Orion Kun has been disputing seriously with Earl Muno since a while ago. It's not recklessness. We're with Satukun and his companions, we'll be safe anywhere we go. Leave it to me. That's right, Nanotasu. Poke will defeat things like dangers like Zumbar and Notasu. Tama and Poke replied Earl Muno's fully trusting speech by taking shut-in poses. After looking at his father frustratingly, Orion Kun went to the deck with heavy steps. From his point of view, if I were ambitious, I'd make it so that the two died by monsters' hands and took control of the territory. He was probably trying to warn his father about that. It sounds rude, but being cautious like Orion Kun is normal. I like people who are trusting, without being vigilant, like Earl Muno though. Master, flying-type monsters are approaching from the front. Master, permission to intercept. Liza reported. Nana bent herself forward and asked for my permission. Looking at the map, I understand that there are countless monsters aiming for the airship from afar. All right, permission granted. Arisa, please take the initiative with fire magic. Okay. Master, Lulu, please help sniping using the normal bullets. Yes. Mia, please prepare the Garuda. NN, leave it to me. I stopped the two Muno from following everyone to the viewing deck. We have special seats for watching spectacles over the windshield in this cockpit. Like a cloud, swarming monsters are dyeing the sky black. It's merely a show since they're all small fries, but it's quite the visual effect. Like in a dream. So many of them. Aonyu. The Kobold siblings are getting frightened by the approaching monster swarm. It's understandable. With so many of them, they look like a swarm of fly or locust. It looks gross. This is impossible. Sir Pendragon. What are you doing looking so flippant? Turn back the ship immediately. We can't possibly win against such a swarm. Flippant, how rude. There was a time when Orion Kun seemed to be scared of me after the behemoth matter, but it seemed the terror before his eyes had overridden that. He snarled at me desperately. It's all right. We have Arisa here. What can a little girl who's only good with her mouth? Orion Kun stopped his words halfway through. He's probably surprised with the hellfire-like flash that can be seen through the window. The wide-ranged advanced-level fire magic that Arisa used incinerated the monster swarm. It's exactly a real-life act of sterilize the garbage. It's a bit showy, but since it's a magic that the Selbaras Guild Master can also easily use, it should be fine. As expected, she didn't use the forbidden spells of the space magic and fire magic that she recently learned. Master, did you see? Arisa-chan's coolness. Yeah, of course I did. Don't monopolize them too much, okay? I replied Arisa's praise me call from the speaking tube, and reminded her not to cut loose. Orion Kun, who saw it from the side, has hardened with his mouth open, but Earl Muno simply praises, Arisa Kun's magic is amazing, while looking like usual. The vast majority of the small fries had been burned by Arisa's magic earlier, while most of the remaining ones had gone back to the town. Some of the monsters that did try to approach us were all shot down by Lulu's sniping and the Beastkin girl's magic edge cannon. The battle ended after a while and everyone got back here from the deck. Only Mia, who has just finished summoning the Garuda, remains on the deck. Oops. I received Arisa, who was in good mood after playing an active part, jumping to me while shouting like Pokey. With such talent for magic, Why are you merely a Viscount's retainer? You should have aimed to become the head of Shiga 33 wands carrying an army directly under His Majesty. Orion-kun, who stiffened with a dumbfounded face until a while ago, asked Arisa with a trembling voice. How stupid, of course that's because I'm madly in love with Master. After speaking her love in Showa's way of talking, she cutely kissed my cheek lightly. Furthermore, with doya face, she poked her own cheek requesting a kiss for her too, so I lightly kiss her like in Western drama to show affection. Awa. Arisa, who got her kiss reward, looks flustered. She's weak against surprise attacks as usual. After kissing Tama and Poka, who looked envious in turns, Nana came before me with a serious expression. Maybe Nana also wants a kiss? So I thought, but it seems to be a bit different. Master, wishing for the mean to do long-range attacks. Okay. I'll take proper measures. It seems all of the monsters have been shot down before they entered Nana's javelin's range. Nana seemed to be convinced with my sincere answer. The revived Arisa retorted, Are you a politician? But since Nana didn't mind it, I ignored her. The airship lowers its altitude as it approaches the town. The monsters inside the town seem to be frightened with Arisa's magic earlier, they're hiding behind the building without a sound. It seems the shrewd monsters have ran away from the town by scaling the wall and the exit. When we have crossed the outer wall, there's a sudden movement from the castle ruin in the distant. Oh no! Master, look at that! Nanotasu. Tama and Poka, who found the hydra that showed its heads on the castle ruin, made a racket. What is that big thing? Looks like that's the boss here. I told the surprised Orion-kun. If we just use the fire magic from earlier. You can't. I tell Orion-kun, who's sending hopeful glances to Arisa, that we can't accept that plan. Naturally. Magic is forbidden with Hydra Nanotasu. Master, please give us the permission to subjugate it in close combat. Master, permission to sortie. The vanguards agreed with my opinion and made a suggestion. This is not because Hydra is resistant against fire magic. Are ridiculous. Why don't you fight by safely attacking it from a distance? The Beastkin girls who are heading to the sortie catapult answer Orion-kun, who's shaking his head, finding it incomprehensible. Because, it's no good. That's right, Nanotasu. The meat will go bad, Notasu. Hydra's meat is delicious. We cannot get the meat if we attack it carelessly. What did you say? Looks like it's hard for Orion-kun to accept Beastkin girl's explanations that are overflowing with appetite. Nana has already sortied through acceleration magic circle from the catapult, she's not here now. We have a lot of spectators today, so I let the ship to move close to the ground, making it going up and down. Mia's Garuda that has gone ahead of everyone pins the Hydra to the ground. And then the vanguards rush in one after another. It's a decisive battle of kaiju. Poka-chan and Tama-chan look like they're having fun. Arisa and Lulu are in complete spectator mode. Tomu, Poka-kun, and Tama-kun are strong on top of being cute, aren't they? Earl Muno also stands in a line with the two, enjoying the vanguard's actions. For the fight this time, the one that has done the most is Poki. She cut down the Hydra's head one after another by using magic edge that she extended from her blade. I'll give the right for the first fork stab of the Hydra's head grill to Poki. Leaving the people who were watching the battle while holding their breath, I moved to the ground ahead with teleport magic. I guess it's around here. There are a lot of underground cavities from the treasure vaults and dungeons in the site of the castle ruin. I pick a cavity that isn't close to the city core and decide to make a tunnel hole with earth magic. I guess it'll look unnatural if there's a tunnel here suddenly. While muttering to myself, I pick and use architecture magic from the magic column. I installed a room and a bulk door with seal-like carving on the entrance of this underground tunnel. In addition, I made them to look old using the weathering magic I used on the document back then. Now then, I can finally start on the tunnel. I've lost around 5-minute time, so let's do this quickly. I dig a hole of around 3 meter big in diameter, and then I install a 2 meter spiral stair on the hole's side. Of course I've included the handrail to prevent falls. I'm thinking of installing an elevator for transporting things on the center, so I've left it hollow. As a precaution, I make an open space every 100 meters, moving pits out of the way. I want to avoid lethal accidents from happening. After continuing my work for about 10 minutes, I've finally penetrated to the silver vein and the pulsing mithril ore area, and even connected to the place where there are blue crystal, our objective. Just in case, I install a bulky door that leads to the blue crystal. Just for appearance, let's put a powerful lock on the door. Since I could set conditions with locking magic, I made a blue sapphire key for it, and put a condition where only the one that held it could go in. It should be fine as long as I have the duplicate. I leave this key in the first room. After finishing all the work in 15-minute time after the start of the battle, I stealthily teleport back to the airship. It was just right after the Hydra was defeated, so I directed the airship toward the castle ruin. Master, completed the removal of debris in front of the barrier, so I report. As a thanks for Nana who did the labor, I promise her to do the magic power supplement for her before we go to sleep later. The Beastkin girls and the Garuda are currently eliminating the monsters that are lurking in the castle ruin. The barrier is holding up. NN, active. The barrier that prevents intrusion to the city core seems to be functioning. I feel that the barrier will be broken if I touch it, so I make sure not to get close to it. What should we do? Should we go ahead to check if there's any danger? You can't. Only the Viceroy and the next Viceroy can enter here. When I asked Earl Muno, Orion-kun cut himself between us and replied. It's all right, Sato-kun. There are many things protecting me with the Viceroy's power. Orion, you wait here with Sato-kun. Father. This is an order. After saying so, Earl Muno walked to the other side of the barrier alone. Orion-kun tried to follow after him, but it seemed he was stopped by the barrier, he couldn't go inside. Earl Muno probably used the city core's power dwelling in the terminal to enter the barrier. After a while, the crest of Earl Muno flashed on the barrier's surface for an instant. He's probably seized the city core of this town. We wait for the Earl Muno while calming down the kobold siblings who are pestering about the location of the mithril vein. Heya, thanks for waiting. I have to decide on the proxy governor of this town. Earl Muno who came back said so and looked around. Liza-kun, can I ask you? Me, is it? Isn't it more suitable for master? I've discussed this with Nina, Sato-kun has to be the lord of the abandoned mine city. I want to appoint you to be the governor of this town. As I am master's attendant, I can't do the duties. The actual rule will be entrusted to a chief administrator, there's no problem. Liza is looking at me with an anxious expression, so give her my consent. Understood. I accept the duty as a governor. Is that so? Good. Then let's start the ceremony right away. It seems there's no need to be close to the city core to appoint the proxy. Liza's governor appointment ceremony was finished with a simple spell. It was similar to the conferring peerage ceremony that I went through. So this a place for ceremony, I wonder if there's something here. Found, a key. Master. There's a stairway here Notisu. The Beastkin girls found the room that went to the mithril tunnel, Tama also quickly found the key to the blue crystal room. It's quite deep. You're right. The people who are going to go down with me are the Beastkin girls, the kobold siblings and Orion-kun, 7 of us. Mia and Arisa were interested, but they gave up after hearing about the long stairs. I'll show the video recording to the girls later. Silver? Isn't this a silver vein? The exposed silver vein was glittering halfway through the stairs, the tension of Orion-kun who looked tired went up. If there's a silver vein, that means... Yes. There might really be a mithril vein close by. The kobold siblings look happy. Apparently, the two didn't believe about the blue crystal matter. Approximately 600 meter deep, the exposed vein slightly changes to green color from the silver. It's mithril. If we dig here, the blue crystal might be here too. There must be. I'll go back to the top immediately and bring a pickaxe. I'm sorry for the two who are ecstatic, but they won't find the blue crystal no matter how long they dig here. Wait. According to the document, they found the blue crystal in the innermost bed. Bring the pickaxe after we've checked that. With my persuasion, the two stepped ahead as if hurrying us. There's still about 400 meter more, but I can't say that. The kobold siblings who have run to the lowest layer run back to us. Tama and Poki are together with them too. There was a door-like thing below. Hand Ovi, please lend me the key that was found earlier. The older brother kobold, who was speaking in commandeering tone due to his excitement, changed to polite speech with a glare from Liza. That key should be able to open it, Disu. The older brother kobold's deduction was right, but since I went out of my way to put a gimmick in order to see their delighted reactions, I made him to endure it, saying, "Let's go with everyone." When we arrived before the door, Orion-kun, who was staggering after walking too much, sat down on the ground. It looks like he's implying that he can't move anymore. I am opening it. The older brother kobold who took the key looked back at us, asking for confirmation. Even though he was excited a while ago, it seems he's insecure now that he's actually here. I gave him my consent, and then the door made an opening sound. On you. Yeah, with this our ballflows will live on. While being illuminated by the glittering blue crystal that spread before their eyes, the kobold siblings take each other hands, crying full of joy. While still sitting down, Orion-kun's eyes gleam seeing those glittering. Pretty. It's blue like the color of holy swords Nanotasu. Tama and Poki are looking at the scene with sparkling eyes that won't lose to the blue crystal. That's while both of them are being carried under Liza's arms though. The older brother gave a lump of blue crystal to the little sister and then he knelt down before me. Sir Pendragon, we siblings know, Ballflow's clan pledge eternal allegiance to you. No, you should do that to Earl Muno. If you said such a misfired thing, Orion-kun would glare at you, you know. If you want to pledge your loyalty, please do it to Earl Muno. But if he didn't give his permission, you guys wouldn't have been able to get the blue crystal. Understood. We will follow Sir Pendragon's words. He somehow looks like he doesn't understand it, but there's no problem as long as he pledges their allegiance to Earl Muno. The kobold siblings went back to the ground while bringing the needed amount of the blue crystal for now, and then the two pledged their allegiance to Earl Muno. This time it's only with words, but it seems they'll officially be tied to Earl Muno with contract later. After taking the two Muno to Muno City, we brought the kobold siblings to the abandoned mine city, and got the approval for their clan to migrate to Tagenkamai town. The aforementioned Wheeze Elkin magician didn't exist in the map, let alone the abandoned city, so I didn't get to meet him. His name, Black Mole, seems to be an alias that's often used, no one knows his real name. In addition, since Ikagoya firm has received the project to redevelop Tagenkamai town, the essential utilities, dwellings, and administration facilities should be complete by the time the kobolds arrive at Tagenkamai town. Should be, or rather I think I'll just make them with magic secretly. I tell Ikagoya firm's manager to make a contract for getting stable supplies of mithril ingots from Muno Earldom in exchange of the installation of mithril refining equipment. The manager was awfully enthusiastic, perhaps I should have told her to take it easy. The kobold siblings show up bringing tributes the day before we depart. A blue steel pike and sword, silverworks, and sapphires, most are jewelries. Oh my! How wonderful! It suits you well, Muse. Orion-sama. Miss Muse, who got an extra-large sapphire pendant from Orion-kun, gleefully hugs him. Orion-kun, who didn't expect his fiancée's action, is blushing. Viscount Pendragon, this is the promised Blue Fang treasured sword and the secret book that details the manufacturing process of blue steel. Got it. I received the sword presented by the little sister kobold and then gave it back to her. Why? The treasured sword should be carried by the one who should have it. I answered her dissatisfaction while looking at the older brother kobold, She seemed to understand. She received the sword while saying, "We will follow our lord's decree. Like I said, your master is Earl Muno." The next morning, we departed while being sent off by the people of Muno Earldom. I thought of stopping by to the Sirihuhu city, but since I don't want to deal with Earl Sirihuhu's unreasonable demands, we head toward the eastern group of countries as planned. The first country is Kyousoukyoku, the kingdom of snow and frost-covered trees. Our first and other world winter sports are waiting. 14 to 20. Snow Kingdom, 1. Satu's here. If we're talking about snow, I'd imagine about the time to be self-indulgent by amusing myself reading manga or playing games inside a kotetsu. It's hard to leave out skis and snowboards, but being inside a warm room is better after all. Snow. Oh no Nanodesu. Snow Nanodesu. After crossing Muno Earldom and the Monster Dominion, we entered Kyousoukyoku Kingdom of the eastern countries beyond the mountain and witnessed a blizzard. Since this was my first different world's snow, I temporarily cancelled the canopy in the airship's viewing deck and let the snow pile up to enjoy it with everyone. Once there were enough snow to play around with, I called everyone, but somehow, Tama and Poka seemed strange. Poki. Tama. After the two looked at each other, they ran up to me. Snow is bad. Master, if we don't lump together quickly it'll be dangerous Nodesu. The two who tightly cling to my waist turn to everyone and desperately beckon them. Liza, quick, Nana too. Arisa, and Mia too, quickly stick close together Nodesu. Lulu too, Karina too, quick. Nanodesu. I thought it was just a play, but Poki is hiding her tail between her legs, and their voices sound too serious. Master, please excuse me. Moreover, Liza, who was called over, hugged me from the front with a serious expression. This is quite rare for Liza. Master, I was entrusted with an appeal for support. I'll protect the back. My back found warmth and happiness. I'm intrigued with the Beastkin girl's condition, but let's watch the situation for a little while. Since it's soft. Ahihi, danger is bad, isn't it? Prohibited. Arisa and Mia happily cling to me tightly. Excuse me master. Even while looking timid, Lulu put her arms around my neck from the side, embracing me. Without knowing, she's the most glued one on me. I too, I don't really understand, but me too. Satu-sama, please excuse me. Leaving behind the hesitating Lady Karina, Sira, and Princess Tina embraced my left arm. The two are wearing extra clothes for cold weather, so there's not much happiness. Xena, quick. Xena too, you'll die if you don't hurry Nodesu. It's alright, no one will die, okay. Xena kneels down to match Poka's and Tama's line of sight, and then she asks about the two's reasons. Snow is death god. Snow is pretty, but once you touch it, someone will fall if you don't stick together Nodesu. I don't understand, so I seek the explanation from Liza. There was a year where we had terrible blizzards when we were with the previous master. At that time there were several humans and Snakeheadkin who froze to death. I see. It's a trauma from the previous master. Hey. Tama, Poki, everyone here is alright, okay? To prove that I got rid of the snow on the viewing deck in an instant, and then filled the flight deck with warm spring atmosphere. While I was at it, I stopped the blizzard and blew away the cloud outside the airship with the forbidden spell, weather control, letting the sunlight in. Lukewarm warm. Master is really, really amazing Nodesu. Tama and Poka smile happily with their whole faces, losing their strength. Among the girls who are dumbfounded, only Arisa who stares up at me while looking like she's given up. I clap Arisa's shoulder to tell that it's her turn. Tama. Poki. After this Arisa-chan will teach you the true way to play with snow. NYU. Play with snow Nodesu. That's right. The default will be snowball fights and snowman making, but we'll also make a snow hut and eat some warm sway et zenzei and ashiruko. Shiruko. Are there meat in them Nodesu? Well, there's no meat in Oshiruko, maybe we should make Kenchinjuru too? Odin is also nice, but then I'd want sake and beers with it, so make that an exception. The ways to enjoy a snow country that Arisa cited one after another won Tama and Poki over. After confirming that Poka's tail has begun to swing energetically, Arisa starts to encourage them. Are you ready? Aye sir. Roger Nanodesu. Arisa points at the snowfield with a whack. Then let's go. Go. Non-stop Nanodesu. The youth troop led by Arisa charge at the snowfield where the airship has landed. Together with Nana and Lady Karina. It seems the snow is new, it's soft so they're buried into it. Liza seemed to have noticed that. She made use of magic armor to create snowshoes on the sole of her feet and ran with them. Let's play around here a bit. I tell the senior group who are looking at the snowfield and then put down the ramp. So this is snow. It's cold, it's melting when it touches my finger. It seems this is Sira's and Princess Shistana's first snow, they're enjoying the snow happily. Lulu is making snow rabbits together with Zina-san. I make a lodge that's often in ski resorts beside the airship using magic, and move many frost-covered trees in the distant to near the building. Next, I put a kotetsu and a pot-belly stove magic tools inside the lodge. Taking the number of people into consideration, I've put a type of kotetsu table that can accommodate a lot of people. When I put my legs inside the kotetsu, it feels like the good old Japanese culture. Everyone, thanks for waiting. Sweet smell. Zensei, Nanodesu. NN, tasty. It smells nice, isn't it? Inside the snow hut, I distribute piping hot zensei from the heating earthen charcoal brazier to the youth troop, including Lady Karina. It's still too early for lunch, so these are just snacks. Let's play with the sled after we've eaten this. Then Poke will pull the sled Nodesu. Tama too. Arisa, who saw the plaything I created earlier, made a suggestion to everyone. Arisa, who took a glance at the skis and the snowboards, muttered, "To have myself among Ryuju even in another world, please stop lumping enjoyable sports like that." Looks like Nana is making a snow rabbit statue with mysterious pose together with Zina-san. There are already snowmen for everyone now. Just how did they make a twin-tail snowman anyway? It seems Sira and the princess are not good with cold, they're eating oranges on the kotetsu inside the lodge. Liza and Lulu are making pork miso soup for the lunch in the lodge's kitchen. Sato-san, what are these boards used for? Zina-san, who took a break from making the snow statue, tilted her head in puzzlement seeing some skis leaned against the lodge. Apparently there's no skis in Siriuhu City. It seems there's still some time before the youth troop finish their zensei anyway. I'll teach Zina-san how to ski. They're tools called skis to practice marching on the snow. They make high-speed movement on the snow possible, so people practice using them since they're children in snow countries. Can I use them too? Of course you can. Zina-san took it seriously, perhaps because I told her that it was military training. After giving her a simple lecture, the two of us began to slide. I have Zina-san to use flight magic along with it. This place isn't a maintained skiing area after all, so it's an insurance for if anything happens. Master, unfair. Muyu. When the Arisa and Mia saw us sliding on the slope, the two jumped out of the snow hut while carrying a zensei bowl on one hand. Poki, Tama, Mia. Let's chase them. Roger Nanodesu. Aye. NN, pursuit. They show up with Poke pulling Arisa's sled and Tama pulling Mia's sled. They somehow look like children playing train, but they're high-powered sleds equipped with Poke-Tama engine that won't lose to a snowmobile. Two sleds are chasing us from behind while blowing up spray of snow. The two's kicking power only blow the snow and there's not much driving force, they're slower than they look. Zina-san, the one who gets caught up first lose. Okay. Sato-san, wait for me. To enjoy skiing that I haven't been for a long time, I'm not use any skill or magic at all. While enjoying the powder snow that won't lose to the one in Niseko, together with Zina-san, we carve skiing traces like dancing. Since Xena-san is skiing while using flight magic, she looks skillful enough you won't guess that she's a beginner. Wait there. I won't permit love elopement. Wait. Wait, Nanotasu. Too fast. Arisa, whose poke-powered sled was becoming pure white from the piled-up snow, shouted out some incomprehensible thing. Mia, who's in the Tama-powered sled, looks a bit pale. Xena-san, who's sliding beside me, muttered love elopement while blushing. You've been floating away from the snow surface since a while ago, you know? Hey? After an illusion where my legs felt like they were pulled below, my body was thrown out in the air. Apparently, the snow below became a cliff. Sita-san. Xena-san earnestly stretches herself and catches my arm. I can just use sky drive, but for this occasion, I'll see the results of Xena-san's flight magic practice. Owa, Nanotasu. Yeah. Poki and Arisa fell off the cliff. Arisa returned teleport Ed halfway through along with the sled, but Poki kept falling. She probably went out of the magic range. Air kick Nanotasu. I saw Poki kicking the air to decelerate and regain her posture. Trifling Nanotasu. Although, right after she took a Chopin pose on the ground, she got swallowed up by the snow from above and rolled down on the slope. It's really like Poki. I open the map to retrieve her back to where everyone is with unit arrangement. Oh? It seems there's a local child on the direction Poki is going. Private Poki, you've got an urgent directive. I pass a directive to Poki, who's currently slipping down the slope magnificently through telephone magic. 14 to 21. Snow Kingdom, 2, SS. I'm Pipine of Nadare village in the northwest of Kyousoukyoku Kingdom. Pon-san, a merchant of Shiga Kingdom, said that this kingdom is a country of snow and frost-covered trees, but it's just a cold, poor little country. We've been on bad terms with the neighboring Kogyoku Kingdom, repeatedly having wars with them for several years. My grandfather, father, and brother were taken away as soldiers and never came back. Oni-chan, you can't hunt. That's right, Pipine. If you go hunting by yourself, you'll get eaten by the snow leopard. I'm sorry, but I have to do it now that the snowstorm has stopped. My little sister and grandmother tried to detain me, but I don't have any choice. In this house with cold air entering through the drafts, there's no dried meat, dried fish, or snow vegetable remaining, let alone wild plants and pickled vegetables we picked during the short spring. We had milk from yaks when we still had them, but during the long 2 year of winter that still continues, we had disposed all of them. In this 3 days, I feel my body has grown weaker from taking nothing but water. If we don't get some food during this chance, we'll die of starvation sooner or later. I won't ask for something as luxurious as snow rabbits. I'm fine even if it's only fog insects, squirrels, or weed under the snow. I have to get something, anything. I kicked the frozen front door and stepped forward to the snow. White, white, white. In the usual scenery, I continue to walk toward the Kyousoukyo mountain as the landmark that can be seen in the distance. It's the frost weed. We can't eat this weed, but Pon-san the merchant will buy it at a high price for alchemy or something. If we're still alive until Pon-san comes, I'll exchange it for preserved foods. I smile thinking that I'm lucky to have an unexpected harvest. I'll have to make use of this luck to find something to eat. Snow, snow, snow. Even though I'm wearing snowshoes, this new soft snow swallows my feet, stealing what little left of my strength. I saw a small shadow moving beyond the snow. Perhaps it's a snow rabbit? It looks like I'm really lucky today. I take the short bow on my back full of expectation. Thud, with a sound, snow fell from a tree nearby. No. What am I going to do if the snow rabbit escapes? I put an arrow on the short bow while cursing. The snow jumps up on the place where I can see the shadow. I won't let you escape. I reflexively ran and what came into my view was a pink-colored triangle inside the snow. The dancing snow and the fog like steam flicker around the pink thing. Oh no! It was already too late when I noticed it. The thing rising from the snow is a snow-colored beast. A beast that even makes the snow leopard into its prey, the ruler of Snowfield Rocket Wolf. It blew the snow behind sounding like a snowslide and then it showed itself before me in the blink of an eye. Fiaswiyuru. The warm foul breath blew against my face. Saliva dripping from its sharp fangs left a deep trace on the snow. Ah, I'm going to die here. I'm worried about leaving my little sister and grandma behind, but if I can leave this suffering-only life, this isn't so bad. While resigning myself, warm drools blew onto my face. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. So someone, save me. Yes, Nanodesu. At 14 to 22. Snow Kingdom, 3. Satu's here. There are many cases where a deed that appears eccentric seen from outside has its reason when you go inside. Nevertheless, whether that is valid or not is another question. Is this heaven? The girl woke up in the bed and muttered. Eastern country language skill acquired. I got a new skill, but since it sounded like a dialect of Shiga Kingdom, I could understand the meaning properly. I don't intend to activate the skill but I'll use translation magic to correct the nuance. The girl looks at me while looking puzzled. This girl is the village girl who was saved by Poke when she was attacked by a large monster in Kiwoke Mountain, Rocket Wolf. Since her woolen clothes got dirted by the Rocket Wolf's blood, she's wearing a cotton dress right now. I wonder if she was stranded in the mountain. She was in starvation on top of weakening state, so I made her drink nourishment magic potion and let her sleep in the mountain lodge. She was enjoying the bed with half-asleep eyes until a while ago, but it seems she's finally woken up. You're mistaken. This is a lodge near your village. Lodge. It seems she has realized her misunderstanding. The girl hurriedly gets up from the bed but then she gets an anemia. I quickly support her and put some cushion behind the girl. For now drink this and calm down. Delicious. It's like the summer honey water. The girl is slowly enjoying the citron tea I gave her. This is a sweet tea made by boiling citron marmalade. I picked this one since Sensei would be a bit hard to swallow for her. We've brought the milk porridge that Lulu's especially made. Pancake Hamburg steak too. Meat is necessary after all Nanodesu. White bread. The youth troupe brought the meal when the girl was drinking the citron tea. Even though her stomach should be good now after drinking the nourishment medicine, meat is probably still hard for her. That worry seemed to be unnecessary. The girl quickly ate up the milk porridge and put the small pancake Hamburg steak intriguingly into her mouth while looking surprised with the softness of the white bread. The meat used for this Hamburg steak comes from Rocket Wolf that tried to kill the girl. It didn't have gamey smell even though it was carnivorous and tasted like beef. Everyone starting from the Beastkin girls highly praised it. I'm thinking of hunting them later, just enough not to make them go extinct. After filling her stomach, the girl seemed to recall something, said her thanks to me and Poki, and then she apologized. I'm sorry for eating greedily without saying my thanks. My name is Piping of Nadare Village. I'm Satu of Shiga Kingdom. I probably won't meet her again once we send her to her village, so I didn't tell her my house name and peerage. You should have said that you're a retired crepe merchant from Ikago there. Dried sardines. Poka likes people who appreciate dried meat more than fish Nanodesu. Perilla sprinkled. The youth troupe mistook Arissa's words, derailing it to a strange direction. Is Uni-san a slave trader? No, I'm not. I'm just a traveler. After I denied it, Piping looks dejected. I don't think she's selling herself. Feeling intrigued, I try searching her village. What is this? 90% of the village are in starvation state. Apparently, it'll be dangerous if she can't get food by selling herself. Moreover, I wonder what this means. Many villages in this country are in similar states. It makes me remember the old Muno territory. Why don't you tell us if you have something troubling you? I might be able to help you, you see. The girl hesitated for a bit, but it seemed she was at her wit's end. she talked about the village's distress and appealed for some food even for a little. Please. We don't have any money in our village, but there are 9 unmarried girls including me. If you sell us as slaves in Shiga Kingdom, then the money for the food will. Calm down. For now, let's go to your village as we have some extra supply of food. I persuaded the girl and we decided to go to the village with the youth troupe. We're using a snow boat I've made for the noon play. The main body looks like a canoe made of ice, the jib sail receives the wind to make it move fast. Poke has become one with the wind. Notisu. Oh yeah, scary. Intense. Our girls seem to like it very much, but the girl's having a face cramp and keeps silent due to the unexpected speed. A snow leopard attacked us in the middle of the way, but it misread the snow boat's speed and landed behind. It'd be troublesome if it chased us, so Tama brought the snow leopard down with an icicle shuriken. Before long we saw houses between the snow. Looking from the distant, Nadare village is a small village built on a mountain slope with only around 70 people. There are big joint barns along the one-story houses buried in the snow, but not even one has any livestock inside. Mysteriously, there are only a few men, the women consist of the 80% of the villagers. Snow had begun to fall from the sky when we arrived at the elder's house. Sato-sama, I give you my gratitude on behalf of the villagers. The village elder and the villagers fall prostrate in front of me. The villagers have escaped danger by taking nourishment magic potions and liquid food. People who can move have gathered in the elder's house. I've given them enough food and salt so they should be fine until spring. Mia has also cured the sick people with her magic. This may not be much, but they're items that the villagers have assembled. Please take it by all means. The elder presented various woolen clothing and accessories, wood ornaments and combs, bronze swords, arrowheads, etc. There are some peculiar design carved on the swords and the arrowheads. They're peculiar, aren't they? Does this have some kind of meaning? This is a groove for varnishing paralyzing poison to hunt snow leopards and bears. The swords have peculiar design with no guards, and the grips have carving that also act as anti-slip. It looks to me that they'll be popular as a handicraft. There are various patterns on these woolen stuff too. Ndaa. Do you know who made these woven and embroidery? Ndaa. An old woman with wrinkles talks while tracing the embroidery with her finger. There are patterns handed down for generations in each house, and making a new pattern until you're married seems to be a proof of adulthood. I'm glad that I've saved the village. I'd like to preserve these art and culture. While having sweet potatoes the villagers made, they begin to talk about this country. War. Yes, the winter didn't always continue for 2 years like this. Until then, every year, there were always some stirs with the neighboring Kogyoku kingdom. The men of the village decreased every year since they got drafted every time there was a war. According to the tourism book, wars do happen regularly with the neighboring country. It's nice if there's no war, but we can't grow weed to feed the yaks with all this winter. Yet, we can't raise fish on the river and the pond too. I sure yearn for spring and summer, although they're only 2 months. They've done well to survive in such an absurd environment that continues for 2 years. The winter most likely continues on because the city core isn't controlled well. The reason why the village barns are empty is because they turned the yaks that they could no longer raise into food. This village was famous for the yogurt dish even in the royal capital YC. I'd like Sato-sama to eat it. The yak's milk sake too. Looking at the map, it seems there are herds of wild yaks in a monster dominion outside of Kyousoukyo Kingdom. There's no meaning in the present state, but once the winter somehow has passed on, the yogurt dish and the milk sake might be revived. I want to assist them as a Vice Minister of Tourism Ministry. First, I need to investigate the cause of the prolonged winter. Snowmen are bringing food. What the hell is that crazy rumor? Such rumors were exchanged whisperingly in a bar in the downtown of the Seoul city of Kyousoukyo Kingdom, which is also its royal capital. This royal capital has escaped starvation by eating food made of bodies of a monster called murder kelp that live in the lake nearby. It seems the villages and towns near the royal capital and along the main road have received that benefit, but there's not enough to distribute them to every villages. Moreover, since the murder kelp frankly tastes bad, it seems the few wealthy people in the royal capital are importing food from foreign countries using a large amount of money. Murder kelps seem to be a monster as weak as demi-goblins, but there is not insignificant number of people who died after getting dragged into cold water. Oi, young man! When I was listening to rumors and drinking sweet potato liquor with the murder kelp jerky as the appetizer, the barkeeper jerked his chin, prompting me to look at the entrance. A small man who showed up from the entrance sits down beside me. Sakura. Seiku, bloom. Hearing the secret word, the small man sighs. This man is a secret agent of Shiga Kingdom. He's been collecting intelligence in Kyousoukyo Kingdom. With the information the Prime Minister taught me, I got in contact with the barkeeper to call this guy. It's not good here, come with me. Guided by the man, we arrived at a storehouse after advancing through a narrow alley outside the bar's back entrance. There were some hoodlum-looking men, but after a glance from the small man, they returned to their foolish talk without paying any attention to me. Once we've arrived at the man's hideout under the storehouse, I was finally able to gather information. What do you want to know? Do you know the reason why the winter continues on in this country? If we're to believe the talk of the downtown bunch, it's because the blizzard spirit and the grim ice ghost are having a quarrel in the Ghost Valley. I want to see that for a bit. Oi, don't take the joke seriously. In reality, it's because of the Queen. The king of this kingdom lost his life in the war 2 years ago, so the first queen has taken the throne. The prince who should be the heir is still 9-year-old. Still, because of the queen, that means it's not that she can't do the job well, but she's lowered the atmospheric temperature using the city core power on purpose. You know the reason, right? At first it looked like it was to prevent the invasion of Kyousoukyo Kingdom, but I see, tremendous snowfall should have made the march impossible. It's quite a fantasy-like battle. But now it seems the purpose has changed to money-making. The small man loathsomely drank the water with melted murder kelp. We haven't finished investigating the how, but it seems they're able to artificially create ice stones by making the winter continues on. They've made big profit by exporting those, that's the main rumor. Apparently, it seems he can't contact the secret agent in charge of the infiltration. Ice stones are a material needed for refrigerator magic tools and ice wand for battles. Shiga Kingdom can only produce it from Selbera Labyrinth and a few mountains. On top of having little yield, there is no stable source of supply that can satisfy the demand, so it's always priced high. And, the main export destinations of that are our Shiga Kingdom and the Weasel Empire at the eastern end. I see, stopping the winter unilaterally would be bad. Hey. This is bothersome. I'll ask merchants that deal with ice stones and the people in question in the royal palace. Thank you for the information. As a replenishment for his fund, I put a small bag with small jewels in place of cash and also several sake bottles, smoked beef and cheese for the appetizers as a bonus. Ooh, unlike the contacts so far, you know the stuff. I'm sick of murder kelp and sweet potato liquor, you see. The small man who's pleased gives an additional information. If you're going to meddle with the royal palace, then you should be more careful with the light snow princess and winter general than the ice queen. What? What are those Chiyunibi-like names? Master, we've finished delivering the food to the last village. Complete. Thank you for your work. The identity of the snowmen bringing food from the rumor in the bar are the snowmen golems I've made, and Arisa and Mia carried by them. With this there should be no one who dies of hunger for the time being. Pray. Lots na notisu. Master, hunted mainly grey wolves and black fang bears, so I report. Master, we also have a treated fur of snow leopard. Next, the vanguards who had come back to the lodge reported. The snow leopard's fur feels very nice, I'll make one for everyone later. Of course for Ace-san and the others too. Master, I've finished the prototype for ration, would you be willing to sample it?
Yeah, I'm going now. We might meet starved people like this next time, so I asked Lulu to develop preserved food with good nutrition. Strangely, the main ingredient is chlorella, the same as murder kelp that appear in the royal capital. We made the giant kelps that multiplied in the trench near the underwater city into fine powder and put various dried things and crushed meat of sea serpents, making it into a cereal that could be carried. It's nice. I won't get tired even if I eat this for a long time. The degree of completion is such that you wouldn't have thought it only took a few days. It just needs more flavor variations next. We might also need to develop a version for allergic people. After praising Lulu, I go to meet Zina-san, Sira, Lady Karin, and the princess who are leveling up in Selbera Labyrinth. I've got them to collect ingredients in the flying eater, fish, and hopping octopus area while also raising their levels. I enter the teleport gate that goes to the hunting ground in the labyrinth. Impertinent, Disuwa. Kakarina-sama. Please don't go too forward. Lady Karina drops her pole mace clad in purple lightning on a giant fish that looks like it could swallow a manhole. Even though Zina-san warned her, Lady Karina thrust herself into the center of a monster herd. She's too reckless even though she has Rika's defense and Sira's protective magic. Shield Golem, go 3 steps ahead. Great Sword Golem, stop the monsters attacking Karina Dano. The princess covers Lady Karina using 12 golems like they're her limbs. These golems move by magic supply from a specially made command rod. The efficiency is a bit bad, but experience points collected by the golems will be shared to the princess, so she can level up from a safe place. Bow golems, time the attack when Lady Karina retreats. Shoot. The 4 rear guard golems shot spear-sized stone arrows, skewering the hopping octopus into a triple dango. Xena. Multiple air cutter. At the same time as Lady Karina pointed at the ceiling, Xena-san's intermediate wind magic thoroughly uprooted the crawler shells that were approaching on the ceiling. Gathering group. Yes. Living doll-san, go. Answering the princess, the brownies who are in charge of the dismantling use the living doll to gather the monster bodies from the battlefield. Sita-san. Good work. Sira who found me came to me the foremost. Besides Lady Karina, they were rarely ever wounded, so it seems her turns as a healer rarely appeared. Normally, she acted as a support using a hand-me-down magic gun from Lulu and light magic she learned from the Blessing Orb. Leaving the dismantling group and the golems behind, I take the entourage of Tourism Ministry back to the airship. Lady Karina is not a member of the Tourism Ministry, but I'll have her act as a guard together with Xena, disguised as Lady K. Formally, she's diving into Selbera Labyrinth together with Pendragon team after all. Now then, shall we go visit our first foreign country as the Vice Minister of the Tourism Ministry? 14-23. Snow Kingdom, 4. Satu's here. Since using poison in suspense drama had gone out of fashion, a friend told me that they could identify the writing era of the original work by looking at the type of the poison used. In the first place, it's rare for a suspense drama to use poison nowadays. Then, we'll be going. How are I? We're going to the labyrinth, contact us if anything happen. Okay. I exchanged words with Arisa in the bridge of the airship that's circling in the sky above the royal castle of Kyousoukyoku Kingdom. A lot of nobles and merchants have gathered in the makeshift airfield below. There are a lot of people welcoming us. Probably because Princess Tina is with us. After seeing off Arisa and the others, the Team Pendragon, I meet up with Team Sightseeing who came from the Solitary Island Palace. The princess is wearing a golden dress, while Sira is wearing a silver dress. Xena-san and Lady Karina are wearing sunglasses and SP-style clothing with their hair in bun style. Both of them are equipped with a thin sword as a decoration, they look quite cool. It's the result of Arisa's and my bad taste. Thank you for waiting, Your Excellency Vice Minister. I smiled back at Sira who teased me a bit and lowered the airship. A lot of people are there, Disu Wayne. They must be welcoming us. Lady Karina who sounds intrigued,
and Xena-san who has an innocent impression. Since an airship is quite unusual, maybe we should put some strict guards inside. Era? If there's anything happen with the airship, they'll be picking a fight with Shiga Kingdom, right? You shouldn't let your guard down, Tina-sama. Every country has fools who don't understand the self-evident truth after all. To respond Sira's and the princess's conversation, I summon guard golems from the solitary island palace here. 3 winged gargoyles type on the viewing deck, 1 exclusive guardian that can use every type of barrier, and 8 night type living dolls to guard the ramp. Every golem is only around level 30, but these should be enough to prevent simple thievery and smuggling. I see that the queen is in the center of the people welcoming us when I look around. Kyousoukyo queen is a beauty that doesn't look like she's at her 40s, her breasts area is particularly intense and she's wearing a black dress. The right etiquette here is for me to immediately meet her, but since it seems like I'd be looked down if I were too much in a hurry, I should do it after several beats. This is troublesome. So that's Viscount Pendragon, he's quite young. Hui. Your Excellency, your voice is a bit too loud. I could hear such whispers from among the kneeling people. The only one that could hear it was probably me with my attentive ears skill. Good grief, why should I, the eldest son of a duke, kneel before a mere viscount even if he's a noble of a foreign kingdom? Viscount Pendragon is a retainer of the viceroy of the large Muno territory, moreover he's been recognized to receive such a precious item as an airship. Once he's married to the princess of Shiga Kingdom, there's no doubt that he'll become an influential man in the capital. That influence equals Her Majesty the Queen, or perhaps more. So vice ministers and viceroys have that much power. Hui. That youngster is. Indeed. If by any chance, we incurred his wrath and got armies sent to us, our kingdom would eventually perish and our heads would probably be displayed before the castle gate. Oi, what kind of warring state of period talk is that? However, our kingdom has the forest of snow. No matter how many army attacking. Please do not underestimate a major power. They have the Crimson Ogre Dano protecting the kingdom's west, and a group of abnormal people called Shiga 8 Swords. However, our kingdom also has the generals and Light Snow Princess. Unfortunately, they are no match against them. They are mighty warriors who can fight demons on equal ground. Against the demons. I don't know who's this Crimson Ogre, but it seems the equaling demons part is a highly valued point. I think even Xena-san and Lady Karina, not just our girls, can easily fight against a lesser demon now. Now then, it should be alright now. Even though the content of the chat was interesting, I took more time than planned. I feel that the Queen's smile has begun to cramp. As I stepped forward while minding to keep refined conduct, I saw the Queen slowly took a breath. Apparently, I had accidentally given some unnecessary pressure to them. Once I've stepped forward enough, I greet the Queen. I am the Vice Minister of Shiga Kingdom's Tourism Ministry, Satug Pendragon. I'm Kyousoukyo Queen, Haitana. I will allow Viscount Pendragon to call me Haitana. It is my honor, Your Majesty Haitana. I lightly kiss the hand of the Queen that's wrapped in a white glove. It feels like the surrounding people who took a glance at that looked relieved and eased their tension. According to the tourism book, it seems to be an etiquette shown to a noble who's above you in the eastern countries, so they're probably relieved to see me deeming the Queen to be positioned above. This seemed to be an obsolete custom in Shiga Kingdom. I introduced my entourages, the princess and Sira, to the Queen, and we changed the location to inside the castle. Amazing. One of the Queen's maids who saw the tribute had her breath taken away. This place is not the audience hall but the Queen's private room. 2 officials, 1 noble, and 1 girl with flowing hair near the Queen have gathered here. Glassworks, jade silk and shigaponji fabric, work of art and paintings I got a lot in the royal capital. I also brought some unusual ingredients for a mountainous country like dried saltwater fish and abalones. There is no arms. Among the glassworks I've also put engraved seals on them to make them into pseudo-magic tools. They're just items that can prevent slight injuries, and protect against microorganisms and weak germs. They look like toys compared to the goods my companions have that can even protect against Hydra's deadly poison, but this should be no problem since they're just something to add values to the accessories. In addition, I asked Sira and Princess Shiztina to pick these selection of gifts. To bring such gifts for a courtesy call. As expected of a retainer of the Lord of the Large Muno territory. Does Viscount Pendragon have a duty as a governor besides being a vice minister? The Queen, who was in good mood due to the tribute, asked so. Even though I'm a governor in name only, she sure knows her information fast. I forgot the name of the abandoned mine city, so I checked the name on the map. Yes, just the other day, I was appointed to be the governor of Bladen City by Earl Muno. The people beside the Queen were surprised when they heard the governor part. To be a vice minister of the capital, governor, moreover, a warrior who defeated a mighty monster of Selbera Labyrinth, the floor master at such young age, perchance, Viscount Pendragon is related to Shiga royalty. No, I am a commoner-born upstart. A middle-aged noble with handlebar mustache beside the Queen, he seems to be the Prime Minister of this country, asked me, but I promptly denied it. Even though I said the truth, he said, "You jest," while smiling wryly. What a mystery! And then, maids came into the room pushing wagons with tea utensils. My, what a wonderful fragrance! It's the blue tea from Rumuku. It's a first-class good that can even compare to product of Zetsu Earldom of Shiga Kingdom. The one who reacted to Princess Shiztina was the girl with wavy hair. She's the second princess of Kyousoukyoku, her name is Kyoryu. She's unmarried despite being a 21-year-old royalty, a child-faced beauty with huge breasts. The breasts in her white dress are probably about the same size as Nana's. And also, in contrast to her calm demeanor, she's a level 37 magic warrior who possesses two-handed hammer, ice magic, and horseback riding skills. If you're deceived by her appearance, she might use that chance to beat you. Her Highness Light Snow favors Rumuku. Shouldn't you welcome the guest from other country with our own country's tea? General Ganun. The Prime Minister rebuked the muscular reed-haired general. Apparently, Princess Kyoryu is the Light Snow Princess. She's the person whom the Shiga Kingdom's secret agent warned me to be careful with. The other military personnel keeps observing us without saying a word. He's probably the so-called Winter General. He's a black-haired man who looks like an unmotivated soldier, a 29-year-old man, having a beret looks like it'll suit him. He's observing the surrounding while sipping the tea. The tea was good, but the tea cake was too sweet with gritty sugar. It seems there are a lot of sweet tooth in this country, the Prime Minister and the red-haired general are eating them with relish. Do sweet things not to Viscount Pendragon liking? No, it's really delicious. However, you look like you don't have an appetite. I was admiring the beautiful cake that looks like the new snow of this kingdom. Ho ho ho, Viscount has a way with words. I made some suitable excuses for the Queen. Using poker face skills help, I put up a business smile and put the too sweet cake into my mouth. Ah, it's gritty. I don't dislike sweet things, but this is hard. Although the snow is beautiful for us travelers, isn't it hard for the people living here? The continuing snow should make it hard for the people living in the mountain to look after cattle, let alone going on a hunt. Sira-san got on the topic I brought up. Oh, our country's people have gotten used to snow, please don't worry. I have heard rumor that the winter is unusually long. Sira jumped on the Prime Minister's excuse. Phew phew phew, Sira-dono is kind. I am aware of the continuing winter, thus I have ordered the Prime Minister to exempt all taxes and forced labours. Why yes, Your Majesty. We will provide food supply if there really are such villages. The Prime Minister let out a sigh of relief for the Queen's backing. Famu, I didn't ask about taxes and forced labours, but I didn't see any food aid at least. Your Majesty and Prime Minister Dono are too soft. There is not enough self-support effort. No matter how long you exempt tax and labor, the war won't ever finish. Once we've assembled our force, even without relying on the winter, we will drive away those annoying Kogyoku Kingdom savages. General Ganunu. The Prime Minister chided the red-haired general's verbal slip. Looks like I can really consider the winter of this country to be man-made. Black-haired winter general, she looked bitter, but he turned away when he noticed my line of sight. Looks like the red-haired general does not like using the winter to prevent the invasion, even though his reason seems to be different. Sato-sama, please tell me about Shiga Kingdom. What kind of dresses are in fashion in the royal capital? I was given the chance to see the jade silk presented to Her Majesty. It was really wonderful. Has Sato-sama seen the thing called sea? I saw in the book that there are seas of sand called deserts, is that true? In the dance party we were invited to after the talk with the queen, I was surrounded by the noble daughters. Every girl is wearing an expensive dress and fine ornaments. Compared to the suffering populace, the nobles seem to be prosperous. Sira and the princess volunteered to take care of the girls, so I was finally able to enjoy the party. Still, it's a gaudy party that's unbelievable for a rural kingdom. Delicacies that I've never seen in downtowns are lined up on the buffet table. I tried eating several, the galette with yogurt that seemed to be made of local ingredients, and the grater burdock and carrot wrapped in bird meat with the sweet sauce were tasty. The others were like inferior version of Shiga Kingdom's dishes, they were not quite there. It's not a problem with the freshness of the ingredients, it feels like the chefs are just not accustomed to the ingredients. What do you think, Viscount Dono? About our country's cuisines? The eldest son of a duke who was gossiping about me earlier came to talk to me while holding a wine cup in one hand. They're very luxurious. The cuisine over here is especially splendid. Kiwoke bird wrapped grater burdock, is it? You seem to prefer quite a rustic dish. I praised this kingdom's cuisine since I had a favorable impression, but he treated it as rustic dish instead. Looks like he dislikes his own country's cuisine. Yes, it's simple but truly delicious. Enough to make me wanting to thank the chef later. Is that so? If possible, I'd like to get the chef to teach me the recipe and the secret to it, that'd be swell. The young nobleman was taken aback with my reply. Perhaps he was trying to provoke me? Here you are, Viscount Dono. The one who called me with a bold voice was the red-haired general, holding a curved sword in one hand. His face looks a bit red, he reeks of liquor. Looks like he's drunk. I heard that Viscount Dono has many valorous acts to be proud of. Please show us your valor by doing a sword dance with me. The red-haired general throws a sheathed curved sword to me. As if matching the timing, the people who were dancing around moved aside to clear the stage for the sword dance. Courteously, the red-hairs and my sword dance is officially announced to the surrounding people. Looks like it's impossible to decline the sword dance invitation. I look around the venue to collect information. The queen is expressionless like a no mask, so I can't read her emotion. The prime minister, the winter general and some capable-looking nobles are looking like it's unpleasant. Light Snow Princess and most of the nobles look like they're looking forward to it. Judging from the cheering, it seems the red-haired general is popular among the military and the wealthy nobles. Xena-san and Lady Karina, who are peeking from behind the venue's pillars, are looking here with excited faces. Sira and the princesses' faces look like they're saying, "Get him. This is not a duel but a sword dance, you know?" Starting with a strumming sound, heroic tune from the orchestra begins. I somehow feels that it sounds crude, perhaps because I've gotten used to Mia's music. Here I go, Viscount. Please go easy on me. He pulls the curved sword and holds the sheath in the other hand. The red-haired general seems to be a dual wielder, so he's using the sheath for the other one instead. Zazan. I block the two swords swinging down on me with the curved sword while matching the tune. Due to the thin curved blade, it made a peculiar sound when I blocked. I glide my feet on the carpet, revolving once while still blocking the two swords to the red-haired general's side, and then I strongly fling away both of his swords. Matching the time when he fixes his posture, I hit my sword against his to make Zan sounds rhythmically. Why, you little Since this was a sword dance, I got out of the swordsmanship standard and attempted to do some exaggerated movements, but it seems the red-haired general doesn't like it. I'm imagining the battle dance from the Returning King anime. I'll ask Arisa to score it once we get back. It was popular with the girls and the maids in the venue at least. In the middle of the sword dance, since I saw the queen getting excited, not only the princess, it was worth the effort. When the music is over, the red-haired general is gasping for breath. Looks like the stress is a bit too much for him since it was at the level of simulative blows with the Beastkin girls. Please stop looking at me with those eyes, this was a sword dance you proposed yourself. It was quite a wonderful entertainment. Both General Gananu and Viscount Pendragon are representatives of brave warriors from each country. I shall give you these presents. The Queen praised us both and gave us bracelets with ice stones on it. They're not magic tools but they look quite expensive. It seems General Gananu is a Queen devotee, his face looks like he's forgotten about me and is greatly moved with the bracelet he got. Without a sound, a maid came to me and presented a wine goblet on a tray. I drank the honey wine and returned the empty goblet to her. Since it seems there was a paralyzing poison with delayed effect inside the honey wine, I put a mark on the maid. In addition, although I can cure myself from paralyzed state using magic from magic column, this kind of abnormal status drug won't work due to my resistance, so it's not a threat. Viscount Sama, could I have a bit of your time? But of course. I replied to the hooded Weaselkin merchant who called out to me with a smile. 14-24. Snow Kingdom, 5. Satu's here. In the past, during the time when the anime about Galaxy War was popular, there was a time when drinking black tea mixed with brandy among friends was popular. It quickly ended up with people drinking only the brandy though. Are you always wearing that boorish hood? Please pardon me. This is because there are a lot of nobles who find our beast faces unpleasant. When I was halfway walking outside of the party venue with the Weaselkin merchant, I asked about his hood and got that answer. He was speaking strangely eloquently so I was getting cautious, but looking closer the reason seems to be because of the translation ring he's wearing. It's probably the same item they gave to the summoned Japanese people in Rumoko Kingdom. Unlike the warm party venue, this stone corridor with its penetrating cold likely would even make a healthy person catch a cold in half an hour. There are some movements of suspicious shadow beyond the corridor. Waiting in a place like this, assassins have it hard too. Please look at that. The Weaselkin merchant stopped in the middle of the corridor and pointed outside a small glass window. I see snowy landscapes outside the window. The Kyousoukyoku Kingdom buried under the snow and a lake covered in ice. On the middle of the lake an amethyst-like tower-like thing has sprouted, emitting faint light. I can see them thanks to distant view skill but normal people probably can only see a very faint purple light. I heard a faint sound behind the corridor pillars. The obvious assailant is probably going to attack soon. That purple light is the thing you wanted to show me. Yes, the tower emitting that light is. I thrust the merchant away when he was still talking, and swat the poisonous daggers that were thrown at us using a muffler circulated with magic power. Impossible. He repelled all 7 of them. The assailants show themselves up from behind the pillars. Lisp speech were revised in my brain like usual. The 5 assailants are holding poisonous daggers. Under the hood, their figures look like Weaselkin, but according to the AR reading, they're Ratkin men. Their affiliation is Sir Pendragon, are you all right? Soldiers. Do not let even one of the thieves escape. Oh you! From the opposite side of the corridor, the red-haired general and soldiers showed up with an oddly good timing. The assailants who are in disadvantage seemingly intend to escape through the hole behind the pillar that they used to invade here. I've put markers on them so there's no point of them escaping, but catching them would be troublesome, so I neutralize one of the assailants by throwing a pebble on him. Send this guy to the dungeon and question him. The soldiers brought by the red-haired general tie the assailant and are going to take him away. Oops, it'll be bad as is. Sir Pendragon, are you injured anywhere? No, I'm all right. I gave the red-haired general, who was trying to hide the assailant from my line of sight with a bare-faced smile, a positive answer. Wait, I have some business with that man. Sir Pendragon, please don't get close to the thief. I stepped forward to stop the soldiers who were going to take the assailant away, but the red-haired general obstructed me. This kind of assassins has many unknown ways to attack. As you are our country's guest of honor, we cannot let you get injured. I see, that's true, isn't it? I flick half a copper coin I took from my hand away, uncovering the assailant's hood. I thought he was a Weaselkin, but it appears he's a ratkin, isn't he? When I told the red-haired general that while putting a refreshing smile, he muttered, "Gununu," and said, "That seems to be the case," with a cramped face while squeezing the words, and then he withdrew. Now then, about this chain of baffling surprise attacks. The Ratkin people who attacked us belong the demi-human unit of Kyousoukyoku Kingdom who specialized in dirty works. Common appraisal technique would show their affiliation to be of a crime guild though. They're disguising their affiliation like the way the people of the Wings of Liberty did. Next, when I tried searching on the map, I found several Weaselkin people in critical condition in the dungeon. This is my conjecture. The red-haired general probably was going to execute the Weaselkin people in the dungeon after capturing the assailants and push the crime of my assassination to the Weaselkin. The red-haired general would then drive out the Weaselkin away from the kingdom, and either sell all the ice stones or perhaps end the winter to restart the war. He also might have tried to help me, who should have been weakened from the paralyze poison, and then demand something for the favor. In addition, the maid who gave me the poisoned liquor is being confined in one part of the noble district in fainted state. Before meddling with things like a soft-hearted person would, I'll finish the things I should do now. I turn toward the merchant who still can't get up. Now then, let me hear it. What does that tower? You were the one who incited Ganunu to step on the dragon's tail, right? I did not give him any order. Besides, I don't think that Viscount would fall for such a child's play. Ara, you sure have a high opinion of him, don't you? A commoner who has just come of age, getting peerage of a large kingdom, and even becoming the vice minister of its capital. Only fools would underestimate such a person. When I sneaked into Winter General's room, I could hear a conversation between the person himself and Light Snow Princess. I thought you wanted to end the winter, was I mistaken? It was I who suggested the winter to the Queen, you know? Even though I knew that it would cut off remote villages, I couldn't come up with other plans. Winter General told Light Snow Princess like he was sneering at himself. Our army is weak, hey? Light Snow Princess muttered so and stood up. If the winter won't stop, then I can't fight in this country anymore. Rather than rotting inside this ice cage, maybe I should entice Viscount Sama and get him to take me to countries with battlefields. Are the snow leopards and the rocket wolf not to your liking? I've grown tired of them. I want to fight demons for the sake of world peace. Even though it's impossible for me to stand beside the hero, I want to be a warrior that can rival the Shiga 8 swords. I thought Light Snow Princess was someone who seeks enjoyment more, but she unexpectedly has a clear target. After the silent Winter General sent a restraining glance, Light Snow Princess shrugged and left the room. Winter General gulps down the kelp tea mixed with sweet potato liquor with a gloomy face. The winter will defend us from the enemies only for several years more. Knowing the Kogyoku King, he will absolutely find a way to make it possible for his army to move on the snow. Gathering ice stones and preparing weapons until that happens is it impossible? Your Majesty. The Queen in black dress came in from a different door than the one Light Snow Princess used to go out. I expected her to wear some sexy see-through clothes, but she's wearing a business-like dress with subdued chest. We can prepare a fixed number of them in 5 years if we put the portion wasted to the nobles to use, but as it stands now, that's impossible. There are a lot of nobles who reject the winter even now. If we stop coaxing them with money and goods, there will be intense dispute to select the next king, there won't even be any development. The Queen pours some sweet potato liquor to the teacup and sips it elegantly. It'd have been simple if the king of Kogyoku would stop the invasion. That's impossible, isn't it? The cold wind flowing from this country is killing the meadows of that country. With how the winter is accelerating now, Kogyoku king won't yield. Even if this country keeps temperature above spring all year, the dispute with the neighboring country won't stop? Is there really no way? Winter General remains silent to the Queen's question. Is his pride preventing him from saying no, or perhaps there is? However, Sir Pendragon's help is indispensable in this plan. Say it. If it's anything that I can do, I will even offer my body. We ask him and his retainers to kill the demon sealed in the lake. The demon sealed in the lake. In fact, the merchant told me about that earlier. In order to keep the seal of this demon, the winter of this country has been prolonged. The miasma leaking from the demon is changing the lake kelps into monsters. The ice essences gathered on the tower where it's sealed produce ice stones. It seems the reason why the merchant told me that was for the sake of securing profit. He has collected enough supply of ice stones, so he wants a third party to end it out of fear of a price collapse if the production continues. It's selfish, but it's really like a Weaselkin merchant. If the lake demon is killed, then it will not be impossible for this country to keep an everlasting spring. Famu, it's a bit difficult, but simply keeping a warmth temperature enough to prevent cold air blowing to the neighboring country should be possible. There is no guarantee that it will stop Kogyoku Kingdom's attack, but there is a merit in trying. Looks like the story is advancing while I was deep in thought. Very well, I will seduce the Viscount with my charm. Wait for the good news. The Queen went out of the room after leaving a statement that sounded like a preview for the next episode. I think she'll come across Light Snow Princess who's waiting in the bed of my room, but leaving them be should be fine. I knock on the door and enter the room without waiting for the General's response. Good evening, Your Excellency General. Welcome, Viscount Dono. Would you be willing to defeat it, the lake demon? I thought there would be some long explanation, but it seems Winter General noticed me eavesdropping. If you can promise me a promptly end of the winter and half of the ice stones the country has in stock, that is. Understood. I promise to get the Queen's approval with my life on the line. He quickly accepted it even though my condition was quite unreasonable. The demon sealed in the lake is high-leveled for a mid-demon at level 50. Its skill are ashification, summon servants and more. This ashification seems to be the advanced version of petrification. When I was going to toast the liquor cup offered by Winter General with him, the door opened violently. General. We got a report of Kogyoku army breaking through the fort. What? I'm going. Viscount Dono, please excuse me. Winter General left the room in a hurry after hearing the official. This country sure is full of drama, isn't it? Do your best, Winter General. 14-25. Snow Kingdom, 6. Satu's here. There was a time when I kept a pet cat in my lodging house during my college days. Many times, I woke up with corpses of G lined up before my eyes like they were offering, and my cat looking triumphant. Perhaps it was because the dwelling was run down. That was troublesome. As the Winter General and the official went to the general staff room together, I opened the map and checked the situation while sipping the sweet potato liquor. It seems the Kogyoku Kingdom army has invaded the mountain region to the southeast. It's quite to the south of the regular highway. Centaur's kin? Looks like Kogyoku Kingdom is not a human kingdom. Real-life centaurs, hey. Maybe we should go sightsee them? While thinking that and looking at the map's information, the movement of a small unit that's seemingly attacking a nearby village looks strange. It's as if they're running away from something, heading toward the main troop. Wonder if they encountered rock wolves? Yet, there's no dead person in Kogyoku Kingdom army. Only people in fainted and frostbite states. I invoke clairvoyance and clair-hearing magic to confirm the actual sight. It's a demon. A snow demon is attacking. Run away. You'll get stepped on. I saw centaurs wearing warm-looking fur armor desperately scampering in the snow. Their language seems to be of the East Nation language. Tommy. That guy's finished. Quick run. Oh? The white object walking with thud-thud sounds looks familiar. It's the snowman golem we used to transport food. They were a disposable type that didn't use magic core, so I had set them to protect the village after they had finished transporting to the last village. They should be only in 3 places, those centaurs sure are unlucky to draw the loser ticket by chance. I am the 3rd prince of Kyousoukyoku Kingdom, Retoromi. Demon. Become the rust of my treasured lance. Oh, amazing! He performed an accelerated lance charge as if he was flying in the sky, though it was probably due to the power of the wind stone on the tip of the lance. With a dull sound, the snow golem's stomach was pierced through. Did you see that? The strongest of Kyousoukyoku. During the middle of the prince's victory shout, the snow golem dropped its fist from above, burying Prince Retoromi deep into the snow. The hole in the golem's stomach was restored to the original state like reversing a film, and it restarted to attack the other centaurs energetically. It looks comical looking at them from the image in my mind, but the escaping centaurs are serious. I've set it to be non-lethal for everything but monsters, so there's no one dying for now. Save the prince. Bring the flame beasts. A slightly arrogant-looking commander swung a short whip with tuft attached, and then 8 monsters that looked like anteaters that spew fire from their mouth came from the troops' vanguard position. Apparently they're tamed monsters. They're probably using those monsters to move the army in the snow. Burn it down. The snow is lit red, and the snow golem is covered in flame, melting. However, the snow golem can't be melted that easily. MVA. From the snow golem's charcoal briquette mouth that opened, it emits blizzard breath mixed with icicles after roaring once. Kujiwi. Kaishuyu. MVA. The flame and the blizzard jumbled together, the image is covered in white mist. Huhuut. So cold. I'm numb. Apparently, the hot steam and the cold blizzard did a number to the surrounding centaurs. It'll be nice if they come to dislike war a bit after this. Some unknown top people of Kyousoukyoku Kingdom will probably goes through a sleepless night without knowing that the military forces of Kyousoukyoku Kingdom were chased away by a golem. Before going to sleep, I stealthily saved the Weaselkin people in the dungeon and the paralyzing poison maid who was on the verge of being frozen to death and left them in some appropriate stable. They won't die from cold there, and they'll probably run away themselves. In addition, I confirmed that the Weaselkin people in the dungeon were falsely accused from the conversation of the guard and the torture officer. After coming back to my room, I slept while feeling slightly troubled with the perfume fragrance and the warm temperature of human body in the bed. Looks like you can walk on top of the frozen lake surface. Yes, but since the snowflake bears can't walk on it, everyone has to get down. The next morning after the army of Kyousoukyoku Kingdom scurried back to their homeland. Together with Light Snow Princess, I rode polar bear-like passenger animals to the Amethyst Tower on the middle of the lake. There are several house-sized domes made of ice near the tower, they're probably the magic facilities the Weaselkin engineers are using to produce ice stones. This place looks like a good tourist attraction if only the demon weren't sealed in the Amethyst Tower. Direct subordinates of Light Snow Princess, the White Lily Squad that's encompassed of 15 female knights have followed us here. Their average level is 8, so they're probably just a decoration squad. I heard that a neighboring country has attacked, is it alright for you to guide me? Yes, I don't mind. Kyousoukyoku army seemed to have been defeated by an unknown demon and retreated back. Right now General Gananu should be going to investigate the demon. Light Snow Princess answered me with a light tone. The snow golem should have crumbled after losing all its magic power yesterday, the red-haired general's search will go in vain. Apparently, the information about the withdrawal of Kyousoukyoku army arrived this morning through the messenger tower whom Winter General had built. There's only one facility on the direction of Kyousoukyoku Kingdom that exists, but the high-speed information is quite a thing. Miwon. The yell of the monsters below the ice was transmitted here. The squirming murder kelps under the ice look gross. Even though I know they can't get through the thick ice, it's still physiologically revolting. That's right. Light Snow Princess points at a suspicious altar where a seal-type magic circle is engraved. There are 6 of this altar placed around the Amethyst Tower. Today is just a preliminary inspection. The sealed demon's extermination will be in 2 weeks. We're going to bring the Mithril Explorers Team Pendragon from the Labyrinth City with the airship. By the way, Your Highness. What is it? I wonder what are the imposing ice wands that the guards are carrying and the cannon on the sled behind us for? Yufufu. Light Snow Princess dodged my question by laughing. What do you think they're for? If you guessed right, I'll give you the right to do anything you want with me. Light Snow Princess who walked up to the altar looked at me with a feminine smile. The huge warhammer she's shouldering looks extremely ill-matched with her. Don't tell me, she won't destroy the seal right here and now, will she? Castle Destroyer Warhammer. After the princess recited the scripture while smiling, the Warhammer Castle Destroyer Warhammer glowed red. Boom, tearing the cold air, the princess's hammer smashes the ceiling magic circle. I could have stopped the princess's rampage if I had used ground shrink and enchantless magic hand, but as expected, using those would have exposed me. If I could use those, it'd show that I'd have no problem fighting against a mid-demon in a close combat. Using telephone magic, I ordered my companions in the airship to do an emergency takeoff and to deploy the gargoyle unit here. They should arrive in several minutes at this distance. Crackle. Now then, Sato-sama. Let us fight together. Light Snow Princess stretches one hand toward me with a nice smile. How do I say this? She's a battle junkie at the same level of the Black Dragon. Crackle crackle crackle. The Amethyst Tower is cracking. The Weaselkin engineers who were working in the ice dome nearby ran away while fumbling on the ice lake surface. The young ladies of White Lily Squad seem to have taken some distance away and finished preparing the ice wands. It seems setting the cannon on the sled is met with some difficulty, the female engineers are operating in panic. Do your best, I cheered for them in my mind. The Amethyst Tower breaks while leaking white mist. The thing that appears is a mid-demon with the lower half of an octopus and upper half of a rotted tree. There's a bird nest-like structure on the part that should be its head. It seems the tentacle lower half is under the ice until the middle part. Twakwayuyuyuo. The mid-demon roared, the ice below cracked and then tentacles appeared from the cracked ice. Somehow, it feels like when your feet get tangled on roots of sweet potatoes. I thought it was freed at a glance, but only the outer tentacles had appeared from the ice. I said that the tentacles looks like an octopus's, but there are branches grown on the middle of the tentacles, the way they're wriggling look gross. Before the demon could got its freedom, Light Snow Princess who was the closest jumped forward. Dwosei! With an unladylike yell, she struck the mid-demon's body with the Castle Destroyer Warhammer. Due to the body reinforcement and strength increase skills, Light Snow Princess's swinging speed was quite a thing. Dwagvyuon. The demon's roar seemed to be a spell, an ashen barrier appeared to block the Light Snow Princess's hammer. The scattered ashen powder seemed to bring bad status, the princess's armor that's bathed in the powder begins to deteriorate. Taking the fairy sword from behind the mantle, I cut the tentacle that tried to sweep down the princess. The tentacle tried to attack me by scattering ashen blood by wriggling about, but it stopped moving when I trampled it with my foot. Sato-sama, my thanks Disuwa. The demon's bird nest-like head has begun to produce ashen mist. Ice Wand Unit. Fire at the head. Yes. By the vice-captain's order, the young ladies of the White Lily Squad use the ice wands. The shower of white hail freezes the ashen mist above the demon, blowing it away. It seemed the demon didn't like it, it took out the tentacles below the ice without caring the tentacles that got torn off. Dwagvyuon. The demon seemed like it was going to invoke a ranged magic, so I kicked the tentacle that was going to attack the princess toward the main body, stopping its chant. Meanwhile, the demon's thin tentacles stretched toward the White Lily Squad, binding them. Screams, stretched limbs, broken chest armor, they were like an mirage, but unlike a game, the girls were not being disgraced, but slaughtered here. The demon tries to attack with its tentacles, aiming at the hearts under their bare skin. I won't let you. To save her subordinates, Light Snow Princess aims her war hammer at the root of the demon's tentacles. She has too many gaps since she's wielding a heavy weapon. The tentacle coming from behind her caught her leg, raising her body up in the air. While screaming, the princess is raised upside down. I don't like splatters, so I stop the sharp demon's tentacle with magic arm. The young ladies of White Lily Squad who saw the sharp tentacles before their eyes had cold sweat while looking pale. I'm sorry for the young ladies, but help is coming soon, so please bear with it. Air slasher. Clear voice echoed in the sky, and then invisible blades cut the tentacles. The aftermath of the blades that cut the tentacles also tore the ice field, covering the surrounding area in white ice and snow mist. Being invisible is a good thing. I take out some pebbles from storage and throws them at the root of the demon's tentacles. The wind magic earlier only cut the surface of the tentacles, it didn't sever them. Flying in the sky with a shining emerald staff on her hand is Xena-san. I can't stop. I catch Xena-san who was going to crash to the ice with magic arm. I thought she was strangely fast, turned out she used the catapult in the airship to gain the velocity. Imitating Poki and Tama is dangerous, please be more discreet okay? Thank you Sato-san. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm alright. Behind the heartwarming exchange, the tumbling demon struggled to get up and slid along the ice. The gargoyles that came flying seemed to have rescued the young ladies of the White Lily Squad. Light Snow Princess is squirming to get out of the tentacle that's coiling the lower part of her body. The tentacle is strangely active even though it's been separated from the main body. Ah, Her Highness Princess is. Can I ask you to help her? Yes. I'm going. Xena-san who saw Light Snow Princess pulled her stiletto and went to rescue her. I'll support Xena-san with magic arm. Fiery. While sinking into the breaking ice field, the cannon on top of the sled fired off blizzard mixed with white icicles. However, due to the unstable ground, the attack vainly disappeared beyond the horizon without hitting the target. Looks like the shooter young ladies have managed to escape the sinking sled. When I look closer, the magic facilities where the Wheeze Elkin were using to produce ice stones are sinking into the lake together with the broken domes. I stealthily extend magic hand to one of them and collect it. I'll put it back into the lake once I've finished making the copy. Sato-san, I've successfully rescued the princess. Thank you for your cooperation Desuwa. Light Snow Princess who's borrowing Xena-san's shoulder has wounds all over her body. Her white steel armor is crumbling, but compared to her subordinates whose skins even got exposed, she's still better. I looked up when I heard an engine sound and saw the airship approaching the lake. I could see the princess, Sira, and Hikaru on the bow canopy. Looks like Hikaru has come to help since I talked to her about the demon when I went to the solitary island palace. The catapult gate on the approaching airship is opening. It can't be. Karina Eniak. Lady Karina who mimicked Xena-san flew from the airship's catapult. Doing that despite not having any way to fly, she's too reckless. Lady Karina who's wrapped in Rika's white light protection runs into the demon body like a bullet. The demon's ashen barrier and Rika's protection is clashing, scattering sparks around. Kaboom! With heavy sounds, the ashen barrier got broken through. Dwagvyuon. The demon's roar that's both a chant and a scream echoes. I saw the ashen blood splash eroding Lady Karina's trousers cuff. Rika. Expand the protection. This is bad. With my call, Lady Karina's intelligent item, Rika, expands the light protection. Unlike the young ladies of White Lily Squad, it ended with just Lady Karina's ankle getting exposed. Thanks to Lady Karina's reckless courage, the demon's health is on the verge of exhaustion. I kept the fact that the demon's HP had been cut down by 90% from the pebble attack before her assault a secret. The demon screamed like it was its death agony, the tentacles that remained on the ice field writhed about. It seemed Lady Karina's feet were damaged badly and she couldn't move, so I made her move using magic hand, evacuating her here. Shizune-sama, the bombardment. Yes. Understood. The 2 magic cannons of the airship burns down the demon with red heat rays. These magic cannons are the same model used in Siriuhu City to fight wyverns and installed in large airships. It's not usable with a normal airship since the ship's magic power won't be not enough, but it's a different story with my airship since mine has a magic furnace that makes use of a philosopher's stone. The fact that the small fire bullet from my magic column has higher attack power than the cannon is a secret. Thus, the mid-demon that was sealed in Kyousoukyo Kingdom was destroyed and became black dust. 14-26. Snow Kingdom, 7. Satu's here. Cleaning up afterwards is unexpectedly hard, isn't it? When I think back upon it, the reason why I stopped cooking my own food when I was living alone was because cleaning up afterward was troublesome. Sir Satu Pendragon, extolling your achievement, we reward you with the Medal of Kyousoukyo Blue Ice Lake. I respectfully accept. I was also offered the peerage of Kyousoukyo Kingdom's Marquis as a reward. According to Princess Shizune, there are many cases of Shiga Kingdom nobles receiving peerage of other countries, but since there's no merit in getting the peerage, I declined the offer. As an extra prize, I was also offered Light Snow Princess and her sister's hand in marriage, but I also politely declined that. Light Snow Princess kept elegantly complaining how she wanted to go together with us as a guest, but I persuaded her to stay here since this country would need her power now that the winter is over. In addition, she was reproached by the Queen and Princess Shizune for forcibly attacking the demon arbitrary. I didn't back her up since it was her own fault. For this incident, Sira and Princess Shizune got the permission to read the royal castle's library, so I'm thinking of reading many things there. I legitimately got the ice stones promised by Winter General. There were a lot more than I thought, but I brought it to the solitary island palace through the airship's passage, so there's no problem. It was a bit inconsistent with the airship's hangar capacity, but I explained that I had a high-performing magic bag to people who were doubtful. Sir Pendragon, thank you very much for your assistance. I practically did nothing, it was all thanks to my companions. My fiancé who was in Light Snow Princess's White Lily squad wouldn't have gone unscathed if it wasn't for you. After I was done talking with Winter General, an intellectual beauty with short blonde hair who was standing beside him bowed once and said her thanks with a dignified voice. If I'm not mistaken, she was one of the girls who were operating the cannon on the back. A few days later, I left the party in the royal castle to Sira and Satu doll to take care of, while I, the princess and Hikaru who acted as the guard replacing Lady K went to the royal castle's library to hunt information. Further, I let Lady K aka Lady Karina to watch footages of traffic accident-like videos to make her realize the rashness of the catapult takeoff she did. She was trembling together with Poki and Tama beside her, so she's probably going to take care of herself better from now on. Right now, she's currently together with Poki and Tama, experimenting with practical uses of catapult takeoff equipment. Now then, back to the topic about the library. There weren't many books, but the documents about the abandoned festivals and local cultures were quite interesting. There's a lot of unusual method of ice and fire magic, but most of them aren't that different from the ones in Shiga Kingdom's documents. Satu-sama, Ancestor King-sama, please look at these documents relating about magic tools. Is this Wieselkan language? There is a dictionary for Eastern nation language here. The things the princess found were documents about the general concept of the magic equipment I got during the battle with the demon recently and its operation manual. I'll be copying the content. Other than that, there wasn't any big discovery and we finished the investigation. There wasn't any suspicious ancient document or something that I expected. Further, Light Snow Princess tried to stow away before we departed, but the guard golems caught her, rolled her up in bamboo mat and delivered her to the royal castle's soldiers. Winter General implied that she was going to forcefully do it before we went, so it was easy to uncover her plan to stow away among the ice stone containers. With a bit of such problems, we, who had settled all the cases, departed for the journey while being sent off by the people of the royal capital. Sato-sama. I won't give you up. Since the stubborn princess shouted out loud from the royal castle's spire, I waved back to her with a smile. What an interesting person. I have no intention of going on the journey with her, but I'll keep her company if we come here again. Thus, we officially left, but we disguised ourselves and then went back to the royal capital to treat ourselves with some sightseeing. It sure is lively, isn't it? That's because Queen Sama announced that the winter is ending. Here, take these young ladies. Thank you. Wai, Nanodesu. NN, thanks. A stall shopkeeper who's in high tension gave green manju wrapped in kelp to the girls. I like something a bit harder, but this reminds of the weed dango in Siriuhu City. Suited for vegetarians, so I evaluate. It tastes unusual, isn't it? Liza ate the manju and squinted. Nana and Lady Karina carried the manju into their mouth with complicated expressions. Sira and the princess knew that the cuisine in this country tasted bad, so they declined the manju with a smile and laugh. Uji, yuck. Sato. Okay, I'll eat the leftover, so don't make that face. Wai, thank you. I got the manju from Hikaru, who had given up from just one bite. Muyu. I want to make the guilty verdict. For some reason, Mia and Arisa are looking at me like they want to say something. I lightly pat their heads and advance the street. While chewing the peculiar tasting manju in my hand that by no means were tasty, and watching the people who were excited with the arrival of spring, I fully enjoyed the famous places and specialty products of Kyousoukyo Kingdom. As I thought, sightseeing is better when the place is merry, isn't it? Extra. Kurodano, are you telling that you will build a bulwark on the national border to Kogyoku? That's right. As Kuro of Ikagoya firm, I visited Kyousoukyo Kingdom and suggested such a plan to the queen. As the compensation, I demand the permission to build a branch office in the royal capital and amnesty for the people of Kyousoukyo's remote villages who had left the country and became nomadic tribes. People leaving the country is an undesirable state brought about by my lack of virtue. I do not mind giving them amnesty, but what does Kurodano seek for desiring such a thing? It is the will of my master, Hiro Nanashi-sama. The queen's question is reasonable, but the goal of this interference is to secure a gain. As for the gain, since I noticed some people from Kyousoukyo Kingdom's remote villages had left the country and become wandering people, I'm going to send ones among those people who wish to emigrate to Muno Earldom to the city that will be governed by Sato and the surrounding villages with unit arrangement stealthily. It'd be an international problem if I did it while they were still nomadic tribes, so I've come to ask the amnesty ahead of time. With this, the wool product and yogurt dish should spread in Muno Earldom. I've brought enough wild yaks already to produce the materials. Taming them seems like it'll require a considerable effort, but I'll let the emigrated people to work hard on it. For the meddling, I'm going to make a workshop that produces rations made from murder kelp in order to give works to the widows and the orphans. It's in conflict with their occupations so far, but they should be stopping being reliant with the kelp once the spring comes, so it should be good to kill the time until that happens. The taste is lacking after all, but a portion of the production will be bought by the kingdom as emergency food reserves. I'll be expecting the new branch manager to expand the market. I hope that warm spring will come to Kyousoukyo Kingdom. Piping's point of view, survivors of Natere village. Wa. The snow stopped. Look Oni-chan. Water drop is dripping from the icicle. It's spring. Spring is coming. Yay! At the scene that conveyed the arrival of spring after 2 years, my little sister and I rallied together loudly. My little sister took the snow shovel and jumped into the house. I am Piping of Natere village to the northwest of Kyousoukyo Kingdom. The village that was on the verge of destruction 10 days has become lively beyond recognition. This and that are all thanks to Sato-san for sharing us food and salt. Oni-chan, the person who collapsed on the road woke up. My little sister called, I rushed into the house. The beauty-san who got up from the fur bed looks at us with sleepy eyes. She was going to say something, but I stopped her with my hand. Her throat would get hurt if she tried to talk since she was sleeping for a long time. I'll boil hot water quickly, please wait, okay? The beauty-san with light blue hair that looks like the sky across the icicles lightly nods. So you have saved me. My gratitude. After drinking the hot water, she took a light breath and said her thanks. While feeling embarrassed, I warm up the yesterday evening soup and grill some saltwater fish and dried fish I got from Sato-san. This is good. I heard that the people of this country suffered from famine. Beauty-san tilted her head, shaking her light blue hair. What an unusual color. The peddler Pon-san told me that there's a king with pink hair in the kingdom to the south. Maybe this person is a royalty. That's right. There might have been no one who survived in this village if Sato-san didn't give us food. Is that so? So it was the truth. Beauty-san's complexion clouded over with a complicated expression. The tasty soup will be spoiled if you make that face. Wait, Sato, you said. No, that's wrong. It's Sato-san, you see. I see, it appears I misheard. It seems she mistook Sato-san's name with her acquaintance. I received the emptied soup bowl and gave Beauty-san well-grilled dried fish. Then, to return the favor, I will bring the divine punishment as the proxy to the people who have made this terrible winter continue, even to the statesmen. Beauty-san said some difficult things while biting the dried fish in relish. I don't really understand, but she misunderstood one thing. The winter is over, you know. What? I open the window and show here the dripping icicles. Slightly warm wind flows from the window. Spring is coming soon. When I told her that with a smile, Beauty-san stood up while muttering, I see, there was no need for the divine punishment. It seems she can already move well even though she collapsed on the road and slept for days. Girl! Bring one firewood and an empty pot. I gave her the things she asked, then she said, this is my thanks, and changed the firewood into salt. Whoa! Oni-chan, it's amazing. She turned a firewood to salt. It seems this person is a magician. My little sister and I joined our hands seeing the miracle before our eyes and screamed in surprise. We still have salt from Sato-san, but we can never have enough salt, so I received it obediently. Salt is more useful than money in this Nature village. Then, I'll be going, girl. You're going already? Tomu, I cannot be in tranquil in order to increase believers of God Zakuan. I gave spare snowshoes and a basket filled with food for several days to the beauty-san who wore a white robe and a white mantle. Are you sure? We got a lot salt from you. Then I will gratefully accept them. May your life be blessed with fortune. Beauty-san who happily took them left after saying some priest-sama-like words. Oi, piping. Is the collapsed person still sleeping? Elder-san. She left energetically after drinking the soup. Rather than that. Elder-san, what are those yaks? Oh, these are borrowed things from Ikagoya firm of Shiga Kingdom. They lend the village around 100 yaks. I'm distributing these two to your place. Raise them carefully since they're borrowed, okay? Leave it to me. I take the yak's leash from Elder-san and lightly scratch the chin of the yak that's leaking white breaths. My smile naturally leaks when I see the yak snorting happily. My father and brother who went to the war didn't come back, but the yaks did. From now on I will raise the yaks, squeeze the milk, shear the wool and live. And then I will teach my children the way to weave the wool. Before that I have to find a husband. Sato-san's kind smile flashes in my mind. Oni-chan, your face is red, you know? Did you get a cold? It's nothing. Nothing, I said. I shake off my little sister's pressing and roll my sleeves to take down the snow piled on the roof. Now, today is going to be a busy day too. 14 to 27. Journey across the eastern countries. Satu's here. I feel that time passes faster when you're immersing yourself in your hobby. Even in my work, I can quickly come up and create difficult routines, while squashing bugs and working out the changes in specification are long and hard. It has already been 1.5 months since we departed the snow country Kyousoukyoku Kingdom. We visited various countries and small tribe villages in relaxed pace while working hard in leveling up and practices during the airship cruise. Of course there were recreations led by Arisa inserted appropriately between them. Today I've come to Baruinan Forest alone to play and show my new work to Aiz-san. Amazing, Satu. You've finally succeeded. Yes, the magic power consumption is still too large though, so there's still some time until it's completed. I look up at the airship that appeared in the sky above the treehouse in Baruinan Forest. Even though it's inferior compared to the elf's light ships and Hiro Hayato's Jules Verne, I'm finally able to make my own airship fitted with the dimensional cruise function to fly. It's thanks to the technology provided by the elf's Baruinan clan and Baruinan clan. It's really amazing. Light ships are produced and maintained by the world trees, so there are only a few who understand the dimensional cruise function. In fact, only High Elf Sama of Baruinan clan and Baruinan clan can make them. Luisan, who's looking at me with respectful eyes from the side, praised. Right after I made a good atmosphere with Aiz-san, the craftsman elves came one after another after seeing the new type of airship. Yo, Satu! Did you finally make a light ship too? I can't believe we are overtaken by a human who had just learned the basic of airships. Right, I made an automatic ice maker from the elemental stones I got from you last time, take it. With that many elemental stones, we can make everything. The elemental stones mentioned in the latter half are not about the ice stones I got from Kyousoukyoku Kingdom. After leaving that country, we saved the army of the third prince of Kogyoku Kingdom who were dying from cold in a monster domain, and we got a lot of wind stones as thanks. Just like the neighboring Kyousoukyoku Kingdom that produced ice stones, the country of meadows, Kogyoku is also producing wind stones artificially. Of course, the ones providing the technology are the Wheeze Elkins, just like in Kyousoukyoku Kingdom. I'm intrigued as to why they're gathering elemental stones, but I have a feeling that it's all about profit. Due to some twists and turns and Poka's efforts, I was able to get the wreckage of Kogyoku Kingdom's Windstone magic facility, and got to comprehend the general method to create elemental stones by comparing it to the Ice Stone magic facility I got in Kyousoukyoku Kingdom. Put simply, by turning spirits into a simple element and giving them a lot of magic essence, the magic essence will crystallize into elemental stones. This turning spirits into a simple element should be the role of the environmental and magic devices that produce elemental stones, but since I can arbitrarily change spirits into the element I want using spirit magic, I can produce elemental stones as long as I can provide a lot of magic essence. Since I know a place with a lot of magic essence, right now I'm mass-producing elemental stones of various elements. I've also gotten my hands on the high-purity crystal-type elemental stones too, although in small quantity. I'm planning to use them for my companions. The dream is expanding. In addition, regarding the matter about the apostle. During our visits to Kogyoku Kingdom and 3 other kingdoms, we found 2 places with traces of a white-robed apostle. A manager of a mine who employed children slaves and members of crime guild who were making fiend drug kind of drug were turned into salt pillars. In both cases, only the perpetrators were punished, the mastermind behind the cases were left alone, so the same things occurred again. For the former, I exchanged the children slaves for small-sized doll products of Ikagoya firm, while for the later, I exposed the mastermind, handed him over to the king and completely erased the manufacturing formula of the drug. I employed the doctors and the alchemists who were forced to create the drug to work in the workshop of Ikagoya firm in Shiga Kingdom's royal capital. Further, I was worried whether the people of Kyousoukyoku Kingdom were turned into salt, so I visited there as Kuro, but I couldn't find anyone who seemed to be the apostle. Today, the late starter group has gone to the inner part of Selbera's labyrinth upper layer to check their new equipment and level up, and Hikaru has gone to the former depressed demon lord's place to play with the Siberian husky-like dog. And, the members of Team Pendragon are Tama and Poke, who went ahead to be the Seiko, will return soon. Are you ready? Completed setting the net, so I report. NN, perfect. The preparation for the spread cannon type 3 is complete too. I've put the space magic's labyrinth here too. We can thoroughly beat the ones that escape the shooting. It seems they're just about to get rid of the small fries when I come to see them. I can see Poke and Tama taking along herds of monsters from beyond the ruined city. I thought being Seiko meant you should drive them from behind though. Well, I guess it's fine. This is one of the city in the blue territory to the southwest of the kingdom. The hunting ground has been changed here since the monsters in middle layer of Selbera's labyrinth seemed like they'd go extinct when we were leveling up during our journey. It looked like I'd disturb everyone's concentration if I just showed up, so I'll be watching them from the back for now. First, Poke was one step faster. Notisu. Behind the two who finished together, a light net lifted up. This is Nana's fortress added with paralyzing adhesive feature to capture targets. Shooting start. With Liza's signal, Lulu fired her accelerated cannon. Innumerable rain of shells infringed the small-sized monsters, decreasing the number greatly. The big ones are coming. One on the left, two on the right. All of them are of level 50 class. Acknowledged. Mia, the sand hell. NN, execute. Receiving Arisa's report, Liza gave the next instruction. Mia nodded, and then sand in the open space forward began to move like a creature. Right at then, a large dragon snake, huge naga, that looks like a snake with wings appeared. Behind it, I could saw a herd of venom naga that are at level mid-40s behind it. They seem to be its followers. Even though the naga has snake on its name, it's a monster that has limbs and ant-like wings. It looks like a skink lizard with elongated body. I want to press a question to the one who named it. A mere snake pretending to be a dragon, how ridiculous, so I announce. The mid and large-sized ones are roused by Nana's provocation. Arisa, the wings. Oki, here comes the dimensional cut. Arisa invoked space magic chantlessly, cutting the huge naga's wings and minced the venom naga that followed behind it. Arisa, no good, no good. That's right, Nanotasu. If you cut the yummy naga like that, you can't eat their guts, Notiswio. Since the meat of naga are delicious eaten in kabayaki style, Tama and Poke faulted Arisa's barbaric act. You two, save the complaint. Take care of the ones on the left side. Aye. Yes, Nanotasu. With Liza's instruction, Tama and Poke dashed while leaving golden trails behind. Eri Butan, Nanotasu. Poke, who misspelled the new aerial boost feature of the golden armor, flew toward the naga literally as quick as the wind. This aerial boost feature uses windstone as its core since I got a lot of them, and since it seems more useful than I thought, I'm planning to add them to the other girls' armors. Liza used flickering movement to assault the naga to the right. Apprehend. Mia muttered a word, and then the sand on the ground apprehended the naga's legs and bodies. It seems she used the sand giant that fought the floor master in Selbera's upper layer as a trap this time. Shadow clone cut. Tama, who's in golden armor with a pink mantle, divided into 12 bodies and toyed with the naga. I've also mastered ninjutsu taught by Tama-sensei, but since I can't use it as good in practice, I can't put it into practical uses as good as Tama. And, on Tama's side, Poke cuts the huge naga's snake using magic edge 3 times her height. Poke, switch. Roger, Nanotasu. Looks like Poke, who has a powerful offensive ability in a single strike, is in charge of the huge naga, while Tama, who can eliminate great number of enemies while toying around, is in charge of the naga's herds. Tama decapitated the naga's head one by one while saying, "Nin nin." Looks like she's being careful not to damage the poison gland properly. She's fully eager to eat them. Liza-san, the boss is going to make its move soon. Understood. Arisa, who was in charge of enemy search, warned Liza, who was peerlessly trampling down the enemies with 2 spears. The dragon spear Aaron that Liza holds is the same as before, but the magic spear Doma has been improved to become the magic spear Doma Kai. I plated the tip of the magic spear Doma with adamantite using alchemy. It's not of even plating, I've made it so that it'll generate drill-shaped blast when she shoots magic edge cannon with it. Thanks to that, the magic edge cannon's penetration power has been increased by around 20%. Golem-san, please take the monsters' bodies while being careful not to damage the meat, 2 at a time. MVA. Lulu ordered the golem unit to collect the monsters' bodies. The golems have human-shaped upper bodies and spider-shaped lower bodies, as I assumed that they were going to work in a ruined city. Met. Nanodesu. Tama, whose ears straightened up and Poka, whose tails was swinging around, came back bringing the Naga's heads. According to the two, the meat here are the most delicious. In such peaceful atmosphere, the boss that Arisa warned earlier showed up, turning the situation around. A snake monster as huge as the heavenly dragon showed itself while scattering the wreckage of the castle in the center of the ruined city. It doesn't have wings like the Naga, but it's floating above the ground, gliding toward us. Oh wow, level 90, you serious? I think we really have to call Master here. We haven't met a powerful enemy for a long time. Level 90 is it? It is a fitting opponent. Don't worry, be happy. It's alright, Nanodesu. Poki is fine against that much, Nanodesu. Liza puts the magic spear Doma Kai into the magic bag and grasps the dragon spear Aaron while looking grim. Tama seems carefree, but Poka looks to be anxious enough to hide her tail between her legs. Certainly, it's an opponent that these girls likely won't be able to beat with their current levels. By the way, everyone here besides Mia is level 60. Only Mia is level 58 since she needs a lot of EXP. Master, it's an emergency. Some level 90 snake came out. Roger, I'm going now. Arisa asked for reinforcement through telephone. I pretend to have just teleported in, appearing behind Arisa and the others. I'm here. Fast. Well, that's because I've been watching from behind since a while ago. The meat and the material will be injured if I fight it normally, so I paralyze the snake with an advanced water magic spell. While everyone is attacking the snake once, I call Hikaru, who's visiting the former depressed demon lord Shizuka, with telephone to come here. Kept you waiting, what's with that snake? That seems to be the boss here. The level is just right for you, I called you to strike it with a force spear once. Ehehe, thank you, Satoru. It seems Hikaru has gotten used to calling me Satoru. Hikaru's level has increased to 91 since I usually call her when we fight a powerful enemy like this. She chantlessly produces a force spear and hits the snake. Next, I just need to lift the snake's head with magic arm and cut it with the advanced light magic spell photon laser. Finished. Your strength is absurd like always. As expected of my Satoru. Astonished Arisa and delighted Hikaru said. However, my part was unnecessary. The other girls seem to be full of appetite, they rush to gather the meat. I pat the two's heads and go to where everyone is to collect the snake's body into my storage. Are you going to attract emigrants once you've ruled the city core? No, I don't have such plan. I'll cover the city with space magic and forest magic barrier to prevent monster coming in though. Then you're not going to use it for anything. Since the climate is of southern countries and all, I'm thinking of preparing the soil and let the golems to make an orchard or rice field inside the rampart. If I link the golems with the city core, even golems without magic cores will have no need of magic power from the user. It's the same structure as the golems inside labyrinths. And so, Mito. How's Shizuka's condition? NN, how do I say it, she's enjoying her lonely life to the full, you see. What the heck's that? It's like an embodiment of a life of a single woman of around 30. She's growing vegetables and herbs on the field, she makes teas and potpourri from the herbs, she makes jam and sweets from the fruits and honey gathered by the living dolls in the forest. She also said that she went for a stroll with her Siberian husky, Wanfu, in the morning until the river, fishing and collecting pretty stones there. It's like a normal rural life, but as long as she's happy then all is good. She's self-sufficient with the living dolls working for the necessities. I also deliver flavoring and books through the brownies or Hikaru, who also look her condition once in a while. According to Hikaru, it seems Shizuka loves literary, she's drawn various things in small books. She didn't want to show it to me for some reason, but forcing her would not be good, so I didn't press it further. I collect the meat while only leaving the share for today's lunch. Since Arisa and the others are going to explore the city to search for any remnant of monsters, I've decided to join the exploration once I go to the Selbera labyrinth. Looks like Hikaru is not going back to Shizuka's place as she's accompanying Arisa. Further, as there are archives and treasures hidden by magic in this city, I'm looking forward to it already. It seems the late starter group is fighting blast corns and a marionette Rafflesia that's manipulating demi-goblins and demi-ogres in the plant area. Their pace is slower than the Forerunner group, but all members of the late starter group have broken through level 40, Xena-san is level 41, Sira is level 42. Further, as the members of Ikagoya firm are busy with their main occupation, their levels are still at the first half of 30 with no change. I've power leveled Aoi Boy and the new manager candidates to level 15. Laser. Wielding a light wand, Sira, who is now able to use mid-level light magic, sliced the gigantic demi-ogres all at once. Since humanoid monsters can only be used to become fodders for monsters raised for power leveling usage, there's no problem in handling them carelessly. The current Sira is able to use most holy magic including prayer magic. I don't know whether it's because she healed a lot of people who suffered from epidemic disease in a country we visited or because she simply leveled up. Since she can easily heal lost limbs, ruptured internal organs or other fatal wounds, my magic potion hasn't got its turn lately. Sira safely flings away a demi-goblin assassin that jumped out of a nearby thicket. It's the result of learning the art of self-defense under Lulu. Not only Sira, the princess, and Xena-san also learned the self-defense art. It seems they're also interested in staff fighting art recently. Imperial Golem Guard 3rd. The princess ordered the golem to receive the flung demi-goblin to kill it. The princess turns her line of sight to Xena-san, who's flying in the sky. Xena. You must not go forward alone. I'm sorry, Tina-sama. The princess warned Xena-san, who was flying with flight magic, to look for the marionette Rafflesia that was manipulating the demi-ogres. I saw a blast corn beyond the thicket shooting at Xena-san with exploding bullets. Dash Kia! Xena-san screamed shortly, but Sira's defensive magic protected her from the bullet exploding near her. Let me go and defeat that corn. Karina Dono, there's a monster to the left. Lady Karina, who's dual-wielding heavy maces on both hands, swings the one on her left hand to strike a slime-shaped metal eater that Rika warned. Rika-san. Understood. Lady Karina, who's bad at magic operation, relies on Rika to activate the electric discharge circuit in the heavy mace to thoroughly burn the metal eater, and then she jumps into the thicket. The sound of Lady Karina's heavy mace hitting the blast corn beyond the thicket reverberates. Since the clumsy Lady Karina wasn't able to use her old hammer main weapon, she's shifted to using the heavy mace simplistically like batting. Since Rika's grapple and equipment boost's reach is short, she only uses that one reservedly. Divine Sonic. Wielding a wind wand, Xena-san supported Lady Karina, who was seemingly about to be surrounded by a herd of blast corns with magic. The power of the advanced spell of wind magic is magnificent. Every one of the monsters besides the one in front of Lady Karina has been neutralized. The monsters that had resistance against wind were eliminated by Xena-san's newly learned magic and rifle-type magic gun. In addition to the advanced spells of wind magic, Xena-san is also now able to use lightning magic and ice magic until elementary level. It seems she's unable to decide which one she's going to use as her sub. Everyone. Drune Golem has found the main body of marionette Rafflesia. Heavyweight Golem 1-6, charges toward 3 o'clock direction. Sira, Xena-san, and Lady Karina gather with the princess's report. The automatic flight drone golem is something that she made herself with her own alchemy and magic. Due to the influence of having in charge of operating the golems and her interest in magic tools creation with her alchemy skills she had from the beginning, now her position is like my pupil in the creation of magic tools and golems. Since she's not suited to direct battles despite learning the self-defense art, she doesn't have any special weapon, instead small animal-shaped golems with stun functions are always by her side as her guards. Xena. Yes, Karina-sama. Xena-san carrying Lady Karina dances in the air, they head toward the marionette Rafflesia while almost touching the ceiling, and then they do a nosedive. Here I go. Xena-san and Lady Karina put their sole of feet to each other and then kick reciprocally to accelerate even more. Rapid start Karina key. Before Lady Karina could speak until the end, her kick pierced through the marionette Rafflesia's petal. Fuanna. While scattering some suspicious pollens, the marionette Rafflesia stops moving. Lady Karina crawled out of the body while coughing violently. Sira rushed to her in a hurry and used detoxification magic on Lady Karina. Do assaults in moderation okay. After retrieving the late starter group from the labyrinth, we met up with Arisa, Hikaru, and the others to enjoy the exploration. I never thought that I would safely set my foot in the blue territory. This is the haunt of blue, is it? Sira and the princess look around the ruin while stuttering their words. It seems Lady Karina and Xena-san have never heard of the blue territory. I'll guide them to the treasury for the occasion. Here is strange. There's no smell of meat, notice Wio. Tama tilted her head in confusion before the hidden magic circle. Poka sniffed with her nose, but it seems there was no smell that was of interest for her. There are traces of someone doing a consecration ceremony. I can't feel any miasma. Sira commented while touching the magic circle. When the magic power was put into the magic circle, some words appeared. It seems there are command words written in ancient language. Even if the city is destroyed by the tsunami, people will not perish. We will give rewards to those who liberate the city is written, the command word is Bayless. It's safe since there's one character difference. Hey. Arisa was shocked when she heard the word of destruction from a famous anime coming out of Hikaru's mouth, but she muttered in relief when she noticed her mistake. Everyone besides me doesn't understand the meaning, they look wondering. Regenerate, Bayless. Ancient language skill acquired. The magic circle lit up when Hikaru recited the command word in ancient language, then a door appeared out of nowhere. Golden brightness jumped into our eyes when the door was opened. The inside is wide, the inner wall seems like something made from the Space Magic's garage. Everyone rushes happily into the golden brightness. Lady Karina and Xena-san seem to be nervous with the large amount of treasures. Gold, silver. There is a bar too, notisu. The bar-like thing that Poka picked up appears to be a magic tool called Illusion Smash, Dispel Bar. It appears to be an artifact. These are the lost handicrafts from the era of Furu Empire. How nostalgic! I hated the nobles of that country, but their buildings like the royal castle one were very excellent. It seems Sira is interested with the picture and works of art on the wall. For Hikaru, it seems they're things she knew before going into the sleep. From the opposite side of the beastkin girls who are examining the weapons, and Nana and Lulu who are looking for cute things, someone calls me. Situ. It seems there's a library inside. Yay, I wonder if there's any magic book. Expectation. Arisa and Mia gleefully run toward the library that the princess found. After picking the loot, we went to the solitary island palace and enjoyed the naga kabayaki and popcorns made of the blast corns. Yummy! Lulu's boxes really are delicious, notisu. We're eating the naga kabayaki while listening to the sound of wind bells. The thick meat with fat is truly delicious. Thus, in contrary to our peaceful days, the hero is currently struggling in the underground labyrinth located in a remote region of the Wieselken Empire. I'm worried to hear that they get serious injuries sometimes, but according to the communication, it seems they're closing in the Demon Lord's main body while defeating the split bodies. Apparently the magic tool provided by the Wieselken Empire is doing its job. I thought they're taking a bit too long in defeating the Demon Lord, but according to Hikaru it's normal to take several months to subjugate a demon lord. She said that it even took several years in her case. Do your best, Hiro. While I was cheering for Hiro Hayato in my mind, the airship entered the territory of the pink-haired Princess Mania's kingdom, Rumoko Kingdom, for the tour. It'll be nice if I can read the documents regarding people of another world in Rumoko Kingdom. 14-28. Water Peach Kingdom, 1. Satu's here. It's a common story in Earth for a king to be bestowed his throne by the god. I'm intrigued to see how it is in a world with gods in reality. Potato. It's another potato-san Nanotasu. The ears of Poki and Tama, who peeked at the stall, dropped down in dejection. We're in one of the food areas in the royal capital of Rumoko Kingdom. The touring airship is scheduled to arrive tomorrow, but since I found out that there was a festival here, we went ahead to treat ourselves with some sightseeing. We're going incognito this time, so we've separated into 3 teams consisting of 3 to 5 people each. It'd be too conspicuous if we were all together. I'll be going with a different team every 2 hours. The members of the first team are the Beastkin girls, Lady Karin and Xena-san. You guys from another country? Rumoko has a lot of dishes made with diet potato, you see. An Apekin stall shopkeeper showed us some white-colored potatoes. He presented some sliced unpeeled potatoes to us. If you think I'm lying, try eating these sliced diet potatoes. Lie. Lying is bad, notice Wio. Poki and Tama, who were lured by the sliced potatoes, sniffed the smell. Being hesitant in biting a raw vegetable whole is something that happens a lot in TV programs about diet. Sliced and diced. Poka thinks potatoes are tastier boiled or baked than raw, notisu. Tama and Poka, who took the sliced potatoes, nibbled them. It's a potato. It's unexpectedly tasty, disuwa. Dash it is, isn't it? After the two, Liza and Lady Karina tried them, and Xena-san, who lost to the peer pressure, also took it. What about you, young master? I might as well, please. Losing to the Apekin old man's glance, I also tried it after everyone. The texture feels like a carrot, the taste is mild, like a warmed potato. It's hard to say it's bad, but it's not bad enough to make you grimace. Is diet potato a specialty around here? Yeah, seems that it's only grown in this country. I asked the shopkeeper about it since I never saw the potato in Shiga Kingdom's royal capital that had plenty of foodstuff in circulation. Turned out it's a prohibited commodity to export. Dash prohibited. Yeah, in the past the hero king Yamato-sama told the king that it's calorosio, so don't, you see. I guess he means calorie zero? I'll ask Hikaru herself later. If you only ever eat diet potato you'll lose weight and die, something like that. Oh what, you already knew, hey? That's right, it's fine if you eat it with other food, but mysteriously it seems you'll die if you only eat diet potato. I don't feel sick even though I've eaten it for 40 years, some strange story that one's. As expected, looks like it's a low-calorie foodstuff like konjac. I'd like to sell these in powdered form for the nobles as way to do diet. I'd feel bad if we only sampled his food, so I bought the diet potatoes and wrapped berries for several people. I put the portions for other teams into my storage while pretending I was putting them into my bag. Master. Tama's ears are twitching. There's smell of grilled meat from over there, notisu. It must be wolf or bear meat, notisu. Poka, who's swinging her tail so hard like it'd get torn off, catches my sleeve and jumps around. Master, I will be going to check them. Tama too. Poki also wants to check, notisu. Apparently, Tama, Poki and even Liza are tired with the potatoes already. After declaring so with sharp faces, they took the initiative to move ahead and scout where the meat were. Poki, Tama, wait. Lady Karina pursued the Beastkin girls impatiently. Then let's go too. Yes, Satu-san. Xena-san smiled when I exchanged look with her. We walked toward the crowd where the 4 disappeared into. It'd be bad if I lost sight of Xena-san in this congested crowd, so I joined hands with her. Dash the second prince didn't agree with it, right? Yeah, he curtly refused, saying that the weasels can't be trusted. Attentive ears still caught that conversation from beyond the crowd. I might have become a bit more sensitive to the word weasel. Even without you guys, there's no way the royalty of this country would agree to allow anyone search for treasures in the fallen castle. Why is that? It'll possible to better the finance of this poor country, you know. The prince himself could use it to raise his succession precedence right. Looking at the map, it seems the ones talking are a Weaselkin merchant and a high-level adventurer from Saga Empire. The female adventurer is level 39, quite something. Only you guys who calculate things like that. There's a legend that said the ancestors of this kingdom's royalty were living in the fallen castle, the floating castle of Shadow Princess. The few who survived when it crashed in this country built this kingdom. Putting your hands on that castle is not that different from raiding their ancestor grave site. Famu, it appears I've forgotten that humans are creatures who put their priority in irrational things. According to the tour book, the fallen castle the adventurer mentioned is an ancient ruin located in the forest to the northeast of this kingdom. Judging from the map, the center of the northeastern forest is a different map. That's probably it. We could build a sky mothership that could surpass the great monstrous fish if only we got our hands on the core part of the fallen castle. That is, if you can get it right. That place is a maze where even Shiga Kingdom's hero King Yamato, who challenged the place 600 years ago, ran away from. It'll be a different story if you are only ravaging the entrance vicinity, but challenging the inner part is pretty much a suicide. I know, since I've seen the absurdity of Heroes by Hayato. I'm intrigued with the core part of the fallen castle. But I don't want to raid a tomb. Looks like Hikaru had entered the place once, I'll ask her about it later. Then, how about the job of carrying this magic tool into the fallen castle? Hey? What's this egg? A magic creature for investigation will appear if you recite the command word. I'll pay you 100 gold coins if you can carry this inside. It's hard to use your country's money. I'll do it for 150 gold coins of Shiga Kingdom or 75 gold coins of Saga Empire. Very well, I'll pay with Shiga Kingdom gold coins. 30 gold coins in advance, 120 after. Got it, so. A reserved voice broke my concentration in the middle of the sinister talk. Sato-san, is there anything wrong? No, there was just someone who looked like an acquaintance of mine, but it seems I was mistaken. I made some fuzzy excuse since Zina-san looked worried. Looks like the two from earlier have gone into the inn to talk in private. It smells of trouble, so I'll put markers on them for now. As I walked on the street while exchanging some harmless conversation with Zina-san, we saw the head of a giant monster beyond the crowd. That seems to be the source of the smell. Is that a monster? Yes, apparently it's a monster called Fortress Tiger. I saw its stuffed animal in the Duchy Capital Museum back then. It appears a fortress tiger that has been defeated by the soldiers is displayed as one of the main attractions of the festival. A temporary stove has been put right beside the hind leg of the fortress tiger, and it seems people can eat it for free. Maybe due to the beastly smell, the nearby people aren't approaching it, only people with poor clothes and men who seem to be manual laborers are getting the meat skewers and stew dish. When I was watching it, the beastkin girls came back with skewers in their hands. Toughy. It's like wyvern meat nanotasu. It does have toughness and chewiness, doesn't it? The beastkin girls are chewing the meat. Master, we have secured everyone's share. Yeah, thanks. Bon appétit. I'm, full, so. Understood, I will take full responsibility of Zina-sama's meat skewer. I take the meat skewer Liza hands out. How do I say this? On top of the shoe sole-like texture, beast smell oozes out with every bite. Frankly, it's bad. Pokey ate the leftover, but I don't think I'll ever eat another of the meat. Of course I thought of that in my mind, I didn't say it loud. That's because there are people who are frantically eating that hard and unpleasant meat around. Lady Karina gave up and Tama disposed her leftover. Soft. Even I can eat this. You're amazing, young lady. Even grandma who doesn't have any tooth remaining can eat it. When I looked at the direction people were smiling happily at, I saw Lulu cooking beside the fortress tiger with a kitchen knife in one hand. Looks like she was unable to only watch the troubled people and went to help. Arisa, Mia, and the princess are behind Lulu. Arisa, who noticed me, made a look at the watch gesture. Looks like it's about time. A scheme between adventurers and Wies Elkins. I stealthily told the thing about the two earlier to Arisa. I can't exactly say that it's a scheme, but I'm slightly bothered by it. Mia, Lulu, and the princess are enjoying malt starch syrup together. The princess, who saw her first starch syrup, is full of curiosity. You need 2 sticks like this round and it'll be tasty. Like this. Lulu is teaching the princess the way to eat starch syrup, perhaps because the princess who's acting like a child looks cute. Mia chants water magic slap need to knead the starch syrup instantly while nodding. This magic is an original spell I made by Mia's request when we were staying in the labyrinth city. I'm wasting the skill I have if I do say so myself. Mild. While walking around the stalls and eating the starch syrup, we heard cheers and xylophone-like sound from the main street forward. I wonder what is it. Let's go and see it. Let's. Arisa and Mia pull my hands and begin to run. Tina-sama, let us go too. Why yes. Lulu, who's pulling the princess's hand, also follow behind us in quick steps. We're separated a bit far, but Lulu should be fine. I heard some screams from hoodlums behind, but it must have been my imagination. With the strength of Arisa and Mia, who are level 60 even though they're small, we push ourselves into a place where we can see the main street. The role of apologizing to people who are glaring at us in annoyance inevitably falls to me. It looks somewhat like a float. Float. Yes, the thing that looks like a portable shrine with wheels like that, I guess. I didn't remember the accurate classification, so I explained to Mia hazily. Arisa makes a visor with her hands on her head and gazes at the float coming here. It looks hard to see for them, so I lift both of them to make it easier. You. Thank you. Thanks. I smile back at Arisa, who was surprised for suddenly being lifted, and Mia, and watch the float together with Lulu and the princess who've met up with us. The floats are, from the first one, the pitch silhouette of the castle, a pink-haired princess and a black-haired prince who are sitting on balcony-like place in a castle, and the noble daughters wearing attendant clothes floats. The soldiers walking beside the floats are wearing pitch black cloth on their whole body, they look like dolls made of shadow. There's no doubt that they're festival floats to worship the ancestors of Rumoko Kingdom and the fallen castle that came out in the talk between the female adventurer and the Wies Elkin earlier. According to AR reading, the pink-haired princess seems to be the 6th princess of Rumoko Kingdom. Looking like Princess Mania, she's a 7-year-old pretty little girl who looks calm and quiet. Today Rumia-sama looks graceful, doesn't she? That's cause she's acting as the shadow princess in this festival. She usually rode a horse with her brother princes, so it's hard to imagine her like this. Judging from the surrounding people's talk, the 6th princess is originally a lively girl, no? According to the AR reading, the 6th princess's name is Rymia. According to their talk, that's the twin sister of the 5th princess Rumia. Princess Rymia probably has little exposures to the citizens. The black-haired boy who's sitting beside her seems to be the real 12-year-old 4th prince. Since the royalty seems to be all pink-haired, he's probably wearing a black wig. After watching the floats. Kaie, I'm sorry. Please excuse me too. Are you alright? I'm okay. I saw pink hair under the apologizing girl's hood. She's probably the rumored 5th princess, Rumia, whom the citizens talked about during the parade earlier. Looks like the lively princess is enjoying the festival in secret. Some soldiers and maids who seem to be her escorts are coming from the other side of the crowd. Princess Rumia glanced back and then she ran to a narrow alley in a hurry. That place is bad. My attentive ears still heard a small scream and the sound of something being put into a sack. Guess it's unavoidable. I put off joining with Hikaru and the others and went to the narrow alley. The hell you want? Oi, stop with your sudden threatening attitude. Look at that, the rich kid is trembling. Two hoodlums are glaring at me while tying a sack. The empty-headed senior-looking guy took out a hatchet and licked it to show me. It's a situation that appears often in a story, but I wonder if his tongue is cut? What are ya smiling about? Are you mocking us? Maybe because I was thinking whatever like that. The hoodlum swung down his hatchet to my shoulder. I lightly evaded, circled behind him, and kicked his big butt, sending him flying to some rubble on the ground. How dare you! When the other hoodlum released his hand from the sack and drew a dagger, I sent him flying with my hand. With a whomp, the senior hoodlum's scream resounded in the back alley. I didn't particularly aim for it, but it seems I hit the ball squarely. As the two who were entangled tried to get up, I reaped their consciousness with a stunner made with lightning stone. Before I release the princess from the sack, I use light magic to hide my countenance. There's no need to raise a flag with a little girl. Are you injured anywhere? I'm fine, Farsa. Princess Sama. The dumbfounded princess called her acquaintance on the street with a loud voice. The escort knights who followed from behind and noticed the disturbance in the back alley drew their swords and stood to protect the princess. Are you your highness's escorts? That's right, who are you? I'm not worthy enough to give my name. I only saved the princess since I saw the two people over there trying to kidnap her. I'll leave the rest to you. Oi, wait! I ignored the knight calling me and kicked the alley's roof to move to the roof, then I cancelled the light magic and warped to the place near Hikaru and the others. Floating castle made by God, the beautiful maiden with pink hair will be the bride of God. After meeting with Hikaru and the others, coaxed by Sira, we went to watch a show that was performing in an open space nearby. The program seems to be about this country's founding. The actors aren't that good, but the scenario is quite something. Furthermore, the woman who's playing as the beautiful maiden is quite attractive and glamorous. Has Mito ever gone inside the fallen castle? I entered by the request of the king at that time, but the sentry shadows that were protecting the innermost room were too strong, so I escaped. Yamamito-sama did. Each one of them wasn't as strong as a greater demon, but they kept reappearing every time I defeated one. Nana turns her face to us who are chatting. You should be quiet when you're watching the play, so I warn. We're sorry. It's the proper thing to do, so I watch the play in silent afterward. During the climax of the play, a group of people riding horses ran past the main street, and then the kingdom knights went noisily with the sound of their metal armor clashing, clank clank. Bad manners, so I criticize. Nana is in bad mood since the tactless sound disturbed the climax of the play. On the stage, the scene of the dog-headed evil god fighting against the white mane god continues on. The god splendidly slew the evil god, but the evil god used a magic before it died and the floating castle crashed. Pink-haired prince and princess appeared from the fallen castle, and were told that their mother, who was the wife of the god, had died. It appears that gods and humans are not meant to be together. My beloved children, I bestow 'tis blood and blessing unto you. Build a good country. At your will, Father No, great God Sama. The last scene seems to be a divine blessing that are common among royalty. Before joining with others, I opened the map since I was bothered a bit, but it seems the horse riding earlier isn't related to the female adventurer and the Wheeze Elkin who were talking about something shady earlier. The latter seems to be in the royal capital right now. And then, after we met up, we were able to secure a private room in the best restaurant in the city according to the Prime Minister's tour book. Normally there should not be any free room during a festival, but since someone who made a reservation cancelled the room due to an urgent business, we slipped in during that chance. The menu is a mountain of small pies made from the diet potato we ate in the noon. Diet potato and mushroom pies, diet potato and blueberry pies, diet potato and deer kidney pies, boiled unfamiliar plants for the salad, and peeled sliced diet potato and mashed potato are piled up. As usual, the menu mainly consisted of diet potato, but the main dish, the whole roast of a giant blue horn deer that the contracted hunters of the restaurant got appeared. The meal began with Arisa's lead a tadakameso like usual. Meat delish. There's meat in this pie notisu. Master, please enjoy this deer tendon meat stew. The cartilage that's been cooked together with it is crispy and tasty. I put the dishes recommended by the Beastkin girls into my mouth in turns. The grilled venison that Tama recommended was fatty with light flavor, quite delicious. The kidney pie I tried to eat in a British restaurant in the past was quite smelly, I couldn't eat it, but the kidney pie here was quite delicious. I didn't know whether it was because the chef was good or the kidney was fresh. There was a little of unique smell, but it was hidden well by the herb. It was quite satisfactory enough. The thick stew Liza recommended was warm and felt good in the stomach. I can't get tired of green peas like beans mixed inside. It makes me wanting for some wine. Mwoohoo, mushroom pie. Wait a minute, don't put that many to the plate. I stopped Mia, who pushed her recommendation and dealt with it after cleaning up the plate first. As we eat the tasty dishes in relish, I'm hearing some disturbing conversation from outside the private room. The wall here seems to be thin. Looks like the Shadow Princess Festival site was assaulted. The site did. Who the accursed did? Are the prince and the princess in the site all right? It's probably about the young prince and princess that were in the noon parade. It seems Rumiya-sama was kidnapped. How about the prince and the soldiers guarding them? The prince is safe. The soldiers were, with paralyzing poisoned liquor. Looks like some trouble has sprung forth. 14-29. Water Peach Kingdom, 2. Royal Villa of Rumuku Kingdom. Your Highness, what did the weasel ask? To let them enter the Shadow Castle, saying they would make it float again. The second prince leisurely replied, the cabinet minister from his faction who came to his room. The minister ordered an official behind him to vacate the soldiers outside the door and close it. The Shadow Castle? Is that possible? Of course not. The second prince raised the reasons why it's impossible one after another. The gate won't open unless you take a little girl wearing the necklace of treasure key that can't be taken out except during the grand festival. On top of that, the castle is protected by sentries that even made that Hiro King Yamato ran away, you know. The legend passed through the second prince's mind. The Hiro King Yamato who defeated the great demon lord, that ruined the ancient Furu Empire which reigned supreme in this continent, the symbol of the strongest. An existence that can't even be defeated by the strongest, he can't imagine it. Still, it's too bad, isn't it? If the god sentry weren't there, Your Highness could have gotten his hands on the treasures sleeping in the Shadow Castle. Are you implying me to raid the tomb? Not at all, Your Highness will only take a little bit of inheritance from your ancestor. The second prince's wavers with the minister's words. As if taking advantage of that, the official behind the minister murmurs. Perhaps the Weaselkin's underling that contacted the crime guild the other day was related to this. You mean they instigated the crime guild people to kidnap Rumiya, who'll be acting as the Shadow Princess? With all due respect. The minister assented to the second prince's worry. Don't tell me the B-class adventurers who had an audience with His Majesty were also summoned by them. It is possible. There's also the report of a scout-looking adventurer going astray in the prohibited place in the royal castle. It's probably hard to infiltrate the Shadow Castle no matter how many riffraff you send there, but if you are together with adventurers most active on the frontier, the success rate should be different. Let the knights to stand by near the ceremony site. The second prince stood up while giving an order to the minister. I'll go out too. It's the older brother's job to save his little sister. The thought of saving his little sister from the crime guild and the adventurers, getting the treasures they have and then confiscating the disrespectful Weaselkin's firm floats in his mind. There is no one here who pointed out about him counting the chickens before they're hatched. Rumiya, the sixth princess of Rumuku. Rumiya is calm today. My heart aches hearing Nii-sama who spoke and smiled lightly. Even though I've switched with Rumiya Ain-sama to do the role of the Shadow Princess in the festival, Nii-sama doesn't notice it at all. Perhaps brother doesn't recognize me, who doesn't have pink hair, as his little sister. If you're tired, let me be the one to greet the citizens. Rumia can just smile suitably while drinking the fruit water. Thank you very much. Nii-sama. I replied my brother kindness by smiling my best. The day darkens before long and a bonfire is lighted in the center of the ceremony site. Ho, this is some tasty wine. It was brought in a barrel by the representative earlier. Must be a wealthy merchant to bring a barrel of an expensive wine like this. Nii-sama sips the wine in good mood. I've never drunk wine before, but people said that the wine in this kingdom is astringent and bad, so this must have been imported from some foreign country. Here's some grape water for Rumia-sama. Thank you. I drink transparent red drink offered by an unfamiliar maid. Sweet. It's as classy as the sugar water that I got during Nii-sama's coming-of-age ceremony back then. I forget my depressed mood just now and drink the sweet grape water. My view shakes. I staggered, fell to the ground and looked at the surrounding with disorderly mind. Everyone is sleeping? Hey, isn't the all-important princess awake there? Keh, that damn weasel gave us a defective product. Oi! Save your complaint. Let's get out quickly. I could only shiver with pale face hearing the violent words. Just when I thought my hand was caught, I was tossed inside a sack with strange smell and carried like a baggage. No, get! My frail protest reached no one, and I fainted as I was carried roughly. Crime Guild. Boss. The cavalry are chasing us from behind. What? When the Crime Guild boss looked at the back, he saw cavalry wearing scale mails. Despite their heavy armor, their horses' speed is faster. 10 horses all high. There's only a few of them, but they appeared too fast. They must have been on standby even before the princess was kidnapped. It's an impossible tact for the incompetent knights of this country. Tisk, did we get set up by the weasel bastard? Boss, those are the second prince's troops. That schemer daredevil second prince sure is fast. Oi, use the smoke ball we took from Shiga Kingdom explorers. Throw it after we pass that watchtower. Yet. When the boss passed through a watchtower for festival use, he cut the tower's ropes. Slightly afterward, his subordinate threw a white bundle, and then smoke covered the surrounding explosively. Without caring the cries in the back, the men ran past the royal capital through the opened gate. They smashed several festival decorations as they passed the gate and let a subordinate set them to fire. Boss, is this all right? Doing this much? Don't worry. We just have escaped the country once we got the treasures in the fallen castle. The boss laughed off the vice's worry. There were many cases where pursuers couldn't catch up to them considering the fact that there's a little traffic between the cities and the borders of the eastern countries. Although, cases of kidnapping a royalty and pillaging the national treasure like these are probably going to be an exception. Only several people including the boss and the vice notice it. What if we don't get the treasures? The timid vice asked the boss while whipping his horse. No worries. The things we stole from the prince and the princess earlier are already valuable enough. We could even get peerage rank if we sold this necklace of treasure key this princess had to some king of the neighboring countries. As expected of boss, you're well thought. Unlike the gloomy vice, the subordinates applauded the boss. The men who escaped the cavalry leisurely ran through the forest toward the shadow castle on their horses. Rumia, the 5th princess of Rumuku. Rimi. Farsa, my wet mother held me back as I was going to dash out. My little sister Rymia was kidnapped by bad masked men before my eyes. Let me go. Princess Sama, you must not. Farsa checked with the escort soldiers about the safety on the surrounding, and let the escort soldiers to go to the guard station after confirming it's safe. And then a horse-riding group appeared. They're probably the knights of this country. You guys, chase the thieves. They must have gone toward the Shadow Castle. Oh you! While leaving several people riding horses here, they chase after the thieves who kidnapped Rymia. Ah, that's the crest of the second prince. Hearing Farsa, I look up. Certainly, the dignified older Nii-sama is there. Nii-sama. Rumia? Why are you here? It's terrible. Rymia was kidnapped by bad people. So it's like that. Nii-sama's face is scary. He must be angry at the bad people who kidnapped Rymia. You should go back to the castle. Oi, you guys, call the soldiers in the castle. I'll take my little brother to the court physician. Older Nii-sama took younger Nii-sama and rode the horse toward the court physician in the castle. The other cavalry also run off to call other people. Oh? What happened here? As I was looking at that, my body shivered when I heard the voice that suddenly appeared behind me. There, a woman with red blazing hair, a thin scout-like man, and a giant warrior twice as big as a normal adult. The Saga Empire adventurers who visited the castle back then are standing. NN? Aren't you Princess Chan? What's wrong? You look like you'd cry, you know. I told the peering female adventurer San about the situation, bursting like a broken dam, and asked for help. All right, I've lost to Princess Chan's spirit who wants to help her little sister. This B-class adventurer Kaizmane-sama will pitch in and help. Even though it should have been reassuring, I departed the royal capital while feeling like a rat who's being toyed with by a cat somehow. Princess Sama, let's leave it to His Highness Second Prince to save Rymia Sama. What are you going to do, Princess Chan? I'm going. Please take me. All right. You'll be safe and sound with us. My wet nurse objected even now, but I want to save Rymia who changed place with me due to my selfishness. I thought we were going to chase them with horses, but we went to a farm village near the royal capital instead. 3 golems came out of one of the sheds. These are RC Fire War Ogres you see. Female adventurer San showed the golems while smiling like Nii-sama when he was showing off his toys. The golems used by the Wheeze Elkin. That's right, wet nurse Dano is knowledgeable. Hey. Farsa, who's shaking with pale face, fainted when she saw female adventurer San grinning. Oh! We can't take along someone who's fainted. Let the people in the village take care of her. You say that after putting up that coercion. You said something. And no, nothing at all, Nei-san. Then stop talking and do it quick. Yes, Nei-san. The thin adventurer ran to the village ordered by female adventurer San. Still. What is this coercion they talked about? Eyes Nei-san. The startup is complete. All right, I'll go ahead with Princess Chan. Go with that guy once he comes back. I'm carried under female adventurer San's arm, and taken onto the golem that's taller than the surrounding houses. It's shorter than the balcony in the castle, but the shaking cockpit is cold, it's scary. We're going to run, okay? Hold tight so you won't fall. Without being able to reply to the cheerful female adventurer San, I desperately clings to her waist. Wait for me, Rymia. I'll absolutely save you. Weaselkin. Then, take care of the firm. Yes, President. After telling that to the Ashratkin clerk, I get into the carriage. I've only taken the female slave that has the item box skill along. There will be little damage even if the firm is confiscated by the kingdom since I've taken the funds and the expensive items. Looks like Kaizmane Dano is heading toward the Shadow Castle successfully. It'll be the best if I can bring an artifact from the era of God in the Shadow Castle, but bringing information from even one of the explorer probes should be enough to make His Majesty the Emperor delighted. Nothing of value will be lost even if I lose 1 or 2 branch offices in a poor country. I murmured alone and looked up, and then black shadows got reflected in my eyes. The wind pressure shakes the carriage, the slave girl screams. 4 monsters met up with the merchant who got off the carriage. Lizardkin and Beastkin wearing slave collars are riding on the monster's back. The things the slaves riding are tamed wyverns that only wealthy merchants have even in our Weasel Empire. President, we've come to pick you. Good work. Let these go to the Shadow Forest besides the one we're riding. The Wyvern riders flew off after receiving the magic tool to retrieve the explorer probe. President, Rumiko's soldiers are heading here. Then let's go too. Is our destination the Empire? The Rabbitkin rider asked me who had ridden on the Wyvern. No, go to Silga Kingdom before we return to the Empire. Certainly. The Wyvern takes off while sliding and chipping the highway. I will not ask for something as extravagant as fang, I'd like to get claws, or thorns or at least the scales. I muttered while leaving my body to the body temperature of the slave clinging to me. In the forest of the Shadow Castle. Damn it, why isn't the gate opening? The necessary condition should have been fulfilled, the boss catches and pulls the little girl's hair. The pink wig comes off of the princess who screams shortly, golden hair appears in the light from the torches. A fake. The dark brown boss glared at the little princess. I'm not a fake. There's no point if a royalty doesn't have colored hair. You damn fake. The boss is still flinging violent words to the princess who's fighting back with a shaking voice. Can't be helped, the key is profitable enough. Let's scram. Torches shines over the boss's curved sword which glitters suspiciously. The curved sword casually swings down toward the princess who's edging back without even being able to scream. Everyone expected blood to spill, but in the next moment, they only heard the sound of the blade sinking into a wood. In the place where the princess should have been, there's a log wrapped in dress. Utsasimi no jutsu. Who they? Toward the voice that could be heard somewhere, the boss asked for its identity. A masked boy appears with a gust of wind. Beside him, there's a little golden armor wearing a pink mantle standing. Hello, nice to meet you. Tough, I think our acquaintance will be short, best regards. Okay. Hearing the boy who doesn't have a speck of tension, every member of the crime guild is trembling as if their spine has been thrust with an icicle. 14-30. Water Peach Kingdom, 3. Satu's here. I wonder who first popularized the death flag. Though, I feel the thing that made a friend who said, I'll go on a ski trip with my girlfriend once I finished my course credit to end up taking the supplementary lesson was the grudge of the unpopular colleagues. You shouldn't talk about your love affair out loud, you know. What's wrong, master? The princess of this country has been kidnapped, or so I heard. I briefly answered Arisa, who asked. Oh no. Then I'll go rescue her. Where's she now? Oh no, oh no. Poke will also go rescuing Notisu. Protecting young organisms is indispensable and a must, so I tell. Hikaru stood up as if it was natural to go help. As if pulled by her, Tama, Poke and Nana also stood up. Poke and Tama are still holding their forks stuck with meat dish. It's not like the princess is particularly our acquaintance and I think she should be saved by this country, but it appears such a thing is irrelevant for Hikaru and the others. I'll check it for a bit, wait. I told so to everyone and opened the map. We don't know if she's really kidnapped just from a rumor. The rumor said that Princess Rumia was kidnapped, but the one who rode the float was her little sister Princess Rymia. I'll search for princess instead of a specific person. I ignore the luminous points of the princesses in the royal capital. There are two outside the city. Looks like Princess Rymia is near the border of a different map where the Shadow Castle is. There were several crime guild people close to her, but I don't know the exact number since they immediately went to a different map with Princess Rymia. The other luminous point is in the middle of the mountain path between the royal capital and the Shadow Castle, moving at a speed faster than a horse. This one seems to be Princess Rumia. There's a luminous point with a marker near Princess Rumia. Apparently, she's together with the female adventurer who contacted the Wheeze Elkin. Her marker was in the royal capital when I checked it earlier, so she must have taken Princess Rumia from the royal capital after that. I check the present situation of the princess by invoking the space magic clairvoyance. The female explorer is moving in a golem together with Princess Rumia in the cockpit. The princess is desperately clinging to the female explorer while shutting her eyes. There's no trace of her being violently restrained. She probably sought the female explorer's help in order to save Princess Rymia. How is it? Princess Rymia has been kidnapped by the crime guild people, they're in the shadow forest. Princess Rumia seems to be chasing them. Even if I said the princesses' names, it didn't really mean anything to everyone besides Hikaru and Arisa, who had the personal appraisal skills. Since the names weren't that important, I summarized the explanation. I'll help them out a bit. It's not really our problem, but in order to enjoy the festival cuisine, I declared to save the princesses quickly. Wait. Please wait, Master. Arisa and Liza controlled me, who stood up. Although Master can probably do it alone, isn't it easier if we divide the work? That's right. At least please take Tama along. I agreed to Arisa and Liza, and it's decided that Hikaru and Arisa will go help Princess Rumia's side while I will go to Princess Rymia's side along with Tama. The reason why Arisa is working with Hikaru is in order to secure the way to do teleportation for them. Putting that aside, Liza. Please don't lift up Tama, who's holding a venison in her mouth, presenting her to me like she's a stuffed toy. Don't worry, be happy. Then, I'll leave this side to you. Okay. Don't let your guard down, okay? I brought Hikaru and Arisa ahead of the place Princess Rumia is heading with Space Magic Teleport Gate. Hikaru is in Nanashi's disguise and Arisa is wearing the golden armor. Afterward I opened a teleport gate in front of the Shadow Forest and moved with Tama there. The Shadow Forest map is a teleportation prohibited area, just like the castle of Ban the True Ancestor in the labyrinth's lower layers, so I couldn't directly teleport inside. The castle pitch black. Tama pointed at a spire of a jet black castle that looks like a silhouette on top of the forest. As one might expect of something called Shadow Castle, it's swaying like I'm looking at a mirage. I hit a carved seal board to be the landmark for Arisa's teleportation. Now then, let's go, Tama. Aye. Peon, Tama jumped and landed on my shoulder, she then took the pose to ride on it. Since Tama is wearing the golden armor, it feels slightly painful. It became a different map once we walked a bit in the forest, so I used all map exploration magic to get the details of the blank area. Hikaru said that the shadow sentries were protecting it, but there's no one inside the castle that occupies half of the forest. Princess Rymia and the crime guild people are stranded in front of the barrier protecting the castle. According to Hikaru, the barrier should be dissolved if there's a royalty carrying an item called Necklace of the Treasured Key. It seems there's some kind of problem there. A fake. I'm not a fake. I could hear such conversations when I landed on a pitch-black tree branch surrounding them. The crime guild boss is holding a pink-colored wig. Princess Rymia's hair color has changed to golden. Looks like she doesn't have the pink hair peculiar to Rumika royalty. There's no point if a royalty doesn't have colored hair. You damn fake! The enraged crime guild boss complained unreasonably and swung his curved sword. Oops, that's bad. Utsusimi no jutsu. Ninja Tama replaced the princess with a log while camouflaging it with a white smoke. Retorting, isn't that switching jutsu? Here would be boorish of me, so I used this chance to wear Nanashi mask. Who they? Hello, nice to meet you. Although I think our acquaintance will be short, best regards, okay. While feeling nostalgic with Nanashi's way of talking that I haven't used for a while, I knocked down the crime guild people with the anti-personal remote stun magic. Some screamed, some tried to run away, and some used their friends or trees as a shield, but I gained total control in about 10 seconds. Ninja Tama skillfully collected the torches they had before they fell. Are you injured anywhere? Even though I asked her that, the princess only keeps shivering with a pale face without answering. Is it painful somewhere? The princess shook her head to Tama's question and asked back with a trembling voice. Are you Shadow Sentry Sama who's going to punish Rymia for entering the forest? We're not. Once she understood that she was mistaken, she looked relieved and fainted. Well, I can't blame her. This sheltered princess was kidnapped by these evil-looking people after all. I let the little girl to sleep nearby, asked Tama to capture the kidnappers, and then I went around to collect the horses that have dispersed in the forest. I met Arisa and the others who are together with Princess Rumia's party when I had collected the last horse. I've made a bonfire replied from the thieves' torches as a mark. Moving differently from Arisa and the others, it seems this country's second prince and his troops are coming toward here. Let's push the duty to take the princesses back to them. Rumia. Princess Chan, running is dangerous. Princess Rumia, who found Princess Rumia, ran toward her while screaming loudly. The female adventurer supported her when it looked like she was going to fall. Behind the female adventurer, 2 of her friends in manned golems are following. Judging from Hikaru's and Arisa's expressions who are accompanying them, it seems the adventurers didn't kidnap Princess Rumia. It wouldn't be an emotional reunion if she were still unconscious, so I woke Princess Rumia with wakening magic. Ain-sama. Rumia. Little girls who don't look different besides their hair color are crying in relief. Quick as always. The opponents were just some common criminals after all. Arisa talked to me while looking at the little girls. Isn't fine, peace is the best. Hikaru finished with a smile while putting her hand on Arisa's head. Right, no incident is the best. I looked up at the sky while confirming a luminous point moving at high speed reflected on the radar.